Thank you. There it is. Yeah, clear gap between bat and ball. We'll go to ball tracking when ready. Okay, original decision is out. Impact in line. It's hitting the wickets. Go back on field. Adrian, stick with the original decision.
Good decision by Adrian Holstock, and a hammer blow for Afghanistan. First up, Ireland lose one of their overnight batters. Tector frustrated, he's gone for 32, and Ireland 106 for 5. In at number 7, one of Ireland's 4 Test centurions, Lorcan Tucker, made 100 against Bangladesh in Mirpur last year. There it is, 108. Just arrives here after a spell at the Pakistan Super League, and this is why he is here.
Excellent bowling, attack the stumps. Very straight, really well bowled. Good aggressive bowling. Oh my word, what a start that is. That is, well, you mentioned he's just come from the Pakistan Super League. We're not in Karachi now. It's not flat like a PSL pitch. Really good bowling. I like this. I like this young man, Naveed. He's got a really aggressive intent. He reminds me a lot about Hamid Hassan. It reminds me so much about Hamid Hassan. Wholehearted, strong build, always looking for wickets.
Tucker off the mark. Well, he's come out and he certainly set his stall out in the first 2 deliveries, walking down the pitch first of all, and then getting off the mark. This was why he's here. Testing the middle of the pitch, Naveed. Sterling's equal to the challenge. A single, he'll keep the strike, 108 for 5.
Good start this morning from Afghanistan. They've come out all guns blazing. Picked up that early wicket of Harry Tector, who failed to add to his overnight tally of 32. Sterling has looked good. He's joined by Lorcan Tucker, one of Ireland's premier batters really over the last 24 months, trailing by 47. Solitary test between 2 really proud nations who have locked horns for many, many years now. In all formats of the game now, Test cricket, ODIs and T20. Well, our umpires are often under serious scrutiny. It's not an easy job. You know, what's happening down here in Naveed? A little bit of action on his baby cow, his calf. Adrian Holstock, who gave that dismissal. Just have a look at the depth of thought that goes into it. Takes a long time, and I like that. Assesses everything that's going on in front of him. Takes in as much information as he can, Adrian Holstock. Deciphers where's it pitched. Harry Tector's 6'+", he's tall. Where's it hit him? Angle of delivery. Then says, yeah, I think that's going to hit the stumps. That's out. I really enjoyed that dismissal from the umpire's perspective. Because it seems like people watching it live say, oh, he took so long to give it, there must be some doubt. No, he's just gathering every little bit of information he can. Top class.
Yes, this makes sense. There was a man about halfway to the boundary on the offside who's coming in now to save the single.
But Brian, just keep an eye on Lorcan Tucker's bat plane. And what I mean by that, he angles a lot of balls through mid-wicket. He tries to hit a lot of balls through that mid-wicket region, and it's empty at the moment. So Afghanistan is saying, listen, your strength there is open, but go against the spin at your mercy. Just there, nearly sliding through the gate. Two players that play totally differently against spin, Sterling and Tucker.
The Afghanistan spinners are certainly extracting more from this surface than we saw from the Irish spinners. Inside edge for Tucker. He will keep the strike. Ireland 110 for 5. Ireland were 92 for 2 about 20 minutes before the close of play last night. Harry Tector and Curtis Camphor were going nicely. Since then, Afghanistan have roared back.
Well, this is a good field for Lorcan Tucker because they've left cover open. He's not a big driver of the ball, so they've got that man at mid-wicket on the right of your screen, just hovering around for a catch potentially, because they know Lorcan Tucker likes to get down the pitch and he likes to shuffle across to the offside and flick the ball through the leg side. So they're saying, we're going to protect that, we're going to give you cover open, so have a drive and then try and get one through the gate.
He's straight away come in and looked busy though, hasn't he? He's given some energy out there, Lorcan Tucker. First ball, in fact, to Naveed. He was actually down the pitch.
Yeah, you see it a lot with his white ball game. Inventive. Sometimes the only criticism you say about Lorcan Tucker is maybe a little bit too inventive early on and a bit too much going on early on. He's got excellent hand-eye coordination. Extremely talented cricketer. That's better. Lovely cover drive. Strong shot. Fortunately, just finds mid-off. Well, I reckon these cracks have just opened up slightly, Brian, from day 1 to day 2. It just seemed to me that there's a little bit of opening. So for spin bowlers and seam bowlers alike, just trying to hit those cracks and have a look at any variation that might be in the surface.
Shoveled away. Lots of bottom hand by Tucker. For Sterling, one of the slips has come out into mid-wicket. Nasser Jamal. It's gone quite deep, actually. Interesting field position. See him there on the right of your screen. What's the thinking there, Niall? Almost a bluff or double bluff, just making Sterling think the ball's going to be banged in halfway down?
Well, good deep back of square and a long leg for the top edge hook. So that man you mentioned at short mid-wicket for a cloth pull shot, though. Expecting Paul Sterling to take on the pull shot, which he, so far today, he's looked to do. Just hedging their bets either way. They know Paul Sterling is a very accomplished hooker and puller of the ball, just giving themselves a chance for a potential spliced opportunity. Now, what's happening here? I hope there's nothing serious here for Naveed, because we did see him get a bit of treatment by a medical team at long leg in that last over. I thought it was his calf that was getting a little bit of treatment. He's pulled out of that dismissal. Let's have a look. It looks to be moving okay at the moment. Maybe just gust of wind just threw him off his plane.
There's that short ball, and as Niall O'Brien suggested, Paul Sterling happy to take it on. End of the over, 111 for 5. Runs added this morning so far for the loss of Harry Tector's wicket. Spin continuing. Zia-ur-Rahman. Goodness me, he's bowled well so far. Why is it that the Afghanistan bowlers have got more out of this surface in terms of spin than Ireland? Swept fine. That'll be 4. Little under edge there from Tucker. One of the few occasions that Zia-ur-Rahman has erred in line and length.
Yeah, Lorcan Tucker, very, very good player of spin bowling. Excellent sweeper of the ball. It was a poor ball, truth be told. It was full, it was down leg side. It was an easy one to put away. And just see how Lorcan Tucker actually just tries to hit the ball, almost tap it on its head and get it nice and fine. Well, looking at the pace, the question you asked, Brian, why are Afghanistan extracting more spin? Left arm spin, let's look at the two left arm spinners. Zia-ur-Rahman bowling 55, 56 mile an hour. Theo van Workum was bowling sub 50 mile an hour, so there's a bit more on the ball. And that's just purely left arm to left armer. Then you look at someone like Andrew McBride, who's a containing type bowler, not a huge turner of the ball. He's shorter than Ziaur Rahman. So there's height, there's a pace element to it. It's also the willingness to give the ball a bit more of a rip. So there's a bit more pace on the ball from left armer's point of view. And certainly a taller spinner than Ireland have at their disposal. So that's a couple of indicators as to why potentially they're extracting a bit more.
Yeah, look something in this boat.
End of the over, Ireland 115 for 5.
Naveed's got himself 3 for now, 3 for 40. His return at this stage. So he's doing quite nicely. 15 runs added in the first 30 minutes. It's been quite intense cricket, actually, for the loss of just the 1 wicket. It's been nice to see all the work that these boys have done, the thinking they've done about it as well. Start of the play, they got that breakthrough they wanted. LBW was reviewed in case you did happen to miss that, and was eventually sent on his way. Sterling was not out on 2 at the start of the day's play. And they would dearly like to see the end of him. That's nicely played at the end. Short delivery, very good short delivery. Nicely delivered on a line, but Sterling was up to it. That's a fine shot, actually. Devendra Kumar, how are you going?
Great, wonderful to be here in Abu Dhabi. Shot, 2 men on the boundary on the onside. The focus was on rescuing the shot through the onside, but it's just riding the bounce at the last moment, getting underneath the ball and getting it over the top of the slips. A fine stroke, keeping his eyes on the ball. Sterling is a determined character, intense player.
Very experienced, of course, Paul Sterling, and a very important cog in this wheel for Ireland. Trail by 36 at the moment. It's another very good delivery. What are your thoughts, Devendra, this morning from Afghanistan? Well, before we go into that, let's just have a look at the work that he's done. His 3 wickets.
Challenging, bowling into the strong breeze here. Beautiful piece of bowling, once again providing early breakthrough with that excellent delivery, attacking around the off stump, always challenging, given the fact that he keeps bowling there and into the breeze as well. But he's shown his character, he's shown his aggression, good control from him today as well.
Yeah, exactly right. Now trying to ramp that one, but it was far too close to the body. If there was any, no, there wasn't any connection at all. Sometimes keepers, I just think, have been just a little bit lazy at from time to time. Perhaps not the shot that Paul Sterling should be looking to play at that stage, because they do need to get a partnership together. Trying to go over the keeper basically in the end.
Sometimes as a batsman you get into habit of playing certain shot. Remember Sachin Tendulkar playing against South Africa in the Test series in 2001. Beautifully bowled, just drawing the batsman into false stroke.
Yeah, that certainly wasn't the right line nor length. Just arrived Tucker. He's faced 17 balls. That's not a ball to drive the front foot on a surface like this, with Naveed bowling as well and as aggressively as he is.
It's been an excellent session so far for Afghanistan with ball in hand. solidly behind. Sterling is going to be a crucial factor here from Afghanistan perspective, because not only he can negate the spinners well, at the same time he's someone who scores at a brisk rate as well.
Yeah, I think a lot of our viewers will be used to seeing him in the white ball game a lot, and he opens the batting and he certainly tees off, and he can tear any attack apart when he gets going. So he's a very dangerous player. A blink of an eye can suddenly have 30 on the board, and the game has shifted considerably. So they need to pick him up. Tucker on strike at the moment. $120 for 5. Let's look at the match summary, just the one-off test match. Afghanistan have had their problems batting in the first innings of test matches again today, or yesterday really, when they rolled out for 155, sitting pretty at one stage. Abraham was good with that 53. Adair was outstanding with his 5-wicket haul, 120 for 5 at the moment. So it's been a little bit of a struggle this morning. Really want to analyse the ends these bowlers are bowling at. You would think they'd be swapping around. I'm not for once suggesting they should, because Zia ur Rahman is bowling beautifully, bowling from that end, and so is Naveed. But normally, spinners like bowling into the wind, and the quick bowlers like bowling with the wind. And they're doing the exact opposite.
But they've been successful so far.
Yeah, that's the point. I'm not for once suggesting they should change. It's going basically into the back of Zia ur Rahman, actually. And he would ideally, because spinners like to bowl into the wind, so it just drifts a little bit. Gets a little bit of resistance as it goes down with the revolutions of the ball. So that's giving an indication of how strong that wind is, and that's right behind Zia ur Rahman. So he's bowling with the wind, and Naveed is bowling into that strong wind.
The amount of control that both bowlers have at the moment, the fast bowler and the spinner, right ends are given, they could be more threatening to the opposition. Great discipline from Zia ur Rahman. Ireland, they need partnership. Once again, beautifully bowled. He's altering his length, at the same time pace as well. He's been absolutely brilliant so far. Once again, beautifully bowled. 41 gone. It's 121 for 5 Ireland.
So 41 overs gone, 121 for 5 at the moment. Bryan, Adair, McCarthy and Young still to bat. So work to be done by Ireland at the moment.
Afghanistan, they strongly believe it's a matter of just one wicket off Paul Sterling to turn the things. It's a test match cricket. The moisture has been evaporated. Not much of sea movement that we can expect in the second innings. So given the fact that that's where they struggle normally, negating the sea movement than the swing.
I think Tech will be disappointed they didn't kick on after working so well yesterday and playing so well actually yesterday. Nijat Masood now. Big shout first up, big shout, a little bit high maybe. That might be what Adrian Holdstock, the umpire, is thinking about.
He's a tall man who operates in right areas time and again. His consistency in hitting the right areas, the line and length around the off stump, his ability to get the ball back into the right-hander swing, a bit of seam movement, that's what he searches for more often than not. That ball cutting off and coming might have just hit the leg stump.
Well, it's quite interesting the size pads that Paul Stirling uses. And some batsmen do this. I mean, Paul Stirling's got fairly small pads on. And that hit the top flap of the pads above that knee roll. Oh, actually, be interested to see a little further investigation about that. There's those small pads. Have a look where it hits on the flap. They're probably going over the top. Certainly a little bit of doubt involved, but he's definitely wearing maybe the, I'm not saying youth-size pads, but some batsmen specifically want smaller pads these days. Adrian Holdstock's on it. Height it was.
Nijat is a tall man. Good start to his spell as well. Pitching the ball in the right areas, getting some movement as well. Nijat Masood.
It's a nice strong drive into the covers, no run.
Fantastic facilities here. Abu Dhabi Sports Hub. Different types of sports played here. 2 oval grounds and a main stadium. And plenty of infrastructure has been developed in this part of the world.
And quickly too. It's all sprung up very quickly, which is nice to see. Always like to see the activity that happens and the planning that goes on in this part of the world. If they decide to do something, they'll do it quick, smart. Good. Nicely bowled.
Plenty of options when it comes to following the sport. Some people prefer playing cricket, some other sport as well. All the options available for the kids to choose at such a young age.
Hasn't got a wicket yet. Najat is the only Afghanistan quick bowler to take a 5 in test matches. 5 for 79 against Bangladesh in Mirpur last year on debut. So that was a wonderful start for him in test match cricket. You can see that he's talented the way he builds nice momentum in his run up. It's nice and strong when he gets to delivery.
Also, he plays a lot of first-class cricket. Domestic cricket, the focus has been on playing 3-day format and 4-day formats. So that helps in getting into some kind of rhythm or developing a method as well. It's a breezy morning here in Abu Dhabi. Three men in catching positions on the offside. Coming back into the right hand better. Somehow managed to play that. Sterling, 121 for 5.
Yeah, long chat between the two batsmen now after that over. Perhaps a little bit of advice from Paul Stirling to keep wrestling against this attack. Maybe. Pin him to the mat. Pin him to the grass. Oh, well done. Good effort. Hold him down.
Fantastic weather conditions. A bit of cloud in the skies. At the same time, strong breeze blowing across the ground. Temperature soothing. That's the situation they find themselves in. 121 for 5, Ireland, but Afghanistan just 1 wicket away from clawing their way back into the contest. Beautifully bowled. He has been bowling well consistently. And turn and bounce on offer. Sharp turn for Jia. That will turn. Miles.
Yeah, that really has ripped. And he's not a massive turn of the ball. He's getting some assistance out of the abrasive surface. The track is dry. That's why he's getting that assistance. Hasn't been watered for a few days. I had a good look at it this morning. There's no doubt with this wind from yesterday, there's no doubt that the crust has been dried out quite a lot. A little bit short at that time, but it also turned. Just to add to that, I mean, the most important part about a pitch is literally a matter of 2 or 3 centimetres. It's no more than that. That's the depth that is the crust of a pitch. And if that's dry on the surface, the 2 or 3 centimetres, that happens. That is considerable. Some people tend to think that a pitch goes down a foot or 2, but it's not. It's literally a matter of centimetres.
Nicely clipped behind square. Just a run though. Given the fact that Afghanistan plays spin quite well, the Afghan batters, not much of moisture in the pitch, they will be thinking that they can get runs in the second innings. Even if Ireland takes the lead around 50 runs, maybe 60 runs, runs can be scored.
It's nicely swept. Good control. I think what's going to be fascinating for the rest of this test match is you've got 2 completely different attacks. Those sweeps are going to have to come into play more and more against the good spin from Afghanistan, which you're going to expect to see. The seamers from Afghanistan are more seamers that bowl back of the length. They're more at you as seamers, more direct. Whereas the Ireland quicker bowlers rely on that good line, that good shape, and that swing away from right-handers regularly. Cries of catch it. That's gone exactly 180 degrees from where he wanted to go, really. And it's gone for 4. Bit of good fortune there for Paul Stirling.
Lucky Sterling there. Lovely touch-up delivery once again. Trying to go for the big booming shot to apply some pressure back on the bowler. Looking to take the attack to the opposition. There is Sterling. He's an aggressive player by nature. Lucky that will flew over the fieldsman and went to the boundary for 4. He won't mind it, the bowler.
I wonder if this is a case they've realised what a threat Zia or Oman is going to be here, and they're trying to just upset his line and length a little bit and try and take him on as best they can. I would hope that's not the case, because they need to just keep plugging away. Sterling's got the shots. He'll be able to play catch up easily. 128 for 5. Trail by 27. Naveed's the man that's picked up the most wickets, 3 for 44. The Sterling work that he's done.
And the sun has come out. He's out to continue. Wants change in field on the onside. Man from the square region comes inside the 30-yard circle.
Yeah, that's quite a change in the field. Means that they're leaving that deep backward square open. Straight away, the batsman will be thinking that he's not going to be bowling short with that change in the field. Here's a look at that boundary. Got enough of a thick edge on it. Raced away in that region.
And it's not going to be easy attacking Ziaur Rahman because of his variation in his lengths, at the same time his ability to make drastic change in pace as well. So you cannot line him up, though he bowls in similar line, but still with the variations with the length and pace that could cause a dismissal.
I also think he's not the sort of bowler on this sort of surface where you can actually go down the track to him, because he's turning the ball considerably every now and then when one grips on the surface and just disturbs it a little bit. You could easily run past one. So I think you've got to actually work him from the crease rather than get a couple of paces down the track.
Just coming back to that discussion of the different lengths that bowling unit from both sides bowling, particularly the Irish bowlers, because of their experience of playing in county cricket where conditions are helpful for the fast bowlers. Nizat Masood, they play in Kabul, in coast where the pitches are good for batting, and that's why they're forced to bowl differently. Rather than looking for taking wickets, they think about just not going for runs and then finding a dismissal. And that has become a habit. So it takes a bit of time, new at the test match circuit, to make that quick adjustment.
So he does go for that short ball. Took him back for that delivery. And I think that's a really important point, Navenda. You just keep toiling and toiling and toiling because you don't get any assistance from the track as a seamer when it's nice and dry. And of course that's what they're used to. The bowlers in India the same, the seam bowlers, the bowlers in Pakistan the same. Just keep running in, and it's great to see they've got big hearts and they just keep doing it. It's terrific to see, really is. They of course then try and get the reverse swing going. That's their main art, and it's a completely different way of looking after the ball, obviously, when you're bowling conventional swing compared to trying to bowl reverse swing, which is what Afghanistan will be thinking about at the moment, even though that the outfield's green. Now that has come back a little bit, whether it's just angled back in or whether it's a bit more of a conventional swing, I don't know, but we'll have to have a close look at that. I would think that's probably a bit of reverse. Let's have a look and see where the dark side of the ball is. It looks like it might be actually on the side where the ball's going, to the right of that picture. So that means it is reversing. He is working very hard on the ball. A couple of times I've just watched him at the top of his run-up. And he's covering the ball as well, which is another sign. But he's definitely getting some reverse. Beautifully bowled.
Also the amount of experience that they have when it comes to coaching as well. Umar Gul spent a lot of time, and Navidul Harshanana is working at the high performance center in Kabul with the fast bowlers when it comes to teaching the art of reverse swinging deliveries.
And it's not something that everyone can do. Reverse swing is an art. You've got to know exactly what you should do, how you prepare the ball, how you look after the ball. I'll actually have a closer look at it in the next over and just give an indication of what Masood is doing. Oh, that's not a bad shout. Is that in front of the off stump or was it just outside? That's the question, I think, because it certainly did reverse in. It might have been just outside the line of the off stump. What they're thinking about it. Countdown's on. Where's he getting his main advice from? Presumably not the bowler, because emotions are high. Yep, he goes. I'm not surprised, actually. Why not?
To the umpire director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. I've checked both feet and it's a fair delivery. Front on first, please. Yeah, I'm going to need ultra edge to confirm bat or not. Thank you. Running through, yeah, clear gap between bat and ball there, running through the pad, and we can go to ball tracking when ready. Okay, original decision is not out. Impact is umpire's call over 3 metres and it's missing the wickets. So I'll go back on field. Adrian, you stick with the original decision.
Yeah, over 3 metres. That was an important part about that also. And over the top. So end of the over, 130 for 5. Interesting over that one. Nice stretch from Paul Sterling. Really interesting this. He was outside the line, just over 3 metres is the important thing. When you're over 3 metres, it gets very difficult to get a LBW. Plus, it was over the stumps as well. Nice shot from Sterling. He's hit that well. Strong man. He's got that for 4. Nicely played.
Positive play from Sterling. He likes to play shots. Direction shot, marginal shot outside the stump width given. And he smashed it to the boundary. A pressure releasing shot. Nicely chopped in front of square on the offside for 4.
Just coming up to the first hour of play. 34 runs have been added in the first hour. Just the 1 wicket going down at this stage, so there's probably going to be a drinks break after this over. But suddenly we've entered a brand new phase in this innings because the ball was reversing. Just make sure you watch that very closely. When Najat is bowling, he seems to be the man that is enjoying getting that reverse swing. It's a ball by Zia Rahman, a little bit quicker. One thing to watch for as the ball gets transferred around the field is that not too many guys touch the ball. There'll be one player pretty much who's given the job to make sure he touches the ball and gets it back to the bowler, Najat, when he's bowling, so it doesn't hit any sweaty hands. You've got to keep the ball as dry as you possibly can. It just takes 1 or 2 players in the field with sweaty hands to suddenly mess the whole preparation, if you like, of the ball, and then they've got to start again. So it's quite an art. So watch that after the drinks break. It's a nice over. So 45 overs gone, 134 for 5 it is, and also drinks.
Well, some of the beautiful sights of Afghanistan there, who are, of course, the host nation of this Etisalat Cup test match between Ireland and Afghanistan. And it's a test match that hangs, well, wonderfully in the balance right now, doesn't it? Ireland had all that excellence with the ball yesterday. They've had a few travails with the bats, including losing their captain, Andrew Balbirnie, early. And what was an innings that could have ended 3 or 4 times, much like PJ Moore, as he was bowled off a no ball. And then he was dismissed, chopped on. The 2 wickets that fell towards the tail end of the day were both to the spin. Zia-ur-Rahman bowled really nicely, particularly that delivery. Maybe the ball of the day. And then this one that fell this morning, the big wicket of Harry Tector, just got trapped on the crease somewhat to spark wild celebrations for Naveed, who's been excellent. He bowled a good spell this morning with hostility and movement and shape, and Nijat, the other bowler, to be used alongside the left-arm spinner Zia-ur-Rahman. Delighted to be joined by Tino Moeo, the former Zimbabwean test match opener. Tino, firstly, a very good morning to you. And secondly, where do you see the state of this test match right now?
Very good morning, Andrew. Very good morning to whoever's tuned into this live telecast. Test match opener and a few ODIs as well. I like to always just put that in.
I only remember the test because you were so good at them. That's why, Tino, great to have him with us, isn't he? You've got to tell me, where am I going to get one of these flat caps? We share a similar hairstyle.
We're moving up to Dubai after this, aren't we? So we'll definitely go shopping. We'll find one of these for you. Nice, aren't they? Yeah, I think the test match is quite nicely set up now. I thought that first session was going to be very important for the Irish batsmen especially, and how they go about it. But they've lost just the one. I think they've looked pretty good other than that.
There's a bit of Peaky Blinders to that cap you got going on.
There is. The style, yes, not the behavior. Andrew Leonard. I think the other thing is, Afghanistan would have thought this morning that they'd be able to go bang, bang, get a couple of early, especially with Zia coming on. For them, it'll be about understanding that even though they haven't got as many as they would have liked by now, they still need to keep their disciplines.
You think of these two sides, you think of one of the great rivalries that was initially bred outside of the test world has now come into the test world. In white ball cricket, they've always been neck and neck. You know, the eyes. Okay, the tally is 16-13 to Afghanistan. And in T20 eyes, it's a little bit more towards the Afghan 16-7, but that doesn't include some of the games that would have come without status back in the earlier days of the rivalry, as it started to get going 12-15 years ago as Afghanistan came through the ranks. Always produced thrilling, dramatic and enthralling clashes. This one I expect to be no different, Tino. If you look at the one time they've met in a test match before, that was in India in Dehradun. Ireland never really recovered from a disastrous start. At one stage 85 for 9 before Tim Murtagh at number 11 made a 50, and then the class of Rahmat Shah, Shahidi and Asghar Afghan, the former captain, meant that such was the first innings deficit that Afghanistan were always going to go on to win that test match, and they did by 7 wickets. But today, if Ireland can get a first innings lead, which you think they will, they're only 20 behind here, of a significant margin, maybe even, I think Irish fans would love a 100-run plus lead, then we could have a real contest, because I expect Afghanistan to bat much better in the second innings. Ireland were excellent with their seamers, but I thought Afghanistan's batting just a little under their standards. Ireland lead by 100 or so, something like that. If they can get to 250, we could be in for a thrilling test match.
Yeah, the extent of that first innings lead is what's going to be important for Ireland. I say that because, yes, the ball swung around yesterday and moved around. I don't think it'll be the same second time around. First of all, as much movement, as much bounce, and for as long as we saw in that first innings. And they continue to get the ball to swing well after the lunch break. Hit a couple of the fingers of the Afghan batsman later in the day, so there was still some bounce as well. So very important that they get as far ahead as possible in this first innings. And of course, I'll have to bat last on here, which means that we'll be drier, we'll be expecting the ball to be turning a lot more, possibly keeping a bit low. It's a nice little vantage point, isn't it?
The other thing that may aid some optimism around the Irish camp is the depth to the batting. Mark Adair and Andy McBride in that test match in Lords last summer were exceptional. There's real worries that test match could have ended in 2.5 days, but McBride and Adair both very nearly got on the honours board, not for bowling but for batting. Exceptional partnership between the two of them. There was runs for Curtis Camphor as well. And with Barry McCarthy all the way down at number 10, Craig Young will claim he can bat too. There is the hope the tail could wag for Ireland. The way Sterling and Tucker are going about it now is giving more aid to that cause. 46 bowled, 137 for 5. Great to see a new test match venue, Tino, isn't it? 122nd in test match cricket, the 4th now in the UAE.
It is. What a beautiful venue it is. Yes, there's the big Zayed Stadium just a few meters to our right behind the commentary box here. But this is a nice little venue as well. Nice seating area, open, fresh air all over.
$18 runs the deficit at the moment. Yeah, Tolerance Oval, the 122nd test venue in the world, and I think a really phenomenal job, Matt Boucher, the CEO of Abu Dhabi Cricket. We saw Andy, venue operations manager too, this morning. They just get things done here, don't they? Not just the main stadium, like you said. There's this one, there's a third high-quality oval. It's the Zayed behind us. Just behind that, there's a third ground. And here at the Tolerance, it's in the books, number 122. And joining Sharjah, the Zayed Stadium to our left, and the Dubai Sports City Stadium is the 4 that have hosted test match cricket here in the UAE predominantly. In fact, I think entirely both Pakistan and Afghanistan have played in those test matches here.
And it's not just cricket, is it? It's a multi-purpose venue. Tennis courts, there's a host of football fields. There's an athletics meeting in the big stadium at this weekend, so it's a wonderful sports centre, great facilities.
One of the things I like as well is the fact it's not just the elite performance levels here. So we heard that there's 3 or 4 ovals right as you come in the entrance, where local cricketers can come in. You can actually just rent it, come in and play a T20. Apparently there's cricket from 7 AM all the way to sundown, and there's so much cricket now in the UAE. You can see that with their local sides. Their under-19 team is excellent, getting to the final of the Asia Cup. Actually in Cricket World Cup League 2 action yesterday against Canada in Dubai, they lost. But I think they could be a powerhouse in years to come. They may well follow the route that Afghanistan have taken, the UAE. Very good over. Zia Rahman has been outstanding this morning. 137 for 5. Well, Tino, that's that test match I was just talking about. The one time these two sides have met before. Player of the match, Ramat Shah, for his innings of 98 and 76. There was just the smallest bit of hope in the second innings with an early breakthrough, and Mohammad Shahzad was dismissed by Andy McBride. But after that, really, Afghanistan cruised home in full control. Ireland just never recovered from a disastrous first morning. They were 62 for 7 and 85 for 9. But it's a remarkably different Irish test match side. In fact, it's only Paul Sterling, Andrew Balbirnie and Andy McBride of that 11 that remain for Ireland in this starting 11 today.
That's a pretty different looking Afghanistan lineup as well. Of the players that were there then, Ramat Shah, who you've just mentioned, 98. Afghanistan's first ever test. Hashmatullah Shahidi was the other one who was there. Ashgar Afghan was still the captain. Other than that, there's nobody else who's in this test side. Rashid Khan, of course, would have been, but out with injury. I was lucky enough to call that game as well. It's wonderful to see how Afghanistan have come on in leaps and bounds in this format. It was gorgeous to watch Ramat Shah and the way he went. And I believe he's got the best technique of all of the Afghanistan batsmen, but you've started to see more of them pop up. Ibrahim Zadran at the top of the innings. Another one who's got a wonderful technique. Noor Ali Zadran, he's been playing for a long time, yes, but in and out of the side. So, Hashmatullah Shahidi, he's got a test match 200 to his name. That was actually at the Zayed Stadium, just behind us, a couple of years ago against Zimbabwe. So it's lovely just to see how they've come along. There it is. And it's not just the batting front, it's on the bowling side as well. A number of seam bowlers who've come up the ranks. Credit to quite a solid domestic setup in Afghanistan cricket.
I think that in particular is where Afghanistan have a massive edge over Ireland, and it's remarkable really to think of this Irish side. The exception of PJ Moore, he played, I think it was 3 first-class games down in Zimbabwe in January. Well-judged single there by Tucker, an immediate call, gets home comfortably. None of the Irish players are playing red ball cricket, and this is in essence really the exception of PJ Moore and James McCollum, the two sort of test specialists for Ireland. It's almost the exact same squad for the white ball stuff that will follow. We'll head up towards Sharjah, that historic ground then. And this is all after a 4-year break from the test match game for Ireland. Obviously a huge amount of that was COVID enforced. And in fact, Afghanistan didn't get to play a test match at all in 2020 either. But what they did well was bring Zimbabwe, your country, Tino, for a couple of games in Abu Dhabi. Zimbabwe winning that first test, Afghanistan winning the second. So they've kind of stayed on the treadmill, if you will, of the red ball game more, both domestically with their very fine first-class competition back in Afghanistan, but also by finding a way to play more regular test cricket. And after that exodus for 4 years for Ireland, well, 4 tests last year, and all the talk is at least 2 this year, with the one that you're watching right now here in Abu Dhabi, and maybe a test match later in the Irish summer against Zimbabwe.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's crucial, especially for a country like Afghanistan. We've got a ball to go in this over. We'll carry on with this discussion. To play as much as they can. And you'll know that the way the FCP is structured now, Zimbabwe, Ireland, Afghanistan will play the majority of their test matches against themselves. Of course, if they manage to line up other test matches against other nations, as Afghanistan have just had against Sri Lanka, that's good. But the majority of them will be amongst the 3 of them. 48 gone, 1 for 1 for 5.
actually won't be the end of the over, because as we see in all top level cricket now, we've got Paul Rifle, our third umpire, eagle-eyed, and he has spotted an overstep from Nijat. See there, the bat's a little in the way, but clearly nothing behind that line. And that means no ball given. Extra run to the total for Ireland. One more ball in the over remaining for Sterling. Did see it yesterday with a wicket for PJ Moore, a wicket that wasn't. Sterling crushes this one through the covers. We'll get a single to keep the strike. End of the 48th. The score now moves to 143 for 5. Nice little partnership for Ireland, just building up. Sterling has looked very assured, really, with the exception of just one shot against Iyar Rahman, where he was fortunate to get it to skew away off the outside edge. But his rhythm has looked good, his footwork has looked good right from the off. Again, one of the few in the Irish setup to have a little bit more of a red ball pedigree because of his time at Middlesex. Good record too. Sharp turn. And a nod of approval from Paul Sterling.
The batsman won't mind if the ball's going to be that sharp, because it'll go past the outside edge. It's the ones that move just enough to take the outside edge or just go past it and hit the stumps that's the problem. And that's what we saw yesterday with the 2 dismissals that Iyar Rahman got. Just going back to the discussion we were having, and how Afghanistan and Ireland have both come along in this format. And you mentioned the first-class tournament they have back in Afghanistan. They also have a regional 3-day competition. Midway's Necker regional 3-day. So, along with trying to play as much as they can at test level, they're also making sure they're trying to get their players as prepared as they can with the domestic multi-day cricket that they have back home.
Yeah, I think it's something that they've done really well. It's obviously difficult to just place in a professional first-class structure into any country, but their premier 4-day tournament, the Ahmed Shah Abdali, started all the way back in 2011. Initially as a 3-day competition before growing up to the first-class status that it was given by the ICC in 2017, and then evolved into 4-day cricket. One of the things I like about that, if you think of the 4 teams that compete in that, it's going to be very, very competitive. There's a number of good cricketers that Afghanistan are producing. I've seen many around the franchise circuits in the shorter formats, can't even get into the national team. They are banker selections, whether it be in the Big Bash, in ILT 20 that we see here, SA 20. You just keep churning out cricketer after cricketer, particularly spin and fast bowlers. 49 bowled, 144 for 5. There's been signs more recently, not just the spinners and the seamers, batters like Gurbaz coming through and becoming in demand. Still no sign of Zahir Khan yet today. The left arm wrist spinner is, well, a prodigious talent, isn't he? But yesterday he just didn't get it right. In fact, it's not going to be Zahir Khan, it's going to be Kareem Jannat. who will be the fourth bowler we will see today. Surprised by the lack of the wrist spinner thus far?
Not necessarily. Probably didn't go as well as Afghanistan would have expected yesterday, but I think with the overcast conditions, not too much sun being out, they're thinking there might still be a little bit in there for the seam bowlers. And if anybody's going to get the ball just to move around a little bit and wobble, it's Karim Jannat. Very steady and accurate. And of course, talking about all cricket back home now for Afghanistan domestically. To be able to host all of that cricket, you need a lot of stadia as well. And they've gone on a fantastic drive over the last few years with the support of the Afghan government to produce first-class quality stadiums all over. And they've got plenty now that host first-class cricket. Kabul Cricket Ground, Khost Cricket Ground in Khost Province, Ghazi Amanullah Khan in the Nangarhar Province, Kunar Cricket Ground in Kunar Province, Kandahar Cricket Ground, Najibullah Taraki Cricket Ground, that's also in the Nangarhar Province, Paktia Cricket Ground, Kandahar Qureshi Cricket Ground, Kunduz Cricket Ground in Kunduz Province, and the Khost Misainak Cricket Ground. So those are the top 10 they've got.
Well, bless your memory, Tina Moeo.
I wish I could say it was.
I will say, certainly all the footage you see the ACB team put out on social media in particular, they get great drone flyovers of these new stadia that they're producing, and phenomenal facilities, something particularly from an Irish perspective. You know, facilities has been the big talk back in Irish cricket over the last decade. Still just the 4 venues that have hosted international men's cricket, that is. Clontarf and Malahide in Dublin, Stormont up in Belfast, and Breedy up in the northwest in beautiful Derry. And there's a big push towards trying to get developments going now out in the sports campus, the national sports campus in West Dublin. In Ireland, there is a push with Ireland as one of the co-hosts of the 2030 T20 World Cup, trying to get a world-class facility up and running there in West Dublin, which would be fantastic. But Afghanistan producing them, that beats the outside edge just so quickly and so impressively. You get good facilities, you get good coaches. What follows? Good cricketers.
That one just going past the outside edge. Now, Lorcan is coming down the wicket because he's trying to get him off that length. And that's the point I was making, that he's a very accurate bowler, and in conditions like this, he will, of the 3 seam bowlers here, be the one that will get the ball to move around. Very pensive looking coach.
Well, that's Lorcan Tucker all over. He will take the game to you. Big swing and a miss. 50 overs bowled. 145 for 5. It feels like a very Irish morning, doesn't it? A little bit of overcast clouds about. Temperature probably closer to 20 than 30 anyway.
Bit of rain would have probably made it actual island, wouldn't it?
Ten runs now the deficit as this partnership just built up nicely. 39 it's worth, as we are going to see that left arm wrist spinner that we were speculating about. Now, he didn't get it right yesterday. He was too full and too short, and Curtis Camphor cashed in on a couple of occasions. Runs potentially could be at such a premium in this test that one of the concerns for Afghanistan is Khan's natural inclination to leak some runs. His career economy rate in test cricket is very nearly 5 runs per over. He's gone at the best part of 6 in the 3 bowled so far. This, for me, Tino Moeo, indicates that Afghanistan feel as though they need a wicket. They need to break this partnership.
They do. The deficit just 10 now. They will want as many wickets as they can before Ireland get past there. These two are well set now. Lorcan Tucker only on 13, but he's taken up 50 balls and he's looking quite comfortable out in the middle. Sterling now 31 and 65.
Zahir Khan, who initially was seen as a little bit of a red ball specialist, over the last couple of years has just started to find his way into some white ball demand. Playing in all sorts of leagues around the world. The reason is that variety, that mystery he provides. Now back into the test match team for his 5th test. Has taken 10 wickets to date. And he has managed to get into the white ball team for Afghanistan 4 times. 2. All 4 of those T20s were last year in 2023. Inside edge. Only thing that will save Paul Sterling here.
Here, inside edge. There is a long on, so an option for Paul Sterling just to advance down the crease and hit the ball down there. Nothing to worry about with the ball turning into him. There you go. Big inside edge.
Yeah, the line is wrong this time, particularly with the field that he's got set, and it's just a tickle around the corner. There's a bit of turn on offer. This is the problem with Zahir Khan. He can leak runs. He'll create opportunities. Sterling gets another boundary.
Now he's watched that really nicely onto the bat. He's expecting the turn to come and just closes the face at the last moment to get it fine. The fielder, Noor Ali, at 45. Leg slip goes into position. Good attacking position from Afghanistan.
That's the googly. That is the mystery, the variety, the brilliance of wrist spin. Perfectly pitched. It's probably pitched a not dissimilar line to the previous one that was helped around the corner for 4. Out of the back of the hand, scrambled seam. Brilliant bowling.
It's made that ball even more effective. He's pitched it literally in the same area as the previous ball turning into him. And he's just put a leg slip in, so he's expecting the ball to turn into him. Oh, that's a poor delivery. Very short and easily put away by Paul Sterling to end the 51st. 153 for 5.
Ireland 153 for 5. There has been some help for the fast bowlers and the spinners alike, trailing by just 2 runs. Chances created, put the ball in the right areas as well, but the Sterling is still there. Patience came from Ireland. Gets it behind square. There will be another run. Good morning, Brian.
Morning, Devender. Hello once again to all our viewers, wherever you're watching. That's the problem with Zahir Khan. Andrew Leonard mentioned in that over that he does have the tendency to leak runs, bowls the odd bad ball, and runs at such a premium at the moment. Certainly from an Afghanistan perspective. Any freebies like that, Ireland will take full advantage. It's not the easiest conditions to bowl in today because there really is a very, very strong wind. Karim Janat operating into that wind at the moment. It's gusting around.
Challenge, a massive challenge for a fast bowler to bowl, especially the first spell that Naveed bowled from this end. Nicely punched, runs here.
The 50 partnership and the lead. Ireland taking the lead in a test match on first innings for just the second time. The other time they did it was at Lord's, of course, famously in 2019. More than 16 overs this partnership has occupied. It's not necessarily been thrilling stuff, but it's been very necessary from an Ireland perspective.
Pull into the square region on the onside. Just a single, good application from Paul Sterling, normally a positive player. He's been able to negotiate with that threat of reverse swinging deliveries early on, picking it from well outside the off stump.
Ball got big on him, but he was always in control there, Sterling, hitting the ball down, conscious of the fact there's that mid-wicket in position, plus the two men out on the leg side boundary.
Nicely clipped through the onside, long chase for the fielder. Brilliant. He's been able to save the boundary, but there will be runs. Excellent effort from the fieldsman, a fast bowler, tall man, Nijat.
Yeah, that was a terrific stop. Ball seemed to race away there. With this breeze, the outfield perhaps has got even quicker. That ball was running with the wind as well. Big man did well to get down there and flick it back.
Bowled a very impressive spell, the first one. Nicely bowled. That's the area that he should be operating with. 160 for 5.
It's interesting with the wind blowing as it is, the way that Afghanistan have opted to have their seamers bowling into the wind and their spinners with the breeze. Obviously it's an end that Zia prefers to bowl into.
Excellent conditions for the spectators. Cool breeze blowing across the ground. In this part of the world, normally it's very hot.
Yes, you'd want a jumper or a scarf on, or some sort of shawl maybe if you're on the grass bank watching. It's interesting, the Ireland flag is quite limp, but on the other side of that particular gantry, the Afghanistan flag is billowing like you wouldn't believe.
25 degrees centigrade, the temperature. It's flying. It means with a spinner on, you never know, a good spell from a spin bowler can change the complexion of the game here.
Just having walked into the commentary box, I'll take issue with that temperature at the moment. It feels considerably chillier than 25 degrees. In fact, I've opted for the sweater now. No sign of any sweaters from the players out in the middle, so perhaps I've just gone soft.
I can understand, Brian. I come from Rajasthan, where temperature is normally 45 degrees centigrade. Gets the edge, it's coming fine. It will trickle into the boundary. Again, length.
Another loose ball. And again, Ireland take advantage. Zahir just can't get it right here. In the previous over, short down the leg side. This time, short outside off stump. Frustration for the left arm wrist spinner. Frustration for Afghanistan. In the side, of course, in place of Qais Ahmed, who played the test match against Sri Lanka at the SSC in Colombo at the start of February.
Beautifully bowled, just drawing the batsman forward. Is someone with his ability to bowl those variations. He could be handful at times. Someone who can take 2 to 3 wickets in a spell. But they've been leaking runs, boundaries, 5 boundaries in last 5 overs. Beautifully bowled once again.
That was a much more confident appeal. Not so confident that they'll consider a review.
It's a good comeback after conceding a boundary from Zaid Khan, tossing the ball up as well. That might have drifted down the leg side. Started with the short ball again, short. Got to get his length right. He can create some magic here. 165 for 5.
So difficult for Afghanistan to create pressure here with Zahir in the attack, because he just bowls one poor ball every over.
And given the fact that the fast bowlers and Jia, they've been bowling exceedingly well with good control, even in these challenging conditions, given the fact that there is a strong breeze coming into the fast bowlers in particular, that pressure that they wanted to create, the disciplined period of play from the fast bowlers and the spinner. And when you lose that momentum into bowling.
Good positive cricket again from Tucker, rotating the strike. It's an interesting one, isn't it, that Hashmat has been very regimented in the way he's used his bowlers. He's used his spinners today exclusively from the far end, and his seamers exclusively from the pavilion end, operating into the wind, and he hasn't deviated from that course at all. Obviously he feels that the spinners are getting assistance operating from that far end because of a little bit of dryness in the surface perhaps. But it's interesting, he just hasn't changed course at all, despite the fact they've only taken 1 wicket this morning.
Nicely bowled. Well, the fast bowlers, they've been able to put the ball in the right area, especially bowling into the breeze as well. Naveed provided early breakthrough as well. Once again, bit of shape on the ball.
I'm sure, though, if you ask the quicks, in their heart of hearts, they'd all love to be operating with the wind rather than charging into it, because it is a very stiff breeze indeed.
Nicely punched through the offside. I remember having a conversation with Jacob Oram from New Zealand about the challenge of bowling into the breeze, because that's what you normally get when you play in New Zealand. He was of the opinion that preference is given to their pacemen. Like Shane Bond used to bowl with the breeze, and Jacob Oram was given the task to exercise control and bowl into the breeze.
It's a very good point you make, purely and simply because, of course, today the Test match has started in Wellington, the windy city, windy Wellington, and that really is a test for bowlers. There's usually a howling gale straight down the wicket there. Quite often in a Test match at Wellington, you'll see side specifically pick a bowler to operate into the wind, because it can be such a challenge.
Strong, very strong breeze. Different direction. The directions keep changing here.
Yes, we've just been told the strength of the wind at the moment is over 20 kilometers an hour.
And that's certainly challenge when it comes to controlling for the fast bowler or spinner. Challenge for the batsman is as well, but especially when it's drifting around, batsmen find a method to survive.
We made the point as well in the past about what a nice environment it is to play cricket here at Tolerance Oval. But on the other side of the coin, it is a very open venue. There are no stands on every side to shelter the ground from the wind. And so the players do feel the effect of this strong breeze. It's blowing straight down the ground, more so than perhaps if they were in a stadium.
One thing that's slightly better from what they might have experienced in the stadium as well. 167 for 5. We will talk about that in detail.
Highest stand of the innings then between this pair.
.61 between Tucker and Sterling, solidifying their position in the game. He's been erratic with his line and length. He bowled a few good deliveries as well in between. Some good length once again, drawing the batsman forward. Men around the bat as well. They got leg slip in position. Challenge for Zaid Khan is to land the ball in the right areas. 6 deliveries in the same spot. That's what Jia is doing. If he can replicate Jia's plan, he's got enough variations to cause problems for the batters. Tucker has been patient, 22 of 61, but Zaid Khan.
Well, this is normally called a beehive, but I think we can probably call this an aerosol from Zahir, because he has sprayed the ball around a little bit. The lines have been very varied today.
Nicely clipped through the onside for a couple of runs. Challenge when it comes to for the captain to set the field to the way he's bowling at the moment. At the same time, sometimes you go with the potential, his ability to do or create magic in the game, rather than his current form, how he's bowling into the game, coming into the practice sessions as well. Sometimes with good talent, you've got to play different. This time it's been driven down the ground. More runs here. He's leaking runs.
Well, you feel that Afghanistan simply can't persevere with Zahir at the moment. Low-scoring game, or it is at this stage. He's decided to change his line of attack. He's now going to go round the wicket. Well, that's an interesting way of measuring your run, isn't it? You see so many players on the outfield before play these days with pots of paint and tape measures. Zahir a bit more old school.
Again, tossing it up well outside the off stump. Also, it's time to have a bit of conversation with the bowler as well. Sometimes they feel too much anxiety because they've been conceding runs. A conversation with the captain or some senior player coming across and having a word, just implanting a positive thought in the mind. 172 for 5.
The umpire at the other end there, Richard Kettleborough, not happy with Zahir for running on the pitch. Last ball of that last over, he remonstrated with Zahir. Zahir changing his line by bowling round the wicket. And that's what's known as a friendly warning, not an official one at this stage.
Karim Jannat to continue. Width given, chopped into the offside field for a single.
Let's have a look at where Zahir ran. You can see right in the danger area. You can see Richard Kettleborough. What on earth are you doing, you're saying?
Well, the umpire is compiling more problems for Zaid Khan. He's struggling to put the ball in the right areas. That's one problem. The amount of criticism that he's receiving on the social media. And now he has to deal with this thing as well.
Well, the ball's not in the right area and neither are his feet there. At the moment, though, you can't escape the feeling, or certainly I can't, that the game is drifting from an Afghanistan perspective here. Ireland, these two batters making very good progress. 67 they've added in 20 overs. They look largely untroubled, and there you can see looks as though Naveed is going to come into the attack, and he's going to have a little bit of a jog here to stretch his muscles, because that's been flogged through the onside by Lorcan Tucker.
He likes to hit the ball through the onside, especially through mid-wicket. He's a set batsman at the crease at the moment. Half tracker and taken care of. Not quite from the middle of the bat. Acre of spaces through the onside in that region. Smashed away for 4. Persistence when it comes to dropping it short again, not in control of the shot either. First bouncer from the over signaled by the umpire. A lot of experience of bowling in the domestic cricket. He has made a conscious decision to play first class cricket, bowling marathon overs as well in domestic cricket, in those flat pitches in Kabul in particular. Got some control, some thinking, some tricks how to get the batsman out. Kept changing his action as well. Another short delivery.
Yes, there's no question Karim Jannat has developed as a bowler. I first saw him when the Afghanistan Premier League was played here in the UAE. It must be, what, 5-6 years ago now. And he was very much then a T20 specialist. He certainly expanded his game, as he showed, of course, yesterday with the way he batted too. That was an excellent innings in a fighting cause.
Nicely bowled, just going wide of the crease, angling back into the right-hand batsman. 178 for 5, Ireland. Sterling is approaching his half century, 45 of 83, 49 for Kemper. And Tucker is also making contribution, 31 of 68, unbeaten at the moment. A partnership developing, Ireland leading by 23 runs. Zia-ur-Rahman, 2 for 33, has bowled brilliantly the other day and today as well. Afghanistan seeking intervention from him.
Well, the change had to come there, didn't it? 3 overs for 18 this morning from Zahir Khan. This is now the highest 6th wicket partnership for Ireland in tests. This pair came together when the score was 106. Previous was 72 between Harry Tector and Lorcan Tucker. That was against Bangladesh in Mirpur. Test match where Tucker got 100.
Nicely bowled. He has been bowling like this. Also, whatever is happening in the air. Swinging deliveries or reverse swinging. Apart from turn for the spinners, for the fast bowlers, there isn't that much of threat outside edge. Karim Jannat once again with brilliant effort.
Well, that was a brilliant bit of work by Ramanullah Gurbas to catch the ball away from the stumps and flick it through his legs, but the batters were through for 3. It was good running from them.
Commitment from the fieldsmen. Thick outside is because of a bit of extra turn. Great work. He's bowling at the same time, making contribution in the field as well. Then Gurbaz on his debut. Some clever work. Two slips in position. Beautifully bowled.
Well, there's an indication about why Hashmatullah Shahidi has gone back to his left-arm spinner rather than opt for a seam bowler at that far end.
And also we've been talking about different ends or regimented approach from Hashmatullah Shahidi as well. That's where I think he's getting more purchase out of the surface. That could be one of the reasons. Abrasiveness towards that side. Continuing to bowl from the same end since the beginning today. Excellent delivery. 57 gone, 182 for 5.
Ireland began the day at 100 for 4. So it's been good progress, particularly in the second hour when Zahir Khan has been operating. Well, there's a change of ends for Zahir Khan. Let's see if he gets a little bit more rhythm from the pavilion end. So he's operating from the pavilion end. And in case you're wondering why I keep calling the other end the far end, I'll tell you now. The reason's quite simple. It hasn't been named yet. It's the northern end of the ground, but it hasn't got an official name as yet. At far end of the ground, commentary position here at the pavilion end.
Full toss taken care of. And that brings up half century for Paul Sterling, a brilliant innings. He came into the contest today morning with the expectation of providing contribution to the team. It's been acknowledged by his teammates as well, and making a significant contribution, using his experience to great effect to put Ireland in position of strength as they lead by 31-52 with the help of 7 boundaries.
Terrific stuff from Paul Sterling. Player who's reached 3 figures in all 3 international forms of the game. 100 against Sri Lanka in Gaul in April of last year. Oh, what a beautiful piece of bowling. Zahir Khan, he's changed ends and he's changed his luck. And has he changed the match? Because Paul Sterling, having reached his half-century, has now been dismissed.
A huge wicket from Afghanistan perspective. Change of ends, nothing was working for Zahir Khan. Change of end and creating magic straight away. That was a brilliant piece of bowling. Bill's taken out for lunch here. What a great delivery to dismiss a set batsman. That will turn sharply. Beautifully bowled.
Fantastic stuff from Zahir Khan. He's got some redemption this morning after a frustrating first spell. Paul Sterling out for 52. That's lunch with Ireland 186 for 6. Well, that will really give the Afghanistan boys a lift as they come off the ground there. It had been a frustrating session for them, having taken just the 1 wicket. And all of a sudden, the door is just a little bit open now with the loss of Paul Sterling. And that will take the wind out of the Ireland sails by contrast, because it had been such a good morning for them up to that point. Still has been a good morning, of course, 86 runs for the loss of those 2 wickets. Let's go downstairs now to hear from one of the 2 teams. Andrew Leonard's down there. Who's he got with him?
Yeah, I've actually got Curtis Camphor here with me, who made 49 yesterday. Talk to me about your batting yesterday, your first time at number 3 in Test cricket.
Yeah, it was a nice opportunity, nice challenge out there. The boys bowled nicely. It was nice to get a few runs. I was just disappointed to nick one, but I got a good ball, so it is what it is.
You took to it very quickly in ODI cricket. You batted a few times there at number 3. Is that where you see yourself going forward in the team?
I think so. I think the coach and captain have spoken to me about it and kind of filling that role and kind of being that man. So hopefully it can be one I can do for the future.
Where do you assess where this Test match is at? Obviously right on the stroke of lunch there, losing Paul Sterling. A bit of a blow, but you have a lead already. What lead would you like?
Yeah, I think as many as we can get. It looks still like a really good wicket. It is spinning a little bit, so if we can bowl nicely, I think anything over 300 if we can score is a nice little barrier to kind of make them double up and try to get over 150 lead. We're not really kind of chatting about that just yet. We're kind of just taking session by session. It was a pity to lose Stoddard there at the end there, because I think it was a very nice session for us nonetheless.
Curtis, finally, any talk yet of that first Test match victory, or really just focusing on it session by session?
Oh no, definitely session by session. I think it's a lovely opportunity for us. We just kind of badly touched on it this morning about being an opportunity just to go out there. You know, we don't get the opportunity to play Test match cricket much, so anytime we get to put on the whites and go out there and bowl and bat is a nice opportunity for us. So I think for now it's just session by session. I think one of our little KPIs is to get 4 sessions under the bat, and then we can go from there.
Thanks for talking to us. Very best of luck for the rest of the Test match.
Perfect, thank you.
So Ireland 186 for 6. It's a lead of 31. A really good stand that between Paul Sterling and Lorcan Tucker. It was worth 80, but it was broken right on the stroke of the interval. Zahir Khan picking up a wicket. The other wicket to go down this morning was to Naveed, the quick bowler, in his opening spell when he got rid of Harry Tector.
The expectation was getting early wicket, boundary conceded in the first over, but eventually struck early in the game to set the tone for Afghanistan. those conditions where the ball was moving around. He kept bowling well, occasional poor deliveries, and that was a brilliant spell early on, but Sterling got stuck into him, just getting underneath the ball and getting the ball to the man at the third man, then this slicing that one. The spinners not quite exercising the kind of control. Zaid Khan in particular kept spraying the ball down the leg side, outside the off stump as well. He kept conceding the boundaries. And there was talk about whether they should be changing the ends as well. And then Karim Janat came into the attack, was taken for runs as well. And then there was change in end after Paul Sterling reached his half century. In a key stage in the game, a wicket fell. Big wicket, huge wicket. Paul Sterling at the stroke of lunch. That might give a snip to Afghanistan to return to that corridor where they feel comfortable. Afghanistan winning the toss and batting first, posting 155. A notable contribution from Ibrahim, 53 of 83. Janat making 41 as well. And Adair was magnificent, taking 5 wickets for 39, utilizing the conditions to great effect where the ball was moving around off the pitch and in the air as well. 2 wickets for Kemper as well.
So that's lunch, with Ireland with a lead of 31. We'll be back after the interval for the second session of day 2.
Welcome back. We're about to start the second session of day 2 of this one-off test match between Afghanistan and Ireland, coming to you live from the Tolerance Oval in Abu Dhabi. Now, before we go any further, we've got some nice shots of Afghanistan we just want to show, just to get us ready before we get this second session underway. Some beautiful shots, that's for sure. Right, that's where we are at the moment. 186 for 6. Paul Stirling was just dismissed of the stroke of lunch. 52, he got off 89 deliveries. Zahir Khan bought a beautiful delivery to get through his Stirling defence. They were 4 down overnight, lost a couple of wickets today. And Tucker is still there on 32 at the moment, with the lead being 31 runs for Ireland. Right, let's have a look at the wickets that have gone down. Actually, we're going to have a look at Paul Stirling, the work that he's done. 7 fours in his knock of 52 and 89 deliveries. Very experienced player, of course, opens that batting in the white ball games and gives it a fair nudge. So he played some nice shots in this knock. He'll be really disappointed. That was a lovely little ramp over top of the slips cordon. They tested with 1 or 2 short deliveries. And he's so strong on the drive. That was a bit of a freebie. He's a very powerful batsman, and he's a crucial batsman for Ireland. He'll be very annoyed that he got out when he did, just before the lunch break. There's a look at the wagon wheel from Stirling. Not too much straight, as you normally see with him. Does change a little bit with the white ball game, and he tends to go long and strong and successfully. It's working square most of the time in this knock so far. I was involved in the stand of 80 with Tucker. Right, so Ireland are 6 down at the moment. Let's have a look at those wickets that have gone down. Naveed was really good, LBW. That was a big shout straight away, and they got straight into it, did Afghanistan. Naveed was impressive. He bowled nicely. A couple of wickets going down nice and early at the top, so it meant that Rahman was doing some work late in the day as well, getting a little bit of turn out of the surface. Got one, and also got another one. So they were delighted, Afghanistan, at that stage. 4 for 100 they were at stumps. This is this morning. LBW, that was adjacent. Big wicket of Tector, and that's the huge wicket of Paul Stirling just before the lunch break. Turned back nicely. Zahir Khan was absolutely delighted with that delivery. As we look at those numbers, Naveed 3 for 44, just kept running in the whole time in those 14 overs. And Nijat, none for 38. They got a bit of reverse swing going as well, which is impressive to see. And Zia Rahman, 2 for 37 off his 19 overs. And Zahir Khan has done the job getting rid of Paul Stirling. And Alan O'Brien's alongside. You know, what are your thoughts about the first couple of hours of play today?
Very interesting game of cricket so far, and it's just going to get even more so actually as this game unfolds. It's moving along quickly. The lead, as you mentioned, Hazy, 31. Still power. Ireland got power at the back end of their innings. They've got the likes of Andrew McBride, who will join Lorca Tucker, who's been pretty fluent, truth be told, the Ireland keeper. They've still got Mark Adair, Barry McCarthy, but the lead is 31. It's not a huge lead, so for Ireland they need to get as many as they can first innings. Can't be greedy. As a lead of 31, if they can get another, I think for Ireland's point of view, another 60, 70, get that lead into 3 figures. They'll be happy. For Afghanistan and Jonathan Trott and Hashmatullah Shahidi, they'll be saying, come on guys, a big half an hour, we can be batting here within an hour of this game, an hour of this session. So for Ireland, McBride, who has a wonderful innings to his name at Lord's at the Test Match Arena not so long ago, he can bat left hand, right hand, may just help against spin, but this game is really nicely poised. One of those low-scoring thrillers that's going to go one way or the other. Can a side just take the ascendancy and grab the game by the scruff of the neck? And that 86 not out, as I mentioned, versus England at Lord's, it was a terrific knock. He was actually robbed of 100 because Ireland had a batter out injured, and he couldn't finish the innings. So Andy McBride was left high and dry, and Ireland only lost 9 wickets and the innings ended. So there was a ton there for the taking. This man, Zahir Khan, who's been, well, let's say a little bit erratic, but he bowled that beauty just before lunch. So that's a huge filler in his cap. So can Zahir Khan, the left-arm wrist spinner, turn it on here against some lower order batters?
He's got a couple of balls to go in this over. That's what happens with the left-arm unorthodox spinners. They can give away a few runs, but if they get it right, they are seriously dangerous. A couple of things to look at. We saw that dismissal not so long ago. We replayed of Camphor, 49, and also now Sterling on 52. So a couple of batsmen getting really good starts and not kicking on. So that's something that both these teams will be very aware of from the first innings. We also saw that with Ibrahim getting that 53 in pretty good time, but also dismissed without doubling up. Lots of encouragement for Zahir Khan at the moment. To McBride, a little bit short that time, worked away. The sweeper's in play, should be able to track that one, and a couple more. That's what Zahir Khan doesn't want to do straight away. Short, he wants to make sure he gets it nice and full. That's going to be the answer when the left-handers are there, because he's turning away from McBride with his stock delivery. And there's the wrong and variety that it does have. End of the over, 188 for 6. Looking at that match summary, both teams not getting good starts. 11 for 2 it was when Noor Ali and Ramat Shah were both back in the hut, and they didn't really recover much, although Janet Karim played nicely. And for Ireland also 32 for 2 with Alberni and Moore also back at that stage, so it's something that both the teams going to try and work on, I'm sure, in the second innings. Nice flights to Tucker.
Yeah, double spin. Interesting how Tucker operates here and Andrew McBride, but a chance to get through overs quickly. 58 overs bowled. Second new ball due at 80. I can't imagine they're thinking second new ball just yet, because if they bowl really well here, that second new ball really shouldn't come into the equation. I think the left-hand, right-hand combination, Hazy, will help Ireland's cause just to get a bit of rotation. Run rate's been pretty good throughout. Around that 3 runs per over on this surface is quite very acceptable.
I wouldn't be surprised with the quick bursts either from Naveed or Nijat. Nijat was getting that reverse going, and Naveed was just nice and powerful and strong. If anything, that wind has got a bit stronger after the break, the lunch break.
Yeah, he may well, Zahir Khan may well come out of the attack, as you mentioned, but I wouldn't mind seeing the left-arm wrist spinner just have a couple of overs.
Yeah, I agree. I think it should continue for a while. Reward for getting that wicket of Sterling as well. New batsman at the crease. It's nicely bowled, that last delivery. Lovely pace through the air. 188 for 6. For those that don't know, Adair, McCarthy, Young. Now, what about their batting ability?
Well, Mark Adair missed out narrowly on a century at Lord's, Test match century, so he is more than capable. Barry McCarthy has a T20 international half-century against India as recently as August, and Craig Young, yeah, he's number 11 for a reason.
Very subtle. Nice flight. New batsman, toss it up.
I'm trying to think of, probably count on one hand the amount of times a batter's stepped out of the crease, down the surface in this entire game.
I don't think it's wise, actually, with the ball occasionally turning a lot. That's a bit of a freebie. Couldn't quite get that away.
Well, this is the end of Paul Stirling just before lunch. It's a cracking ball. The one question Paul Stirling probably asking himself, and you're being hypercritical, and I saw him gesture to himself, could he have just played it with a slightly straighter bat? And by that I mean, could he have just angled the bat towards mid-off, back towards the umpire, as opposed to being slightly open? The blade was maybe just defending towards a wide mid-off slash extra cover, and we're talking half inch.
Magnificent delivery. That's nicely bowled too. Good line, pretty much a similar line to the one that Stirling. Just have a look at this little gap. It's a small gap, not much there, but it just sneaks through beautifully.
Yeah, he's trying to defend to an extra cover slash wide mid-off, and it's a great ball. I think it would have got a lot of players out. The only thing he will say, and Lorcan Tucker did exactly the same that last ball, just defended slightly open-faced. Again, even that ball there. Let's have a look at this. Where is he trying to defend Paul Stirling? At the end, you could just see that little adjustment, just bringing the bat back in. I saw Paul Stirling as he walked off, just gesturing to himself. Could he have just gone a little bit? And we're talking the, very, very fine margins.
A bit over-pitched, easily through for one. I mean, the gap was literally just the width of the ball. That's all. 190 for 6. Just a quick run down through the bowlers. Najat, I've mentioned, was getting some reverse swing, so he's different. Naveed is nice and direct, and I like the way he just kept charging in. Janet is reliable. And again, he's done a reasonable job with half a dozen, and Zia Rahman with a bit of left arm orthodox, and Zahir Khan with the left arm unorthodox. So it's a really nice mix of bowlers for Afghanistan. All very different. All with their own skill set. It's nicely played, nice and fine. Outfield's pretty quick, and it's gone for a boundary. That's a very good shot.
Bit of premeditation from Lorcan Tucker, which is absolutely fine in my book. I don't mind it. He's a good sweeper of the ball. He's a good manipulator of a cricket ball and of a field. Been very effective in white ball cricket of late, and that's a pretty good shot. No 45, and there's a deep backward square. There's so much vacant space just to get a little bit of bat on it.
I think that is just about the ideal delivery. That one, speed of, let's call it 82 k's per hour. So nice flight from Zia Rahman.
I think the balls that have generally turned Hazy have been about that 54 miles an hour mark. So this over so far, he's a little slower than probably the optimum turning delivery.
Gave that some flight.
We talked about coming down the pitch, and you mentioned maybe he's not the wisest, but I think at some stage in your innings against spin bowling, you have to try and show a little bit of authority to try and knock a bowler off line and length. 2 for 41 from, let's call it 21 overs at the moment. He's doing a good job, the spinner. Can't just allow a spinner just to bowl and toil away from one end. And I think second time when Afghanistan get the chance to bat, I think we'll see a totally different approach from their batters against the Ireland spinners. I think they'll be ultra aggressive.
Nice.
194 for 6. There's a look at the partnerships at the moment. Tector and Kampfer, 60 is the pick of them. Oh, it's next, second best, Tucker and Sterling rather. 80, with Sterling getting out just for the lunch break. That's the pick, and 60 Tector and Kampfer for the third wicket. You can do with a few more stands. Ireland lead at the moment, 39 runs. Zahir Khan is continuing. Short leg, silly point, also a slip in position. And importantly for him will be buoyed by the left-hander on strike. Bowling into a very strong breeze, which is what spinners like. With the revolutions on the ball, it'll just curve back in towards those pads through the air a little bit. If it's a standard orthodox delivery.
I'm not sure Andrew McBride picked that googly at the back of the hand. Looks like he's shaping up to maybe hit this through the offside. Shaping up right there to cut, and then realise, oh, that's coming back into my pads. I've got to just watch out for that LBW. So that will give the bowler some confidence, give the short leg and keeper a bit of confidence. Been given a nice scorecard from an Intercontinental Cup game, Hazy, which was effectively the test match arena for the associate sides back in yesteryear. A game that was played in Dubai in 2013 between Ireland and Afghanistan. So it was a 5-day game, first-class game. Ireland were bundled out for 187. Afghanistan in reply 182 in the first inning, so neck and neck. Ireland then made 3-4-1 and Afghanistan all out for 2-2-4. So, not too dissimilar potentially to what might unfold here. And I remember being part of that game. It was a great game of cricket. And there was a number of players playing that game that are here today. Paul Sterling was there. Ramat Shah, he was there. So a couple of people that will remember that game. Played only an hour and a half down the road at the academy in Dubai. So one of those low-scoring games, but actually batting got a little bit easier as the game went on.
It's just a little bit too flat at the moment with the wrong, and he's not picking it, but you need to have the flight there as well. It's got to be a similar looking delivery as your standard stock ball, which he does certainly give some air and gives a little bit of a rip. It's going to turn away from the left-hander.
He's not the tallest man in the world, Zahir Khan, and I can say that as a fellow member of the Short Man Club. And just have a look at this. So he's not the tallest. Just have a look at the action. Is he driving through and over that front leg? quite low, isn't he? Dipping down, head down, not focusing on where he's trying to land that ball.
Just a couple off the over, 196 for 6. Top scorer for Afghanistan, Ibrahim, top wicket taker in the match so far. Adair with his 5 for 39, and Ireland 196 for 6 in reply. They are 41 runs ahead with 4 wickets in hand at the moment. A couple of guys getting some very good starts but not capitalising. Sterling and Camper. About to start his 22nd over now, is he Roman?
Head coach Jonathan Trott, who's done a marvellous job, it must be said, for this Afghanistan side. He's brought a real maturity, especially to the batting lineup, I think. You watch Afghanistan play in the T20, the 50 over World Cup in India recently.
Let's look at the release points of the spinners at the moment. Zahir Khan much lower than Zahir Rahman, and there's the average speeds as well. 4.3 degrees is a lot for average spin. It's a nice illustration of and comparison of the two spinners. Expect the release points to be higher. They're both not tall men, but Zahir Khan is the shorter of the two by some distance. Lots of encouragement around that bat at the moment. The game is actually going nowhere right now. Ireland are just picking up 1s and 2s each over, not scoring too many runs, so it's not progressing too much from their point of view.
Afghanistan won't mind that shot. I felt that was only a matter of time before Andrew McBride got that sweep shot out. There is a sweeper in front of square. McBride just trying to beat Zahir Khan at 45 and pick up a boundary.
I think Afghanistan sense an opportunity here. That's why they're vocal at the moment. Shutting down these runs, trying to trap Ireland.
Yeah, misses out there, Andrew McBride, because the previous ball, that sweep shot, puts pressure on the bowler, who gives him the short, wide one outside the off stump. And Andrew McBride has backward point and then a massive 50 to 60 yards gap to mid-off. Couldn't pick the gap. Should pick up a single to finish, as Mike Hazelman mentioned. Just 1s and 2s at the moment. 198 for 6. Head coach Jonathan Trott, wonderful cricketer, average of 44, 1900s. You think when he came on the scene at the Oval, back end of that historic Ashes series, he came in as a late entrant into that series and made pretty sure he made a century on debut at the Oval. Terrific cricketer. He's done a really good job with Afghanistan. I mentioned in the last over, especially I feel the batting unit. Afghanistan have always had wonderful wrist spin, as we know, and they've produced some good quicks down the ears, but I just think he's brought a level of maturity to their batting lineup. Now then, we got a bit of pace, we got a bit of aggression, we got a bit of headband warrior. Love this. Naveed Zadran.
Yeah, he's done nicely. Those 3 wickets have been very good wickets from Naveed. He just keeps charging in. That's what he does. Nice and direct.
I just think for Naveed and against Andrew McBride, around the wicket's not a bad option, because McBride wants a bit of width, try and flay the ball through that point region.
One certainly keeping a little bit low and getting through Gabaz. So that's also going to creep into the game a little bit. We're going to see the spinners obviously get some extra turn out of the surface because of the dryness of it. And the odd one's going to keep low.
It's a bit different than keeping in the T20 game. Ramanullah Gurbaz, you'll get a lot of this. Actually gets himself in a wrong position. If you look at his footwork, gets himself in a poor position to try and go back to his right. Awkward one, bouncing in front and just taking them high in the hand. Maybe that the wrist position. Very difficult art. Keeping wicket in test match cricket when the ball is dying, you have to get close, turning. Keep it T20, happy days. You get about 8 balls a game, I reckon, Hazy. Can't put much of a foot wrong in the T20 game, but test match cricket, you are tested behind the stumps. It's been incredible the amount of times today, Hazy, that Ireland have hit a drive, a nice crisp shot straight to mid-off for cover. Even that one again, long half volley. There's a mid-off and playing extra cover. 15 to 20 times today they've just picked out the man a cover or mid-off instead of maybe just manipulating slightly with hand to get it in the gap. Big gap there from extra cover all the way around to deep point.
Oh, that's nicely bowled. Came back a little bit. He's doing these hard yards, Naveed, running into this very stiff breeze, which is what he did this morning. 2 balls away from completing his 15th over. Just watch this come back.
Yeah, similar to the dismissal of Harry Tector. Similar ball, similar length. Look, Tucker held his shape really well there. It was a thick inside edge, but because he was in a good position and he presented that straight bat, thick inside edge yielded a single. Now we've got Naveed against McBride, and I've got my wish around the wicket. I don't mind this if you can just get that angle into that middle and off stump and just take it away slightly around the wicket for the quick. Ramanullah Gurbaz keeping in test match debut. Let's have a look. Got short sleeve shirt, so he's forgot his laundry, I think. He's forgot his long sleeve shirt from yesterday. And he's forgot his keeping pads as well. He's obviously put his keeping pads in the laundry and he's brought his blue ones from the ODI and T20 arena. Slow service at the hotel.
It's a nice shot, but again, it just picks out a fielder. Couple off that over, 200 for 6. 64 overs gone, 200 for 6. Ireland lead by 45 now. Zio Rahman is continuing and about to start over number 23 for him. Economy rate is under 2. That's how well he has bowled. He's giving nothing away, Zio Rahman. When it's turning like this, you've just got to keep plugging away. Just keep veering your pace a little bit. That one was quite slow, that delivery. He's trying to give the ball as many revolutions as you possibly can. You never know, you might just get one, just a little bit of a puff of dust, like we saw a couple of times last night. There's a shout, big shout. Richard Kettleborough not budging at all.
Outside the line of off stump, I think. Lorcan Tucker once again on the sweep, on the paddle sweep. Played it effectively last over, picked up a boundary. Not much interest realistically around the bat from keeper, slip, short leg.
Well, they like it, but the man who matters doesn't. Wasn't the most conclusive of shouts, I must say.
Serious bounce. This ball really has bounced off just back of a length. Lorcan Tucker wanted to square cut, and you could understand so. Good keeping from Gurbaz, good hips, good hands. Let's have a look at the bounce on this ball. You mentioned, Hazy, just the odd ball to do. Look at that. Comfortably a foot or so over the stumps. Really good keeping from Gurbaz. That's lovely hands.
It's a maiden, 200 for 6. .52 top score. Sterling count for 49, and now Tucker not out 40 at this stage, so he's bound to be very determined. He's been there for a long time, 98 balls, bound to be very determined to make sure he kicks on here. He's got some support, as Niall O'Brien said. Darren McCarthy can certainly hold the willow. Young not so much. But McBride at the moment has got to provide as much support as he can for Tucker. As Matala now into the attack. So just the one over from Naveed. A little bit of off spin.
Whoa! Come on! Whoa!
Not sure why he's defending that, to be honest.
Should pick up a couple. McBride as well. I can only imagine, Hazy, that they're just going to switch ends and get Naveed, their Premier Quick, operating from the other end. He just had one over, that solitary over.
Yeah, that would be right. He deserves to have a go with the wind after all the work he's done into the breeze.
I'm just keeping an eye on him out. He's feeling at mid-on there, so I'm just keeping an eye on him. Has been going through some stretches. So I think Realistically, we'll see the quick from bowling with the wind.
Lovely, 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 lovely.
There is centre of screen there. It's Naveed with the headband. Oh, that's a very good delivery. They like that. Afghanistan are up in a big way. Will they review this? It's a very convincing appeal. How convincing? We'll find out if they send it upstairs.
I think it's hit the back pad. I don't think it's an outside edge. I think initially they were going for the cop behind. I reckon it just clipped that back pad and going on to miss the off stump. Cracking ball. McBride should have really been forward. He went back. It did turn. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, back pad. Where's it hit? That's the question. Has it hit in line? But it's turning on to go past the off stump. Great ball.
Bit of excitement on that over. 202 for 6.
Well, a sixth bowler used by Afghanistan's captain, calling himself into duty. Probing over as well, with the fact that the left-handed McBride is at the crease. His part-time off breaks. Doing something more than a part-time job. It is that change of ends that we heard our previous commentators, Niall O'Brien and Mike Haseman, speculate about. Tucker and McBride just starting partnership. Ireland will take every run that they can get here. Already have that lead. Would love for it to be a double figure lead, and shots like that, and oh dear, maybe not the greatest piece of fielding down on the boundary rope are going to help, as the lead is going to go past 50 with a boundary 4, as I say good afternoon to Devender.
Good afternoon, Andrew. Good afternoon to everyone tuning in to this broadcast at the moment. Ireland in ascendancy. 51 runs, that's the lead. Change of end, just drifting down the leg side. Fine clip there. Could have done slightly better. There's a tall man on the boundary. Gurbaz is not impressed with the fielding effort.
Yeah, certainly big adjustment for Ramanullah Gurbaz. Talking to him this morning before play, he said he's really enjoyed the change in rhythm, the change in pace, but it is going to take some adjustment for him. Has played some first-class cricket back in Afghanistan, but shot to prominence really through his exploits in the white ball game. Very, very special talent, though. Think of all the superstars that come through Afghanistan, you tend to think of bowlers. One more look at this. Good decision giving it not out for the cut behind, because it's flicked the pad. Would you have liked them to review for the LBW, or probably just outside the line?
That was just outside the off stump. And it was turning as well. Pitching in line, but it was certainly going to miss the off stump. Good call eventually by Hashmat to not go for the review. It's coming back to Gurbaz. Well, he's been playing domestic cricket. He's been playing a lot of white ball cricket across the globe. Has the experience of playing high quality oppositions as well. Width given and cashed on big time. Smashed away to the boundary for 4.
He's a very fine batter, is Andrew McBride. You have to remember, Ireland being 6 down, just a touch of a misnomer because of the fact they had Van Workum yesterday evening in as the night watchman. McBride would have been at 7. That's how much Ireland faith have in him. Ireland showed that faith in him for a reason. 2 Test match 50s. Himself and Mark Adair were part of a record partnership. 3 of Ireland's highest partnerships in their Test history have been for the 7th wicket. It's a lucky number for them, Ireland, number 7 in their short Test match history. And the one between McBride and Adair at Lord's was a very special one for Irish cricket. Both nearly got themselves on the honours board. Brian ended up being stranded, 86 not out, just 14 short. When he came up through the Irish youth grade systems, he was almost a batter who bowled a little. Now he's very much an international level, a bowler who bats, but for me I think he's an all-rounder.
And he has a significant role to play. A lot of turn available. Quick given again, smashed away again. Similar area, similar stroke for 4. 215 for 6.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think he's got a big role to play with bat and ball, doesn't he? If he can find a few more runs, then as the pitch starts to take a little more spin in the latter stages of this test, the ground staff have indicated from day 3 onwards they expect it to start to go. Such an asset for Ireland, Andrew McBride. McBride's all-round skills, no wickets in the first innings, but there's a nice start to his innings here. Finds his second boundary in his innings, a second in the over. Short wide and got right on top of the bounce. That's the thing I liked about this shot, Devender. Got it away. A lot of space out there to profit upon. For Shahidi, is he more than a part-time off-spinner?
Well, in white ball cricket, he's been breaking partnerships for his team. He's been helping in taking wickets at crucial junctures in the game as well in white ball cricket. But in red ball cricket, we haven't seen him bowl long spells. But this is an ideal surface to bowl, turn available. And one thing is for sure, once he gets into some kind of groove, he bowls accurately as well. With left-hand batsman at the crease, not a bad option.
He's actually yet to take a test wicket. 17 first-class wickets to his name. Coming at a good average, 32. You tend to get 2 types of captains, don't you, Devender? Those who bowl themselves too little. Those who bowl themselves too much. Shahidi may be the latter rather than the former.
Certainly has got the potential with the ball to make impression. And he's tossing the ball up as well. He's bowling accurately as well. Hits him on the pad. It's drifting down.
There's been a lot of appeals, hasn't there, over the last 35-40 minutes or so, particularly since the lunch break, but there hasn't been much of a willingness to burn their third and final review. You can understand why. That last one was going to definitely skid on and miss the leg stump. 68 bowled, 2-1-6 for 6.
Rapid development on the cricketing sense and rapid development across the country as well. That's in the capital city of Kabul, the capital of Afghanistan, the Belgul Plaza. And a lot of work has been done of late as well. Nice building, some renovation work of late. It's making giant progress. Wonderful parliament in the backdrop, and the Afghan flag is fluttering and is flying high as well. On the domestic front as well, when it comes to development on the cricketing landscape, at the same time across the country as well. Construction work. He has to continue. He's getting the ball to turn, and he's bowling accurately too.
Rahman has actually come back into the attack, hasn't he? Just that one over for Naveed. So Hashmatullah kind of searching for various options as Tucker. Well, he ends up lap sweeping this into his foot, and then great piece of anticipation from the fielder who saw him going that way, so ran around the corner to save the single. He's had a great time of things, hasn't he, Lorcan Tucker, in Test cricket? Naturally attacking. I know his strike rate's only in the 40s at the moment, but he's always coming at the bowler. He's always putting them under pressure.
It's and caught.
And taken at first slip. Played away from his body, didn't he, Devender? And that is going to be the end for Tucker. He's played so well, just talking about it. But I think he's going to feel as though that one he's given away.
Well, Afghanistan, they were feeling desperate about taking wicket in some fashion, making bowling changes, quick changes as well, desperation setting in. And then the bowler who's been bowling impressively throughout the game, finding a perfect delivery. Good low catch taken by Rahman Shah at slip, and Rahman is excited after getting that wicket of Lorcan Tucker, on the verge of getting his half century. He's out for 46. 216 for 7.
Markader in at number 9. Every time Ireland look as though they're getting a foothold of real positivity in the contest, they seem to lose a wicket. As Adair gets off the mark immediately with what should be a couple, and they're going to think about a third. And they will get there, so nice flourish for Adair to get off the mark. This was a very skillful piece of bowling by Zia Rahman to find the breakthrough. Does have that 88 to his name, Markader. Took a long time for him to warm up with the bats in international cricket. He made 30 odd on debut. And since then, he never got past that. This is why Adair is here. Very cleverly bowled.
The length, also the pace, getting the ball to turn. Lovely touch-up delivery, bite off the surface, and a good low catch by Rahman Shah. Jubilation for Afghanistan. Just before the beginning of play, they were happy to concede lead around 70 runs. Given the fact that the quality of batting that they possess, also not much of moisture in the pitch, they think that they can negate the fast bowlers better in the second innings when they come out to bat, the batters.
I feel like it's a critical error or two in the contest here overall. 69 ball, 219 for 7. Ireland have only had one test match lead before. That test match lead came in Lords against England, their old enemy. It was a test match lead of 122. It didn't prove to be nearly enough as they went down to 143 run defeat. England turned it all around. I think they'll want more than that if possible. But for Ireland to get past that 122 run lead they had over England, they'll need to double their lead with just their final 3 wickets in hand. McBride, Adair, McCarthy very much capable of doing that. Don't think of them as bowlers who bat a bit. They will all consider themselves all-rounders, and even Craig Young, by no stretch of the imagination, the worst. But an interesting change of bowling here. It's just going to be those 2 overs for Shahidi, because he now thinks the captain, with the lower order batters in, he's going to bring in his mystery spinner who can turn it both ways. Zahir Khan has been expensive at points. It shows Afghanistan really want these wickets.
But also taking a vital wicket of Paul Sterling. So he's been picked on promise than the current form, given the fact that he can produce those kind of outstanding deliveries to change the course of the game, can take 2 or 3 quick wickets as well. He's drifting down the leg side. Fieldsman around the bat at the moment. 1 or 2 wickets needed for his confidence as well.
Yeah, the challenge for Adair in particular here will be, is he going to pick Zahir Khan? So that's the leg break. That will turn back in to the right-hander. Adair likes to get on with it. He's a quality ball striker. I don't think he's going to die wondering here against Zahir Khan. That was the delivery you were talking about to Paul Sterling. Well, for me, as a former wrist spinner, that is the stuff of dreams. Paul Sterling hasn't done much wrong there. The key to that delivery, Devender, was the drop. And actually, the change of ends worked for him, because he's bowling into the breeze. So you forced it up into the wind, and then got it to drop. This time it's just flicked the pad. But that drop is something you dream of as a wrist spinner. Drift and drop, and then aided by the turn, it opened the key to the big wicket of Paul Sterling.
That was fantastic piece of bowling from the left-arm spinner, tossing the ball up in the air, getting a lot of drift and drop, and then creating that room that was required. Quick delivery.
Just a little flatter through the air. He's never very quick, is he? Still only 46, 47 miles an hour. But if you look at the position Adair got himself into here, he got himself in a tangle. And look at the turn. This is going to turn back sharply into him, and real fortune that he doesn't chop that on. Zahir Khan immediately looks much more threatening to the Irish lower order than he did the top, even though he has that big wicket of Sterling next to his name. That's the googly that I think McBride may have only picked off the pitch, not out of the hand.
A fraction shot as well, and he's bowling slow through the air as well, that giving extra time to the batsman to pick and make adjustment, late adjustment. What's an offer from Zahir Khan? Beautifully bowled. How did that miss the stumps?
Well, I think it's pretty clear that they're not picking Zahir Khan right now, as McBride rightly says no, it's missed everything. It's given his buys to close out the 70th. 2-2-4 for 7. Well, is there a case of this innings ending in a hurry right here? Because Ireland have just lost Lorcan Tucker, their last out-and-out batter. They're now into the all-rounders, or the bowlers who can bat in McBride, Adair and McCarthy and Young that will follow. And Zahir Khan, the left-arm wrist spinner, has caused all sorts of problems in the previous over. Both Adair and McBride very fortunate to survive. Just wonder, will these two try to counter-attack, try to score whilst they can? This was, well, as good a googly as you'll see. McBride has not picked it. It's gone straight through, and I have no idea how that's missed the leg stump. You have to love wrist spin.
Beautiful bowling from both the spinners now. Last couple of overs have been very, very good from Afghanistan. Again, good delivery. And that channel has been persisting with that area for quite some time. And has been rewarded as well. Bowling in that channel, 3 for 46. He's playing it off the surface. He's going back.
I think one of the challenges, particularly for Mark Adair here and Barry McCarthy, who will follow, both like pace on the ball. Aggression, and very good aggression from Mark Adair. Gets that right out of the middle. He is a clean ball striker, and he sweeps that powerfully for 4 to get to double figures.
Excellent connection this. Again, tossing it up against the tide, against the turn, but came from the middle of the bat. Nicely in control of the stroke. He's on to 10 of 10. Beautifully bowled, a magnificent delivery to end the over. 228 for 7, Ireland.
I suspect Mark Adair is going to try and counter-attack here. He's going to play his natural game. Hits the ball really firmly, would prefer the pace on it. He'd much prefer to be facing one of the 3 Afghan seamers that we've seen so far in this test match. But against spin, particularly in this format, he might just think I'm better to try and score boundaries whilst I can, rather than waiting for the one that has his name on it. Zahir Khan's contribution for the remainder of this first innings with the ball could end up dictating a lot of the fate of this test match. He could rattle through numbers 9, 10 and Jack here quite quickly with his mystique and his mystery to his left arm wrist spin. Andrew McBride right now has no idea which way this ball is turning.
Just get the ball in that channel. That's been challenged throughout the day for Zahir Khan. That was a magnificent delivery. Turn away from the left-hand batsman. Now drifting in line. That's been the problem throughout the day for Zahir Khan. Once again, crucial runs added from McBride.
One of the big options you have as a batter, if you're not 100% sure which way it's turning, get down and sweep. He's probably swept on line here rather than anything else, because it was into the leg stump. Gets enough of it to get a couple. Usually plays the ball nice and late, McBride. Again, he hasn't picked this. That's the googly. He's going to miss leg stump by a long way. Just a cursory appeal again. Because I think Zahir Khan knows that McBride isn't picking him, he's going to be tempted to bowl that googly 2, maybe even 3 balls per over. There it is, turning back in. It'll miss the leg stump, definitely. Big moments in the contest here. Because right now, McBride is being worked over by a quite lovely piece of wrist spin bowling. This is brilliant to watch from Zahir Khan.
Great contest developing. Gurbaz also chirping up with some words there. He's tossing the ball up, getting a lot of revs on the ball. And that will turn massively.
Yeah, one of the things you'll get at the pace that Zahir Khan bowls, if you compare him to Zahir or Rahman, he's probably about 10-12 miles an hour slower through the air. But as a consequence, if you can pitch it well, got to get the length right, you'll get good turn. Brian at the moment just surviving.
Well, earlier into his cricketing career, he used to bowl slightly quicker, then wanted to play test match cricket, so changed his pace drastically. Swept. Will collect a single. 232 for 7.
Yeah, that challenge of what pace to bowl as a wrist spinner in particular isn't an easy thing to manage across formats. He just played the one ODI back in 2019 and he's had 4 T20Is since then. But managing that, particularly doing the most difficult art in our sport in the form of wrist spin, is not easy. Every single run that Ireland can add to extend their current 77-run lead, well, it could be worth its weight in gold. Curtis Camphor, who I spoke to at the lunch break, was saying that they weren't even thinking about a first Test match victory yet. All they were thinking about was over by over, almost session by session, trying to stay in front. He acknowledged that Ireland were in front for now. There's so much cricket to be played across the course of the coming days. Ireland have got into a few good positions in some of their tests thus far. Shahidi comes back into the attack. Change of ends for him too. There's a long way from being in a good position defender to winning a Test match.
And also it will be interesting to see how Afghanistan approach. Their approach against the spin bowling will be critical, because in white ball cricket they look to attack. Here the challenge will be different. How well they play spin defensively. That will be a significant factor. Which way the Test match will turn, because that's the beauty of the format. You can come back into the contest even from a precarious position. There's always possibility of coming back into the contest, but will they be able to play defensively well? One area, that's where they will feel comfortable, the seam movement.
There's so much to love about this format, and that's why the Irish players have been so vocal about wanting to play as much of it as they possibly can. It's very close to 4 years out of this format, despite having the status for it. The reasons were very well publicised as to why. But I think if you look at the 9 sides that are in the Test Championship, and then the 3 that have Test status outside of it in Ireland, Afghanistan and Zimbabwe, as Tina Moeo said earlier, it's really important that those 3 try to find a way to play as much red ball Test cricket against each other as possible, because they don't have that benefit of the regularity of the schedule of the World Test Championship that the top 9 sides do have. And that's what makes Test matches like this all the more interesting, all the more enthralling. As we get to the drinks break, Ireland have a lead of 78. It's 233 for 7.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
We are here at the Abu Dhabi cricket ground in United Arab Emirates. That's Khos Chapa Canal in Afghanistan, in Balkh province. A lot of desert land around. The focus has always been on structuring, giving more opportunities for economic development in the northern part of Afghanistan. So, a diversion of water, the Amu River, and the circling around 285 kilometers. That's covering around 500,000 hectare land to convert it from desert to green. And that's what the nature of the country is well, but that's the situation. That's where they find themselves at the moment. Ireland leading by 78 runs. 3 wickets to fall today. Early wicket for Naveed Jadran, bowling into the breeze, getting the early success for the team to set the tempo. Then a peach of a delivery from Jair Khan, who was erratic before that. Moment arrived at the stroke of lunch, and then magnificent piece of bowling once again from Ziaur Rahman, who's been bowling superbly well. Nijat bowling 12 overs without tasting any success, got the ball to reverse. 3 wickets for Naveed into his second test match, and wicket for Jair Khan, that critical wicket of Paul Sterling.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of nice deliveries again, particularly that one to get rid of Paul Sterling. That was a beauty. And Ziaur Rahman's done an outstanding job. Keeps twirling away. Here he goes again. So Ireland lead by 78 runs at the moment. We'll be talking about leading by 3 figures. That would have been a bit of a discussion at some stage. And of course, they do have a little bit of batting to come. But when there's some tweakers around the place of high quality, which we're seeing now on a track that's responsive, things can happen fairly quickly. Advancing down the track, that's nicely driven. That's superbly controlled for 4. All along the carpet. Nice work. It's one of the few times we've seen a batsman leave his crease.
I'm happy when I see the batsman leave his crease, because I think they're going to have to do a lot of this second time around. Both teams. It's got right to the pitch. Hasn't allowed the ball to turn anywhere. Nicely executed.
Yeah, it was a fine shot now. Because of that shot, mid-on has been put a little bit deeper, probably by about 10-15 yards. In case he decides maybe to loft. Been there for a while, McBrien.
Interesting conversation going on there, I think. Letting people know maybe what's going through the bowler's mind. Ziaur Rahman changing the field. Leg slip goes into the cover ring.
What he's trying to do there is just leave a little bit of a gap through extra cover to try and get him to work a little bit straighter.
Well bowled, yeah, mashallah.
Guess I said I like seeing batsmen use their feet in these kind of situations, but I didn't say why. Straight away there was a change in the field. Mid-on went back. Next ball shorter, easier to deal with for the batsman.
Yeah, nice, yeah. Lovely.
Now he's back on track again. Doesn't take him long. Ziaur Rahman and plugging away that really good tidy line and length. Going to drag that from well outside the line of off stump. 237 for 7. Look at the work so far in this one-off test match. Afghanistan again having problems batting first in their first innings. It's always been, not always, but fairly frequently been an issue for them. Only 155 on this occasion. Ireland doing a pretty good job. 237 for 7. Zahir Khan. That is superbly bowled. There was quite a bit of bat involved there as well. What's the captain going to do here? Quite a bit of discussion around things. Is he going to set this up? Someone's very keen, that's for sure. Lots of chat saying eagerness to have a look.
Yeah, he wasn't convinced, Hashmat, and that's why. Thick inside edge. The look on Markade's face when he was looking at Ramanullah Gurbaz when he was appealing lets you know.
I mentioned the fact that they've got to 237 for 7. Now, that's the bottom half, actually, for Ireland, who has done the job here. Not for the first time. 7 out of 15 occasions, Ireland's bottom half of the batting order has outscored the top half. That tells a bit of a story. It's dragged. That's a very good shot. Good connection. Nice work from Adair.
Yeah, well executed. What's so good about this is he's picked the line very quickly, outside the line of the off stump. And he knows that there's a fielder just behind square. So he's extended the arms and made sure he's forced it in front. And there's no fielder at all. Mid-wicket has now just been asked to go back on the boundary because of that stroke. Just opens up the onside for him.
Do get that 100-run lead, which looks like it's going to happen with 14 runs only to get to be there. It is a psychological blow. General consensus in Test match cricket, if a side has a 100-run lead after both teams have batted once, and they've got a seriously good chance of going on and capitalising, providing any bad weather is going to intervene, which ain't going to happen in Abu Dhabi. We're not going to see any rain here. Any vicious thunderstorms? See any weather forecasts suggesting that, Tino?
No, I haven't. I think what we had this morning is the closest we're going to get to that. Lots of cloud cover.
I was going to say, what was that, a shower?
And it's dissipated, as you can see.
Being nice and positive. I was reading a shower in the bathroom, for those who didn't quite pick that up. 242 for 7. Afghanistan will be really keen to try and wrap this up as quick as they possibly can. Brian's been there for some time for his 23. He was fairly cautious when Tucker was with him, because Tucker was going on at one stage pretty well, and then he went into his shell. And another batsman didn't capitalise. 49, 52, 32 for Tector, and now 46 for Tucker. So it's been a bit of a common thread, that. Batsmen getting really good starts and getting themselves in very good positions and not going on to get scores which are going to make a major difference in this test match.
Interesting technique from Markaday. We saw that RBW shout in the previous over to a ball that was rather full as well as that last one. He definitely prefers playing off the back foot.
Well, that's fairly adjacent. Yep, up goes that finger. So he's picked up another wicket. He keeps going and going, Zia Ur Rahman. They're going to have a little bit of a chat. I think that's pretty adjacent. I'm not sure that's going to be worth having a look at, although, mind you, I suppose they've got one they can use and hope about.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision is out. Check the front foot and the back foot, and they're both legal deliveries. Move to front on first, please.
Step up. There we go.
Out. Looks like it's missed the bat. I'll check the dot edge, please. Go off edge now. Going through. Yeah. Flat line there.
I'll let you know when it's ready.
Okay. Keep it going right through to the pad.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
Go back, go back, go back. Go back.
There we go. Yep. We'll go to ball tracking when ready.
There we go.
Reggie's decision is out. Impact in line. That's hitting the wickets. Go back on field. Adrian, you stick.
Up goes that dreaded digits. Mark Adair has got about 10 paces to go before he crosses the line. That's what he thought was going to happen. Goes for 15, 242 for 8 now. Barry McCarthy did a very tidy job with the ball. Kept running into the breeze yesterday, getting a little bit of swing away. He's a wholehearted performer. That's something you've got to admire about any cricketer, so I'm sure he's going to provide the same sort of application with a bat in hand, although he's not going to have the skill of the guys ahead of him. He'll have his work cut out because Zia Rahman's got 4 wickets now. We're still 2 to go.
I'll expect that Zia Rahman will continue from here on in. A couple of wickets left in the innings. It's Barry McCarthy's first-class career. A bit of drift. There's a wind that's just picked up in the last couple of minutes. And that's what's just aided the ball to drift back in as much as it has. This is the dismissal confirmation of Mark Adair's departure. He's gone on the sweep shot, played it well the over before, this time picked the wrong line.
It's been a long vigil from Zia Rahman. He picked up those 2 wickets last night, and he's 12 away all day today, and he's picked up 2 now, today. So he certainly deserves a 5-wicket haul. So he's gone, now he's bowling into that wind, which is what spinners like to do. They get a little bit of extra drift. The revolutions on the ball again. Also, the ball just takes a little bit longer at times to get towards the batsman. And that's a wicket maiden. 242 for 8. So just Craig Young to come. asked Niall O'Brien about Craig Young and his batting ability, and he said he's number 11. Quote, end of quote. There he is.
One for 57 for Zahir in his 12. Hasn't been as effective as his spin bowling colleague, but he's done a job as well. He's got an opportunity here just to close up the innings. It's going to be interesting to see how Andy McBride is going to approach his innings from here.
It's the wrong one, well outside the line of off stump. They hadn't played a shot at it, might be half a chance, but not with playing a strong forward defence. No chance.
Yeah, he's got the big stride in. And it struck him quite well outside the line of the off stump as well.
That around the corner, nice and fine. That's going to go for 4. That's well played. I think he has no choice. He's got to be nice and aggressive here. McBride try and pick up as many runs as he possibly can. That lead is in the 90s now.
Yeah, this is sensible. Minimum of fuss, realizes that acres of space behind square on the leg side. That look is because he knew if he had missed that, then he was pretty adjacent, but he got enough bat on it. Just moving the score along nicely.
Looks like the ball needs a bit of a haircut. They've got everything these days. Now clipper. All sorted now.
And that's the shout earlier on the over. He's pressed a long way forward, got himself outside the line of the ball. The off stump, I beg your pardon. He's looked quite good. I've enjoyed the way he's gone about his innings. Just don't know if he should be leaving 3 balls to his partner to have to take care of.
Noticeable that both mid-on and mid-off have just gone a little bit deeper, both of them, in case he looks to go down the ground, and it's a bit of a miss-hit. There you can see just a fraction deeper than what they'd normally be. Particularly the man at mid-on. He's got his line right at the moment. It's a difficult art to bowl, left arm unorthodox bowler. If you get it right, you can certainly get some serious rewards.
The one thing he's got to do, which we all know, is get that ball as high as possible to the low order batsman. They just cannot help themselves, but once they see a bit of air, they try and get after it. That's better. Still got a nice attacking field in. Slip, leg slip, catcher under the helmet. In front of square.
That's better. Nice bit of flight on that occasion. 7 off the over, 249 for 8. Going to be a couple of top order batsmen for Afghanistan. I'll be thinking about the work that they've got to do, presumably fairly soon. Still got 44 overs remaining in the day's play, so we've got pretty much half a day to go. Getting close towards the three-figure lead now, Ireland. And a couple of guys at the top of the order, Noor Ali, Ramat Shah, Ismatola. Missed out with a bat. Gabaz as well, Jamal also. So quite a few guys not getting going at the top of the order for Afghanistan. There's only Ibrahim who did anything, 53. Got that 50 and 72 balls. He was going on at a nice rate. But he's going to need some mates, I think, in the second dig.
Fielders all around the bat now. Selimirov goes in under the helmet as well. Quick single, gets off strike. Now, I think that mid-on just needed to be a little bit tighter because they've taken the mid-wicket out. So there's lots of space there to the right of him, and that's where he's just maneuvered that ball into.
Interesting to see Naveed was the man that actually just fielded that delivery. He's just starting to loosen up a little bit. He's now gone to a long off position. That's because presumably the new ball is due very soon. He's got himself 3 wickets at the moment, 3 for 58, so he'd dearly love to pick up the last couple and get a fifer. He's doing all sorts of stretches which you and I couldn't do. Tino?
He's definitely coming back on very soon. Come back for 2. Oh, is there trouble? Is there trouble? He looks quite confident himself the way he's got up, though. Andy McBride.
Yeah, not a great deal of enthusiasm from Afghanistan, which is always a bit of an indicator. Lead now 97. We have to wait and see what happens with this. Safely home by some distance in the end. Just a little bit too much movement by Gabaz required. The ball was, if it was right over top of the stumps, he might have found himself. No, he still would have been okay. It's amazing how much ground a desperate batsman can make. By the time the ball gets in the keeper's gloves, by the time those bails are out of the grooves. So 98 is the lead now.
Just another couple to get to that 100 lead. Psychological. Always to get that 3-figure mark ahead of your opponents in the first innings. Had to put the dive in the end.
Remember, Ireland have to bat last on this surface as well, so it's important. It's 253 for 8. Two overs to go before they can take that second new ball. And it looks like that's what's going to happen. Give those spinning fingers from Izzy or Rahman a little bit of a breather. They'll be getting a little bit tired, I would imagine, all the work that he's been doing. Zahir Khan it is to start his over number 14. Didn't pick that last minute, had to just adjust his blade.
Yeah, he masks it quite well. We've seen A lot of these Irish batsmen get bamboozled by his wrong un. One thing he's done is pitch it consistently on that leg stump, so that can help you as a batter to try and pick that ball.
Three-figure lead.
And Afghanistan will just feel a little bit further away because of that 1 run, 100-run lead. Just be feeling the pressure to try and just wrap this innings up as quickly as possible.
Just turn back a little bit of extra bounce as well. One thing that's certain is that they're going to have to get a very good start with the bats. Afghanistan going to have to play really well right at the start of their innings to make sure, because this deficit's got to be chipped away at.
Oh my God.
Yeah, a bit too much height in that one. I think it pitched in line, and the line in terms of the stumps was okay. A bit of discomfort for the batsman, making sure that everything's in order and he's comfortable. Bit of a chat between the two spin operators in this Afghanistan team.
And now it's their turn just to slow things down a little bit as well. That's a friendly full toss that hasn't been put away by the big fella.
Now you've got to be looking to put those away, surely. Again, it can be that mindset. Are you thinking if the ball's there for me to hit, I'm looking to do so? Or am I just batting and holding up an end and hoping that Andy McGrine at the other end can do the scoring?
A bit of a shout this time. More enthusiastic, but unmoved. There's a little bit of a discussion. It's not an animated one. He is going. The last minute decided to go upstairs and have a look.
TV umpire director, a review for LBW. Original decision is not out. I've checked the feet, it's legal delivery, front on first, please. Yeah, I just have Ultra Edge confirm that bat. Yeah, clear gap between bat and ball, and we'll go to ball tracking when ready. Original decision's not out. Impact in line. Wickets missing. Go back on field.
Yeah, that's why the discussion wasn't animated. They're a little bit concerned that was going to be sliding down. He gets that wrong and to go a bit. Zahir Khan, they are now done with their reviews, as are Ireland. Persisting with it, 256 for 8.
Ireland leading by 101, and in the context of this one-off test, that's huge. Really good performance today from Ireland. They've lost 4 wickets, but they've added 156 runs, so pretty good job thus far. McBride showing his capabilities. Good contributions through the order from Sterling and Tucker, and even Markadaire's 15, very useful. The 80th over. Might be the last spin for a while, potentially. Because you're loving life.
I'm quite happy, yes. I'm pretty happy for Ireland as well. Let's have a look at that LBW shout in the last over. And Andy McBride, goodness me, he just hasn't picked Zahir Khan at all, has he?
Yeah, it's very full. Should really be covering that. Turns a long way. Has got a couple to really rip. Must be gone. Absolute right in front. And a fifer. A really well-deserved fifer here in Abu Dhabi. Zia Rahman. A cracker.
Well, if the LBW in the previous over was an optimistic one in terms of an appeal, this was absolutely dead. McCarthy going back, playing French cricket, really. That's hitting the middle of middle stump. Easy decision, that one, for Adrian Holstock. And 5 wickets for Zia-ur-Rahman. Barry McCarthy out for 5. Ireland 256 for 9. Craig Young in at number 11. The lead 101 for Ireland. He's got 3 balls to survive in this over. This is Test match debut, so that's his first-class career. You can see nothing really to write home about. I should say email these days, shouldn't I?
Snapchat, TikTok, WhatsApp.
And Craig Young gets his first runs, or run, in Test match cricket.
Praise the umpires in this match so far. I think they've done a really good job, because there's been a lot happening. They've made some really good decisions, and this is just one of the easiest you'll get, Adrian Holstock. Yeah, Barry McCarthy. Yeah, I'm out. Off I go.
5 wickets for Zia-ur-Rahman, the 8th time an Afghanistan bowler has taken 5 wickets in a Test innings. 7 of those have been spinners. Rashid Khan 4 times, Amir Hamza twice, the left-arm spinner, and another left-arm spinner now. The other one, Nijat Masood. He's the odd man out, the only seamer for Afghanistan to have taken a 5-wicket haul in Test match cricket. That's a lovely shot, good use of the feet. Something that Niall O'Brien has been advocating. Well, Andy McBride listening to the call. 80 overs gone then. 261 for 9.
Ireland leading by 106, and McBride with just Craig Young alongside him is going to have a bit of fun. I don't mind that at all. I think McBride's got all the ability in the world. Good timer, good aggressive batter. So Ireland, in the context of a low-scoring test match, are in a very, very strong position. Something we haven't said a great deal of times in their short test match career to date.
Bismillah Jan Shinwari, fourth umpire. A little bit of banter between him and Richard Kettleborough. And the new ball taken as soon as it's due. The last ball before the new ball was due, this happened.
Yeah, I've been asking, as you mentioned, Brian, for players to get down the surface, especially against finger spin. I understand when you're facing mystery, you're not quite picking it. McBride hasn't picked Zahir Khan, but against finger spin, get down the surface when the ball goes above the eye line. Field was in. It's a relatively safe stroke. New ball. Naveed.
And getting the opportunity to operate with the wind now from the northern end. What did I say? The middle of middle stump. Yep, spot on.
Thanks, Hawk. That must have been difficult. Absolutely plumb in front. One of the easier ones for Adrian Holstock.
See the headband for Naveed. Of course, we just saw a moment ago Jonathan Trott and his fast bowling coach Hamid Hassan. Hamid Hassan, that was one of his trademarks.
Great to see Hamid Hassan in the coaching department for Afghanistan cricket, one of the most respected figures to have ever represented Afghanistan in the international arena. Always at good pace and a great heart towards everything that was to do with Afghanistan cricket.
It's a nice looking shot from Craig Young, and a yes, no, excuse me between the two batters.
Lovely stroke from Craig Young. Well, there shouldn't be a miscommunication because they're both from Derry or thereabouts, the northwest of Ireland, so they should have that clear communication. Craig Young from Breedy, Andrew McBride from Donamana, two hotbeds of Irish cricket, really produced a lot of top-class cricketers down the years. So look at this seam position. Yeah, pretty good, pretty nice. Bit of wobble on the way through to Ramanullah Gurbaz.
So one ball remaining in this over. Can Craig Young survive? Give McBride an opportunity to further Ireland's cause. Oh, that's a waste. A shout of frustration from the bowler. The end of the over, the first with the new ball, and Ireland 261 for 9. He's talking of Hamid Hassan. Of course, it was in this country that he suffered a knee injury that really changed his career. He was playing for an associate and affiliate 11 against England at the ICC Academy. Was running to field a ball back towards the boundary, leapt over the advertising boards, landed awkwardly, twisted his knee, and his career was really never the same after that. Ireland began the day at 100 for 4. It's a useful lead now in the context of a relatively low-scoring match. One thing you'd have to say, though, Niall O'Brien, is that from Afghanistan's perspective, they will take heart from the fact that batting certainly hasn't looked impossible on this surface, has it? Far from it.
No, it's played, albeit there's been a bit of spin, it's played quite nicely. I think it's actually played better today than it did yesterday. But that lead of 106, you can't help but think it's a very, very healthy number. Now, this is interesting, how Andrew McBride plays this situation, Mergers, because he's got a slip and a backward point save and giving a single. Only 2 players saving singles. So will McBride take one and expose Craig Young? Yeah, he will. He's got to trust Craig Young. Now just watch the field just convolute themselves around the bat and say to Craig Young, you've got nowhere to go, we're going to smother you.
Yes, it's an interesting decision, that. I guess there were 2 ways that McBride could have gone there, as we see Zia-ur-Rahman operating with the new ball. Could have looked to try and farm the strike, but no, he's got that faith in Young.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult for Craig Young to score any kind of runs here, son. We'll just see how the next few overs play out with McBride against spin. If Young can survive, whether he changes that ploy, second slip comes in. So if Young wants to be aggressive, there's oceans of room leg side. I'm not sure Ireland really want Andy McBride just taking a single off the first ball of each over and going along at 1 and over, 2 and over.
Well, that's not ideal. A little bit of loose thread on the ball. It's only 8 balls old.
Well ball, Zia.
Got to give a lot of credit to Andy McBride for the way he's played today, because he's really struggled against the left arm wrist spinner Zahir Khan, but he's stuck in there. And that 37 in the context of this match is a fine performance. Again, just 1 ball left in the over for Young to survive. End of the over to 62 for 9. Thankfully, the cloud that we had at the start of the day today has dissipated. There was a little bit of rain, just some light drizzle. Spinners doing the lion's share of the bowling. 2 left armers, the orthodox finger spinner and the wrist spinner. And on top of that, Hashmatullah Shahidi with his occasional off spin. The new ball, 3 slips. In fact, I was going to say 3 slips in a gully, but the gully's now coming out and going to mid-wicket, so it's 2 slips in a gully. In fact, mid-wicket is now going out to deep square leg.
That's not what Andrew McBride wants. He either wants to put bat to ball with real vigour and venom and try and thrash a few boundaries, or else just let the bowler wear himself down. Don't want to just have a soft dismissal here. Sweepers, deep backward point. The only man on the offside. That's not what Andrew McBride wants. He wants to either flay that ball through that point region. There is a lot of protection, as you mentioned, left of screen on the leg side. Decent result for Afghanistan, that. Craig Young up against the Premier Quick with a new rock.
There is that consolation, though, isn't there, Niall? The fact that, as I say, the surface hasn't looked impossible to bat on. So Afghanistan, they've got players who are quite capable of getting big scores.
Yeah, and you also got to understand, Brian, the Ireland bowling attack is a much different bowling attack than Afghanistan. Ireland's bowlers are going to try and swing the ball. Will we see the same extravagant swing we saw yesterday? Probably not. In the middle of the afternoon, the heat, and they haven't got that wrist spinner, and they haven't got a left-arm spinner as good as Zia-ur-Rahman. Thick inside edge onto the pad. So actually, if you're an Afghanistan batter, it's top order batter, someone like Rahmat Shah, who's sitting on a pair, just thinking, you know what, I'm seeing enough here to give me the confidence that we can go out as an Afghanistan batting unit, chop this lead down, lead of 108, chop this lead down by the end of play, and then go into day 3 in a really strong position. So I would be, although behind the game, Afghanistan, confident that your side can get themselves back into a prominent position. Pull shot missed out. So I think the game is so nicely poised. It often is. When you get a low-scoring game, a relatively low-scoring game, 155 plays, 263 for 9, it does give a team the opportunity to claw their way back into the contest as opposed to a high-scoring, slower-paced game. So this game is moving along beautifully.
And Afghanistan will be encouraged by the fact they're, hopefully from their perspective, going to be bowling last, with Zia having bowled so well so far.
Yeah, great point, but they also need to give the bowlers a bit of a rest. Okay, they've only bowled 82 overs, but they were out there yesterday afternoon. They're still out there now today. So they need to give their bowlers a chance to rest and recuperate. Not just fast bowlers, Brian. The spin bowlers need to rest. Need to rest the fingers, shoulders, body rotation. So the batters have such a big job to, not just to get their side into a position where they can roll Ireland, most realistically late on day 3 into day 4, but give their boys a bit of a chance to rest up.
Craig Young survives again, as do Ireland. 263 for 9. Match was originally due to take place at the Zayed Cricket Stadium next door, but it's been shifted here because the Abu Dhabi Department of Education and Knowledge has selected the Zayed Cricket Stadium and the surrounds for the Abu Dhabi Schools Sports Championship. Starts tomorrow, so it's been a hive of activity around here. All sorts of building work and various items being put together for that event that's starting tomorrow on St David's Day, the National Day of Wales.
St. David's Day. And Paddy's Day is around the corner as well. We'll celebrate in style in Dubai. Or Sharjah for the white ball contingent of this series, this tour. You'll join me for a lemonade on St. Patrick's Day, won't you?
Just a half.
Half a lemonade for my learned friend here. I won't have a half.
Yeah, you can have my half plus another whole one for yourself.
Yes, St. Patrick's Day. Drove away the snakes.
It's one up in the air. Oh, what a good catch that was in the end by Naveed. Nijat into the attack and takes a wicket. And that's the end of the Ireland innings. That really was a terrific catch, though, because the ball was swirling in the air. Naveed had to turn and make ground and got both hands to it. Super effort.
Yeah, great catch. Good support for his fellow fast bowler. Caught by Naveed, bowled by Nijat, but Andy McBride played well there. That's a good hand, 38. Coming in late down the order, that's very, very useful. Ireland 263 all out with a lead of 108. They've scored 163 runs today for the loss of 6 wickets. So you would say pretty decent day's performance so far from Ireland. For Afghanistan, they've kept themselves in this contest through some terrific work, it must be said, by their spinner Zia-ur-Rahman, who picked up 5 for 64. 6 wickets in the best part of 2 sessions. Pretty good work from Afghanistan.
So from 100 for 4 at the start of the day, who would be happier, Niall?
I think Ireland would be happy with the lead, 108 run lead. They've lost 6 wickets for 163 runs. Some of those wickets being the lower order. So I think for Ireland, excellent so far from Ireland. They've put themselves in a really prominent position. It's unknown territory really for this Ireland side to be, I'll call it dominating the test match. Not dominating from start to finish. They've had the moments, Afghanistan, but for Ireland they're in a really strong position right now.
Ireland 263 all out then. And that's a lead of 108. Tee will be taken now. And after the tea break, the Afghanistan second innings will get underway. So here we are, Ireland 100 for 4 overnight. Paul Stirling got a half century. Harry Tector didn't add to his overnight score. Then good contributions from Tucker, McBride and Adair. And Zia-ur-Rahman picking up a 5-wicket haul, the 8th 5-wicket haul for Afghanistan in Test match cricket, and the 7th by a spinner. Let's go downstairs now and see who Devinder's got with him.
Well, I've been joined by 2 players who made significant contribution with ball in hand, spin and fast ball in combination. First of all, congratulations to you, Zia-ur-Rahman, for 5-wicket haul in Test match cricket. And how did you enjoy bowling in these conditions?
Thank you. First of all, I want to say thank you to my Allah. Yeah, it's a great feeling to get 5 wickets in my second match. Navida, porong ko chumota khabare kare which partnership ko bowling ki. Umaga se wushu porun na mauta sarvili o porun ham partnership mauta kare nan be ham umaga se wushu no sanga bowling le khwan wakhis sa kana.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ma होता तो वो ले चे इंशाल्लाह ma होता ऊपर नसीब को हम हाँ हवा च ma होता पर नसीब हो मौका होता 5 विकेट वास्ते दर तो मुबारक थी विडर.
ما بالینګ د خوند واخیسته
او تا بالینګ نه خوند واخیسته تای ما بالینګ نه خوند واخیست
ما خو پرون بالینګ د خوند واخیسته ډېر ښه بالینګ دی وکړه ویری ویل پلیډ او ان شاء الله چې نیکسټ انینګز راځي هغه کې به هم ښه بالینګ کوو او ورسره هغه تا چې کوم بیټینګ دغه به نه هېرې ګوره
او ان شاء الله بس ما او تا به ان شاء الله بیا په خپر نصیب کو ان شاء الله بیټینګ او بالینګ دواړه به ان شاء الله
لاست میچ کیچ بره کې دي سوای
دا خو ما چې څومره هغه کاغه بده دی خو وړو شاته شوم بس لاسو کې خخ شو بس
ښه کیچ دی ونه
بس مننه ژوند thank you my son
Jia, talking about the current situation of the team, you're trailing big deficit conceded to the opposition. How do you think that, do you have enough ammunition in the batting department to get into the game and probably win it?
I think we bowled very well and the wicket is not that much turning or swinging. So we're going to back ourselves to get some more runs on the board. So it's fine scores. So we're going to do our best.
Thank you, Jia, and thank you, Naveed. We enjoyed
so much.
watching you bowl. Thank you very much. That's
so
all from the ground.
Thank you.
Zia Rahman and also Naveed Zadran. 8 wickets between them. There's confirmation of the bowling figures. A wicket apiece for Nijat. We've got that last wicket to go down, and the left-arm wrist spinner, Zahir. Let's have a look at some session highlights here. Lorcan Tucker, very nice contribution from him. Andy McBride, as I say, a gutsy effort from the left-hander because he really struggled against the left-arm wrist spin. That was disappointing as far as Tucker was concerned, on the cusp of a half-century. Just followed that ball as it turned. Good use of the feet from McBride. Adair with a very effective, strong sweep. Tried to repeat the dose to Zia. That was a straightforward decision for Adrian Holstock. It was a very easy decision, with McCarthy sent on his way. With number 11 for company, McBride looked to be aggressive, but in the end he took one risk too many, and this was a really good catch by Naveed Zadran running back at mid-off. So this is how we stand after 2 innings of this one-off test match between Afghanistan and Ireland. Ireland leading by 108 on first innings. And we'll go for the tea break now and be back when play resumes.
Welcome back. We are just over the halfway mark of day 2 of this one only test between Afghanistan and Ireland. Live from the Tolerance Oval in Abu Dhabi. We've actually got 37 overs remaining of the day's play, so there's still plenty of time for some action for the remaining time in day 2. Let's have a look at the match summary so far so we can get everyone up to speed as to where we are. Afghanistan batting first and again having that problem with their first innings, 155 all out. Ibrahim played really nicely with 53 off 83. Adair was outstanding with 5 for 39. Camphor picked up a couple and Young also. And Ireland in reply, 263, Sterling 52, 49 for Tucker and 46. And Zia Rahman in his second test match, 5 for 64. And Naveed 3 for 59. Najat picked up 1 and Zahir 1 for 67. And Afghanistan troll by 108 runs. So that's the match summary at the moment. Now, of course, this trophy that the teams are playing for is a very special trophy. Sometimes we don't notice the trophies as much as we should. You will notice this one.
The ACB has always strived hard to innovate and create unique trophies for all the events hosted by the ACB. Trophy represent the Afghan nation's love for the game of cricket and its deep roots in the game of cricket. It also indicates that the game of cricket is a source of joy for the Afghan. The whole motive behind the unique trophies is to demonstrate Afghanistan's art, artistry, culture and rich heritage that the country possesses. The trophy for the one-off test match against Ireland has been made from different elements, which is included the renowned and very famous Afghan precious stones, Rukham, as well as Afghan lapis lazuli. The upper body of the trophy is made from metal, which is shaped as wicket stumps and bells, and the whole structure has been creatively incorporated as the shape of the Afghanistan's famous dry fruit pine nuts cones. I would love to take this trophy back home on the back of some good performance by the Afghanistan team in this match. However, if that doesn't happen, Ireland is also a close friend of Afghanistan when it comes to cricket and has a rich history of playing with Afghanistan. I would say it would be a win-win solution for us in both cases.
Yeah, nice, very nice trophy, that's for sure, and it's on the line at the moment. There's no doubts that Ireland have the upper hand at the moment. Afghanistan trailing by 108 runs after both teams have batted once. Conditions are certainly starting to favour the spin bowling a little bit more than we perhaps expected at this stage. We saw a couple of deliveries that turned sharply last night to pick up a couple of wickets from Zia Rahman, who went on to get 5 for 64. So his performance in just his second test match of 30 overs has been quite outstanding. Naveen picking up 3 for 58 as well. Noor Ali Zadran is going to be opening the batting as well. Missed out in the first egg. He was there were a couple of interesting situations. He was bowled off LBW off a no ball and then had to continue. Then there was a review as well and continued, and eventually it was picked up by Mark Adair, 27 years of age. He was brilliant in the first innings, Mark Adair. Really bowled beautifully, those 5 for 39. And just the third Irish bowler to pick up a 5-wicket haul in test matches. Righto, Niall O'Brien, what are your thoughts here?
Thoughts in game on. Really healthy lead, 108. So Ireland will know. Get into that top order early. Ramat Shah next in, he's sitting on a pair. So get some early inroads with that new Kookaburra in Mark Adair's hand. Got 3 slips and a gully. Pitch it up. Let's see if it swings again. That's what Mark Adair and Andrew Balbirnie will be saying. Keep Afghanistan behind the 8 ball as long as possible.
Righto, here we go. Brand new crisp noise that hits that bat. Just a warm-up delivery, very close to 130 k's per hour. But that will be the big difference, the swing that Ireland will get compared to virtually no swing really from Afghanistan. They had to rely on their spinners, a little bit of reverse at one stage, bowling with a nice breeze to Adair. Get the ball going away from the right-hander, 3 slips in the gully.
Well, the really interesting passage will be this new ball. Will the ball swing? We saw it swing massively yesterday. Mark Adair had the ball hooping around corners. Barry McCarthy swung it. Craig Young and Curtis Camphor. The ball swung for the entirety of the Afghanistan innings. If the ball continues to move, the techniques and the temperament of Afghanistan will be tested.
Quite liked also about one or two of the interviews that we did have. Also, they spoke about how well they looked after the ball and how important that is for them to make sure that all the quicks get an opportunity to swing it, because they have that ability to do that. The wind bustling as it is at the moment is not the easiest thing sometimes for bowlers. Some guys don't like it right at their backs. Sometimes they tend to run in a little bit too fast or maybe overstep a little bit. It can also blow some guys off their rhythm a little bit. Oh, that's nicely bowled past that outside edge.
Well, there's the answer. Stand that seam up and let the ball and the pitch do the talking. This is absolute Jaffa. Look at the seam position. Beautiful. Batter has to play, because if it doesn't swing, it's going to cannon. Oh, yeah. Just feeling, as an opening bat, you just want a bit of bat and ball. The slips, the waiting. 3 and 1 behind the bat. Beautiful time. He just saw a single, but Ibrahim Zadran, who we spoke about pre-match, Hazy, his technique was so good against a moving ball, both swing and seam. He was so on point with his foot movement. Can't be the same can't be said for Noor Ali in the first innings. He was a little bit all at sea, poking and prodding and back coming across some second or third slip from time to time.
Yeah, Ibrahim Zadran got 53 in the first innings. Noor Ali got 7. Rahmat Shah, who's such a key player, didn't get off the mark. Ismatullah only got 20. So they had their problems right at the top. Barnes also didn't get going. First over done. 1 for none. Presume that won't be the order. Rahmat Shah will come in at number 3, I would think, as Matala after him, and then probably Gobaz. So he'll just slide down a couple, though he has opened, of course, a lot in the white ball stuff. On debut, Gobaz needs to play well in the second innings. Wholehearted Barry McCarthy. He's going to have the hard yards to do into this strong wind. Just a little bit leg side initially. That's worked away. The outfield's nice and fast. Chases on. Beautifully fielded. That is good commitment.
PJ Moore in the deep. Good chase. Moore. McCarthy was impressive in the first innings. Thought he acquitted himself quite nicely. 1 for 28 from his 11. That's really good. Top class support in the deep.
Nice and positive again. It's nicely played by Noor Ali.
Very important for Ibrahim to usher his uncle through this little passage of play. Imagine batting with your uncle. Noor Ali, uncle to Ibrahim Zadran. The youngster now has to help his uncle through this passage of play. How strange a situation to be in.
Listen to that breeze through the stump mics. It's cracked away. That's a good shot. That's a class shot. Don't run for that.
Great shot, uncle. What a lovely punch. Top of the bounce. New ball. Coming off the surface nicely. Let's have a look at this. This is pretty good. Yeah, gorgeous. Off his feet on impact. Doesn't try to overhit. Straight blade. Head position absolutely on point. That's a confidence booster if ever there was one.
You just need to connect with a couple of those, and suddenly one or two, or one of those grabbers behind, one of the slips boys will slide out on the covers. In fact, it's already happened. One punch to the covers and they've lost a slip, which is a little bit quick, I think, to make that change.
Yeah, with the new ball, you feel it's got to keep with the lead as well. Still leading by 100 on. You've got to keep your grabbers in, your slip fielders in for as long as possible. Not many balls, truth to tell, have gone to that third slip region, AZ. A couple gone to Andrew Balbirnie at second, but I think you've got to keep them in a little bit longer while your bowlers have a new ball in their hand.
Yeah, Noor Ali nicked one to Balbirnie in the first innings. He called it a second slip. It's a good catch, sharp catch. It's good work in the gully region. I think the other thing about that is you can leave that gap open. Put the guy back into the slips cordon and leave that gap open and try and get him to drive through the covers.
Yeah, that four off the punch from Noor Ali was just a cracking shot. And it wasn't a bad ball. It's this kind of shot you don't mind an opening batter playing against you with the new ball in his hand. So you would be disappointed if he nicks one now through that vacant third slip region.
Eight for none. Bottom line's important. Trail by 100 runs exactly now. Haven't quite found their radar at the moment. I think that's got a lot to do with this wind. It's moved up from a breeze to a wind. Sometimes you have to, as a quicker bowler, you've got to actually shorten your steps a little bit as you're approaching the wicket when it's right at your back, so that you're definitely not stretching too far, so you feel nice and comfortable. It's a nice line. Here's a look at the work from Adair in the first innings. That was the catch at second slip. This was a beautiful delivery. Right through the gate. Came back a fraction, tumbled that off stump. Groupings were very solid, particularly those first three. In the green area just inside, and then the pulsing balls at the length region. Those first three are in the green area. Just a little bit fuller. we go. There's that Bernie catch at second slip. This was the great delivery. That's a beauty. Really nicely bowled. Chased away by Gabaz. Got a bit of a toe end to it. Another catch by Bernie, second slip. Around the wicket this time. And that was beautifully bowled, smacking that off stump nice and hard. He was terrific on the first knock, and he'd like to double up, I'm sure. Andrew Leonard, good afternoon.
Yeah, very good afternoon, Mikey. Great to be with you. Good afternoon, everyone. And lovely moment there, that fifth wicket for Markadere. The interesting thing from that Hawkeye graphic you were talking through there, the success he's had from being fuller rather than shorter. He's a natural swing bowler. Because he gets movement both ways, he swings it without a real change in action, as McCarthy's fumble will allow a second. It means that he's going to get more success, more penetration, by taking the risk of tempting the batters to drive. He's done it so well. And with that 5-wicket haul, he's actually now the leading wicket taker for Ireland in this format. 15 he's got.
We'll have to come back to that. End of the over. We'll check that again. 3 overs gone now, 10 for none. Quite noticed before this innings got underway that the Ireland bowlers got out there and they were bowling on a side strip. Primarily, I think, just to get used to this wind that's howling through this gap now. Andrew, just going back to what you were talking about, is the pitch map with the red balls you mentioned, those 3 in particular.
Yeah, everything fuller. Okay, only 23% technically full, but that's where he's had the majority of the success from. Even that 4th wicket, the one that got him the 5-wicket haul, nearly in the full length, and then that one that was just played out away from the body. Excellent grouping, excellent skills from someone who just continues to grow and grow as the leader of Ireland's attack.
That's nicely played. Very good shot indeed. Strong shot. Bit of a statement shot as well, not for the first time.
The challenge for Barry McCarthy, just into his second over, so economical, so threatening in the first innings, has now found it very tough. The reason why, I think the wind is wreaking havoc for him. He's been given a sort of second seamer's role of having to come into that wind that isn't just a breeze anymore, it's approaching a gale. A few Irish fans that are here up on that kind of second tier, sitting above our commentary position, and I was up there. It's really howling, Mikey.
Looking that away behind, squaring the leg side, off around about middle of the leg. Well, those Irish fans are the ones that were on top of us that previously had umbrellas up, that are now nowhere to be seen.
There's a reason why. This is an Irish gale out there. We may be in Abu Dhabi. There's Ashley and Candy Balbirnie, the captain of the parents of the Irish captain, and Andrew Balbirnie is getting a little bit of suntan on. And the Afghan fans who are coming in, they've been buffeted by the wind as well.
Take cover, guys, take cover. The umbrellas are somewhere the other side of the car park, I'd imagine by now.
That's a good piece of captaincy. One of the criticisms and the reason that Barry McCarthy has been in and out of the white ball team so much is he has proven expensive. This was his first test wicket, a moment he'll never forget. He said in an interview this morning to us that in years to come it'll be one that swung in, nipped away, hit the top of off, not strangled down the leg side. But he has a test wicket next to his name. The reason he's been in and out of the white ball team, though, the support staff around the Irish setup feel he bowls a few too many boundary balls. So Balbirnie's captaining him nicely. He's protecting him with that deep point in place.
$16 for none. With still one ball to go.
Yeah, you get a sense that Ireland, to win this test match, have to get used to these kind of positions where they're ahead in test matches. It's a very rare thing to turn around the scale of deficit that Afghanistan have. Only 55 times in test history and the side won a test match with a first innings deficit of 100 or more. It's quite rare. Ireland are in pole position, but there's a lot of cricket to be played before they can win this test match. 4 have been bowled, 16 for none.
Adair again. Found that gap. Just to the left of Gully by some distance though. Boundary off the first ball of the over.
Real element of fortune here for Ibrahim Zadran. He'll say he was playing for it, but for me it's an outside edge. Balbirnie still has those 3 slips in place. Supported by PJ Moore in the gully, who now comes a full yard, maybe yard and a half tighter and closer to McBride at third slip. They don't want another one going through there.
I was talking about Uncle Noor Ali playing with Ibrahim Zadran at the moment in the middle. Uncle and nephew playing together in a test. Again, this is from Rajneesh alongside me. It's not coming out of my mind, believe me. Asghar Afghan and Waqar Salam Kill. Uncle and nephew playing together. Afghanistan versus Ireland in 2019. And of course now Noor Ali Zadran and Ibrahim Zadran in action in the middle right now. Also happened in against Sri Lanka in April in Colombo at the SSC.
Yeah, certainly it's something that I think Afghan cricket and Irish cricket share hugely, Mike. It's that family connection. There's so many great families involved in both countries, and kind of flown the flag for the sport, helped to, in Afghanistan's case, get it up and running. In Ireland's case, grow the history, the rich history that Irish cricket has. It's something many don't know, but it dates back centuries in Ireland. There was a period in the 1860s, 1870s, it was incredibly popular in Ireland, so much so some of those running the country were worried about how popular it was. They said it was too popular. And then, well, history and politics got in the way a little bit. The Gaelic Athletic Association was founded in 1883 in Thurles in County Tipperary, and then for quite an extended period there was a ban on foreign field sports, one of which was cricket, and soccer and rugby were also affected at that point, as Irish people were encouraged to play more native sports, which there are 3 for the Gaelic Athletic Association. Gaelic football, most famously, their home Croke Park, you get 80,000 going to the games. Hurling, which many Irish men and women would grow up, the female version camogie, and then handball too. But Ireland has a wonderful history of cricket, really, really rich history.
5 gone, 20 for none.
And that rich history is something that I think many involved in Irish cricket are very proud of, Mikey, and it's something that, having now ascended to Test status, it almost feels as though it's almost come full circle. There's many other sports probably more popular in Ireland than cricket, but the way in which the men and women outperform the popularity of the size of the sport is really impressive.
You mentioned Gaelic football. I remember Gaelic football they used to play against the AFL side. What's happened to that? Does that still happen at all?
International rules is what it was called. As far as I'm aware, I'm open to correction on this, it certainly went through at least a hiatus, and I'm not sure if it's returned. The reason why, you'll enjoy it, Mikey. The players were fighting a bit too much on the pitch. They were getting a little bit too aggro.
What's wrong with that?
It was called sort of international rules or compromise rules, where...
Or just no rules?
There was a little bit of a case of that. We're going to see spin for the first time. Theo Van Workum come in with his left arm spin. Talking about that wind at length, something that I think we'll tend to see throughout the rest of today's play, at least for Ireland. They have about 30 odd overs to work with to try and get as many Afghan wickets as possible. We'll see the spinners operate from this end, getting the ball to drift and to drop, and the seamers I think will bowl with the wind behind their back. So Adair, Young and McCarthy, maybe camp for 2, will be used from the far end of the ground.
Van Wilkham's got a big job to do, that being the case. There's no doubt the seamers, and they've got big frames too, the Irish seamers. They've got some work to do from the other end, so that means that the spin job needs to be completed efficiently into the breeze, and spinners like bowling into the breeze. Just a little bit of extra drift, a little bit of extra curve sometimes. They'll get the ball curving in towards the pads. There we go. Fairly late as well.
And the big thing for me is that drop, the drop that they will get. That is what can cause deception. That's what Zahir Khan did so brilliantly to Paul Sterling, possibly the ball of the whole Test match, even though it was his only wicket.
That's nicely bowled. He's got some good revolutions on these straight away. He'll be buoyed by the fact that he can get stuck in here. If he bowls well, he can have a nice long spell. Get a bit of purchase out of this track due to the dry crust.
Big challenge will be for Ireland spinners. Can they even get close to matching the 6 wickets that were shared between the 2 Afghan spinners? They didn't take any in the first innings. A little bit of turn there and a play and a miss. They could even get 4 or 5 in the second innings. They're not going to need to get 7, 8, 9 because the seamers I think will chip away. They will get a couple. Can Van Workum and McBride between them, or maybe the option of Harry Tector too, with his off breaks, find some inroads?
Tidy enough first up, 20 for none. So 3 overs only from Adair up until now. About to start his 4th. We haven't seen any swing really. Just been a little bit of curve, not anything we can really describe as swing. So the wind is not playing the game as far as Ireland's concerned at the moment from a number of angles. It's cracked away, there is protection. Other thing to talk about is that these new kookaburras, they will stay shiny with that lacquer on it for generally around about 15 overs. That's what they're made to do. If the track's a little bit more abrasive, then that shine can go off a little bit earlier than that, but and if it's a green top, of course, it stays on a little bit longer, and that's when the ball starts to swing a bit. You can see that the shine already 6 overs in and 1 ball 6 overs. You see it's lost a little bit of that lacquer. Hence the bowlers are starting to work on one side now. Down the ground. Solid enough shot. Going to come back for the third. Good running. When they get rid of that lacquer and they can get that shine on the ball more, that's when they'll get more swing out of it.
It's probably what made Ireland's bowling effort in the first innings all the more impressive. 55 overs they were out there for, and right the way through from the first to the 55th they continued to find movement through the air. Occasionally Adair in particular got some to go off the seam too. All 10 wickets went to the seamers in the first innings. Ireland are going to need Adair and McCarthy.
That's a very good catch. Very sharp catch indeed. Very fine cricket from Ireland. Now, batsmen are going nowhere. Umpires are going to be chatting. So there's no doubt, I would suggest, the umpires are probably going to send this upstairs. They've decided not to move these batsmen. They want to see some evidence that that's a safe catch. The response from Ireland players suggests it was. Over to Paul Rifle.
Well, here we are. I think this is exceptional. PJ Moore is certain that it's carried to him. He's usually a wicketkeeper, remember. So he has those incredible hands. He thinks his initial instinct, his reaction was very much one that it carried. The question is, has it, do they have sufficient evidence to give it out?
Yeah, Paul Rifle is looking at these pictures very clearly now, and that's probably as good an indication as you need, I would think. It's a very sharp catch to his left. It was initially quite low, and he came up with it. See how conclusive things are. He definitely thought it was out. Paul Rifle was the man that counts here. What is his decision? He says out. So they've lost their first wicket. Very, very fine catch. Great stuff from Moore. And Adair picks up another wicket.
Well, this wicket is going to go to Mark Adair, but it's all about that man, PJ Moore. Ibrahim Zadran, it's the big one. He's gone for 12. 24 for 1.
Lose the first wicket with 24 on the board. Ramit Shah, who has been very consistent for them. Missed out in the first innings. He'll be seriously determined in this innings because it's a very important innings. To have a look at his Test career. 9 matches, over 500 runs, average in the mid-30s, 105 50s, best of 102. He's up against the guy who's been picking up all the wickets for Ireland, Mark Adair. Oh, left a little bit of a gap, and that's how he got him in the first innings. That is a very fine delivery. Nicely bowled. It's almost got through, and it would have been a carbon copy of the first dig.
Oh, what a massive moment in the match. Ramacha bowled by Mark Adair for a third ball duck in the first innings. It was probably only by a matter of centimetres avoided a pair. It's an inside edge. It's actually going to race away for four. The bat has come down late. And Adair continues to cause problems, doesn't he? He's got the wind at his back. His tail is up thanks to that spectacular catch from PJ Moore.
Chasing a wide delivery that time. How things can change when a wicket goes down.
That's an expansive drive from someone who is usually reserved, particularly to start with. One of only two Afghan batters with more than 500 runs in Test cricket to his name. He's just replacing the other one, Ibrahim Zidran. Just can't take your eyes off this Test, Daisy, can you? It's absorbing, and that from PJ Moore in the gully, as close as he was as good as you'll ever see.
Yeah, brilliant catch. He's almost in the game again. He's gone past the gully region and gone for four this time. 32 for one. Abraham gone for just a dozen. Got some runs and played very nicely in that first innings. Clearly he was disappointed when he departed. But it was a brilliant catch, absolutely brilliant, that grab. I might be tempted to take the spinner out now and just have seamers from both ends now that Ramat has just arrived. Nor Ali on strike at this stage.
Yeah, I totally get and agree with what you're saying. I think, though, the thinking from Andrew Balbirnie is that the strength of that wind, and all 11 wickets Ireland have taken in this Test have gone to the seamers, but the strength of the wind is such he doesn't want to use up his seamers' best overs coming into that strong wind this evening. So maybe a little bit of control from Van Workum. Maybe gets one to drop unexpectedly and find a wicket for the left arm spinner. But I think you're right in what you're saying.
Yeah, and he has a couple of options as well. He's obviously got Camphor, he's got Young, he's obviously got McCarthy. So there's three that he could be trying, maybe just a little brief spell. Rahmat Shah is such an important player. I think that the question you need to ask, with Rahmat Shah missing out on that first dig, is who would he prefer to face right now? It's got to be the spin.
And again, I couldn't agree with you more. And maybe it's a case of Craig Young instead of Barry McCarthy. McCarthy looked to me to be just working out the right length into the wind. And then as soon as he was taken off. You often talk in white ball cricket about upsets. I think this would be an upset for Ireland. They've never won a Test before. You have to take risk to win games against higher ranked opposition. For Ireland to win this Test, I know they're ahead of the game at the moment. They have to take some risks. This, for me right now, is a more defensive option. Find a way to take more wickets. You can win this Test match.
Just drag that one down. That's been hammered for four. So Hasn't quite found his rhythm at the moment in this over. Well, quite nice in his first.
Well, I suspect those two great friends standing at first and second slip right now will look at each other. One of them's a red ball captain, one of them's a white ball captain. Andrew Balbirnie will look at Paul Sterling and say, okay, maybe actually this isn't the right call. That's a drag down. It's really a buffet ball. Help yourself. 4 runs to Noor Ali.
.38 for 1. So Adair struck again. Got those 5 wickets, 5 for 39 in the first innings, 1 for 19 at the moment. Off those 4 overs, Adair, and he's got wind in his sails. That's a beauty. What a terrific channel.
Well, it feels like a game of 2 ends right now, doesn't it? Ireland's premier bowler across all 3 formats for the last 3 years is this man, Mark Adair. Man from Hollywood in Northern Ireland. He claims he's the most famous sportsman to come from Hollywood in Northern Ireland, not Rory McIlroy. I think most sports fans will disagree with Mark Adair. He really does have the wind in his sails. 4 slips and a gully in place.
The thing about those 4 slips as well is there's a nice stagger on those slips. They're taking no chances about any catches dropping short. That's good to see. Catches 3 and 4 are closer than the man standing at 2. And the stagger.
I think what that shot showed us as well is just how close PJ Moore is. Adair is, okay, he's not express pace, but he's in and around 80, 82 miles an hour at his stock deliveries. Don't think Moore could have been more than maybe 10 yards from the bat when he plucked that catch from nowhere. Outstanding skills from the man who's often a keeper. Brilliant piece of gully fielding.
I don't think you can expect more from Moore either. There's a nick. Perfect channel. And they've got their second. And he's got his 7th. Brilliant bowling.
And out comes an iconic celebration from another famous Northern Irish sportsman. Dennis Taylor it was, 1985, with the finger waggle. And Mark Adair has it out now. He's got Ramach's number, doesn't he? Twice in the test match, not for the pair that it could have been. But a healthy outside edge. A beautiful piece of away swing bowling. Lorcan Tucker gleefully takes the catch, and Shah. There is that Dennis Taylor finger waggle. Adair's loving every second. He's got 7 in the test match now. Both in the second innings to fall. Shah's gone for 9. It's 38 for 2.
Asmatullah Shahidi with a serious job to do. Trail by 70. They've already lost 2. 20 runs he got in the first dig as well, so he didn't capitalise. There's McCarthy who picked him up. There's a look at his test career. 29 years of age. Of course, these matches are always low, which is a little disappointing for both teams, Ireland and also Afghanistan. Adair again.
Oh, quite brilliant from Mark Adair. Hard to explain how good he's been for the last 2-3 years. He's mainly been getting joy in the shortest format in the T20I game, where his numbers are the best. You have to love that. And who knows, maybe Dennis Taylor back home in Ireland, fellow countryman, might be watching on with a bit of pride.
Mark Adair now with 7 for 58 in this test match, is still going. Best match figures for Ireland in test goes, what is up against 770. Brian versus Bangladesh and Mirpur. Not so long ago, last year. So he is with a rocket at the moment with 7 for 58. And that is a wicket maiden. 38 for 2.
For 2. Ireland have just chipped away again at the Afghanistan top order. Solid in defence. Noor Ali not in amongst the runs in the first innings. He's a decent player, possesses a good technique, plays with a straight bat. Oh, that's well bowled. That's really well bowled. And this breeze is assisting Van Workum, drifting into the right-hander, turning away with the hard seam on this new Kookaburra. Good afternoon, Niall O'Brien.
Hello, Tino. What a beauty. Lovely bit of T&B. Turn and bounce. Ireland right on top here.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough session. And I would just like to see a little bit of positive intent from these batters. Niall. One's going to cause problems if you just are a sitting duck and looking to lunge forward and defend.
Yes, it's gutsy though, trailing by 70. You've lost 2 early wickets. It's the aggressive route. Noor Ali is not that type of player. He likes to accumulate, he likes to bat time, as does his captain, Hashmatullah.
Oh, now that looks like it's just held on the surface. He's threw the shot before the ball's got there. It's all happening.
Into the game early here, Theo from Workham, and the captain's shown some real confidence in the debutant. So far, he's looked a lot better than the first innings. I thought he was a little bit rusty that first innings, a little bit nervous, which is understandable on his debut. Going down leg side, but it's a testing over from the left arm tweaker. 40 for 2. Oh, the game is nicely poised. It's a solitary test, the Etisalat Cup. Afghanistan, who played so poorly in that first innings, 155, and 94 of those runs came from Ibrahim Zadran and Karim Janat. Ireland 263, and Afghanistan second time round 40 for 2, still 68 behind.
.155, played 263. 5-wicket hauls for Zia Rahman, and the man who's got the ball in hand now, Mark Adair. And he's got 2. of 2. Oh, now that spat at him.
A marker there around the wicket to the Afghanistan captain, Hashmatullah Shahidi. It's a good option. Marker there has got a wonderful wrist position. He can swing the ball either way, and that seam is presented and stood upright. Marker there really has got his tail up here. It's good to see. Watch out for that away swinger now, trying to breathe the slips into play. Yeah, just there.
It's a good leave. And what you're alluding to, Hashmat struggled to the right arm seam is around the wicket in that first innings. It looked on that last delivery like he's just moved across the stumps a little bit to try and just get a better indication of what he can leave.
Interesting point, Tina, because if you think of his first innings dismissal, caught down leg side. Barry McCarthy down leg side. Some will say slightly unfortunate as a batter, but McCarthy takes it nonetheless. So if you're, as you suggesting, if he's looking to get across the stumps potentially to try and know where his off stump is, still leaves that area in and around that stump region as an option for Markadere. What Markadere will try and do is drag Hashmatullah across the stumps and get him fending for one.
Yeah, he's got the normal trigger, which is back and across his stumps. And I think he just presses slightly forward with his front foot. But it looks like he's making more of a concerted effort to go further across the stumps. Back over the wicket. This breeze coming from? It's been an hour and a half, 2 hours of a real strong howl. It's well bowled. That's well bowled. He's playing with the batsman's mind. Round the wicket, over the wicket, and round to finish the over. 40 for 2. Tolerance Oval, Abu Dhabi. 122nd Test match hosting venue. And the game's moving along nicely. Low full toss. Now that's an opportunity to get a boundary. And all he's done is just tap the ball to that mid-wicket fielder. Surely you want to be positive, advancing down the wicket maybe, or making sure that you get that ball through the gap. Well outside the off stump on that occasion. You won't be afraid to do that and toss it up as well, because he's got a sweeper back as protection. Quicker and flatter. Well watched and played in the end.
Over the wicket.
discussions between senior statesman Andy Balbirnie and the debutant. Attacking field to the left-hander. Man under the helmet, leg slip. Conventional slip.
Yeah, I like the field up against Hashmatullah Shahidi, leg slip and that short leg. So Shahidi can't really afford to get too much offside of the ball to pop up a chance to short leg or that leg slip. So it needs to stay leg side of the ball, really. And that will bring in the opportunity to get one through the gate. So I think Balbirnie's doing a good job here because he's given his debutant both sides of the edge to work with. The catch leg side and maybe to get one and grip through that gate. The sweep shot's on if Shahidi wants to be aggressive.
41 for 2. Second time around with bat in hand, Afghanistan. Already lost 2. Deficit 67 still. Man coming in from the leg side at mid-wicket to fortify the slip cordon. So 4 slips now. And a man in the gully. Oh, he's forced that to the fielder sweeping on the offside. Dangerous shot. That's 2 straight. There's a deep backward square leg on the boundary as well. Now I'll put you out in the middle as one of these two. For you, preferably the left-hander. But what will be the thoughts between the two of them, and what will the discussion be as to how they want to go out with the rest of today?
Well, I think if you're captain Hashmatullah Shahidi, you'll try and take as much of the strike against left-arm spinners as possible. But the big key for me, Tino, is to try and score runs. Keep the intent, keep the mentality to score runs, because there's so much time left in the game. You don't want to just try and bat time. You've got to try and eat into that scorecard as much as possible. So at the moment, you know you're behind the 8 ball. Nice footwork from Noor Ali. You have to accept that you've been outplayed so far, but on the flip side, you've got 20 odd overs left in tonight's play. So if you can go at a decent rate, 2.5 to 3 and over, you get close to parity by the end of play. That's the in-swinger from Markadere, which he bowls really well. It's nicely disguised. It's hard to see because he's got such a good wrist position. So for Noor Ali, he's going to set a stall out. He's a fairly one-dimensional player. He plays in a similar vein no matter what the situation. So his job would be to try and be there as long as possible, bat time, bat deep into the innings. For the captain, I think he has to show a bit of intent and say to his teammates, we're out here not just to be in this contest, but we want to take the attack to the opposition. And that can send a really strong, positive message to the batters that are coming in next. We've seen all through this game, if you sit and wait you're going to struggle once, first of all, to score, Tino, and you will eventually lose your wicket. You can see top scores, a couple of players passing 50 and then a couple of 40s and a 30. So it's not the kind of ground and not the kind of pitch at the moment where you're going to get a massive score. So the important message for me would be to continue to look to score, be aggressive, take the positive approach without being reckless. And I think the captain, Hashmatullah Shahidi, has a massive role to play in that message being sent, not just to his own teammates, but to Andy Balbirnie and the Ireland side.
Oh, wide of the crease on that occasion. Made the ball wider to the batsman's eye line when it passed him, and that's why he didn't get bat on it. 45 for 2. Markaday continues to shine at the Tolerance Oval. McCarthy with the new ball today. Didn't look comfortable, struggled with his control. But this man's looked good. He's bowled some really good deliveries. He's tested the batsman's techniques. He just hasn't got the breakthrough yet. Oh, now that's a freebie. 4.
I'll tell you what, Tino, you asked me what the plan might be, and I said Hashmatullah to take as much strike off the left arm spinner as possible. He'll love being down there right now. More of the same, he'll be saying. What a release ball. Big, juicy, full toss. The only disappointing fact for Afghanistan, it wasn't hit into the surrounding field over the boundary. Should really be put for 6. If you're being hypercritical, a big knee-high full bunger on a surface that is difficult to score on. Oh, could have hit it into the desert.
And that's a bit of length and line as well. Although he got it away for a single, he played it very hesitantly. Hashmat brings up the 50. 50 for 2.
Well, you mentioned that stroke, Hashmatullah Shahidi. The field changed. The leg slip came out. Hashmatullah then was afforded the luxury to get across the stumps because he knew that extra catcher wasn't in play leg side. When there was a short leg and a leg slip, Hashmatullah Shahidi had to stay leg side of the ball. For this ball, the field had changed. No leg slip, and just watch him just shuffle across to the offside and just work it into that cap. So a subtle change in the field allowed Hashmatullah Shahidi a little bit of respite.
Oh, he's gone across that one. He doesn't want to be doing that. Not on this surface anyway. Good thing for him, it went along the ground, not in the air. $14 done, 50 for 2. Deficit 58. This match has moved on very quickly. Afghanistan 155 yesterday, electing to bat first. Ireland 263 all out. Afghanistan second time around 50 for 2. And both of those wickets to the chief destroyer. In the first innings, marker there. Andy McBride. We're looking forward to see how he goes. Breeze, as it stands, will be going right to left for him, so it'll drift the ball into the left-handed Hashmatullah Shahidi and then turn away. 7 matches in his career. Raced a 6 for 118 in Mirpur against Bangladesh.
Yeah, he's had a couple of difficult games, Andrew McBride, in his brief Test career. He got Bangladesh away, and not an easy place to go for any cricketer, Bangladesh. Warm conditions against a side who play spin pretty well. Sri Lanka away also for Andrew McBride. So although conditions that would suit spin bowling, you're up against batters that generally play spin pretty well. That's why his numbers aren't overly impressive with ball in hand. Thought he bowled well the first innings. Misfield doesn't yield a single. Thought he bowled well the first innings. Bowled 7 overs, just 0 for 22, but his batting was nice. Played well there at the bat. So Andrew McBride should be full of confidence. Maybe hoping I'll get a bit more out of the surface second time around.
Yeah, he wasn't afraid to give the ball air in the first innings. And you'll find the spinners will look to do that because they're trying to get a bit of purchase out of the pitch because it's still relatively full of moisture compared to second time around. But yeah, he certainly wasn't afraid to give the ball some air, and if he does it this time around, he'll definitely get some purchase. That's why to the left-hander, he's got the 2 slips in. Overs and 3 balls remain to be bowled on day 2. Carry on with 2 spinners at this rate. Might just be able to squeeze them in before the mandatory close of play, which is 5 p.m. Of course, if they don't, there's an extra half hour to finish those overs. That's well played. Kept a good eye on the ball. Just opened up that front leg to allow his bat to come down and play the line of the ball.
Excellent from Camphor. Good hustle. 15 done. 51 for 2. Tina, when does a game not take the extra half hour at the end of a play? In this day and age in test match cricket, when do teams ever bowl their overs in time? Absolute pet hate of mine.
Yeah, so much happens on the field of play nowadays, doesn't it? The 2 spinners in operation, they'll want to get as many overs in here today.
You're not making excuses for the modern player for not bowling their overs, are you? 90 overs in a day, so 6 hours, 15 overs an hour. Fit athletes get through the overs. No excuse for me.
Remember, it's a test match that's got lots of wickets falling at the same time. Day 1 and day 2.
Except wickets falling, it's the general day in a test match when teams just do not get through the overs because the lack of endeavour to get through an over is not there. Good work by Lorcan Tucker. 15 overs an hour is not difficult. You hustle through. You think you go watch a game of Test cricket at Lord's, you pay £120 for a ticket, and then you get short-changed 6 or 7 overs. Not acceptable.
Let's see how they go. Yeah, that's punished. The idea was right to give it a little bit of air, but the length and the width was wrong. Hashmatullah strong through the covers, gets 4.
That's a really poor ball. On a surface that's giving you a bit, it's way too much air. I hear what you're saying, Tino, you want to get the ball up and give it a bit of flight, but that's just floaty. Not good enough, that.
Oh, this time he goes just to the wide of mid-off. Air again, but the length not as full as the previous delivery. And that's why he had to go straighter.
I think this experiment of left arm finger spin is going to come to an end fairly shortly, because that's another really poor ball. Very little on it. And you compare it to Zia Ur-Rahman, who was putting plenty on the ball, plenty action on the ball. These are valuable runs that are just eating into that deficit. Now just trailing by 49. Balbirnie's going to have to ring the changes here, I think. Adair's bowled 7 on the reel. Spinner's not supporting him as he should. Short, pulled away, there is protection. That's a disappointing over from the debutant Theo van Workum. 9 off it. Afghanistan going nicely, 60 for 2.
McBride continuing to operate from the northern end. He's got that very strong wind at his back. This partnership now worth 22. Just over 20 overs left to be bowled, scheduled to be bowled today. Whether we'll get all those overs remains to be seen. A couple more runs for the skipper. Little bit of turn for McBride. McBride operating from the end. That saw plenty of success for Zia Ur-Rahman. 5 for 64 for him. Did the majority of his work at that northern end. Another over gone. 62 for 2. Four bowlers used so far. Theo van Woerkom, a little bit expensive. 2 wickets for Mark Adair to take him to 7 for the match. No sign of Craig Young as yet. Nine overs of seam, 8 overs of spin thus far. And Woerkom being persisted with from the pavilion end. Show of faith from his captain. Mike Haseman alongside me. Mike, I guess to an extent we can understand why Van Woerkom is being persisted with at this end, because he's going to be the workhorse operating into this very strong wind. But there are other options too, I think, aren't there?
I'd be introducing a seamer, but maybe from the end that McBride was bowling from. I'd switch him to this end. So I don't think there was been too much effectiveness from Woerkom. And the seamers from, or one of the seamers from the other end, because there are options. Camphor, also Young. We've only seen McCarthy and Adair at the moment, and Camphor picked up 2 for 13 and Young 2 for 31 in the first dig. I'd certainly be persisting with seamers down breeze.
This Camphor's one of those cricketers who can just make things happen, isn't he? And that's what you feel Ireland need at the moment, because I don't know, just feel as though things are drifting a little bit. This partnership, 26 in 53 balls. They look very comfortable, this pair. They're not really being tested a great deal. It's almost as if Ireland are in a little bit of a holding pattern here.
And I don't see the reason for that. I mean, the bottom line here is the work that was done in the first innings was done by the seam bowlers, and the way that they were bowling either a good channel or swinging the ball. So that's surely the way they need to work again in the second innings. Whittling away Afghanistan. They trail by 41 now. Just lost a couple of wickets at this stage. You would think that Young and Camphor will be dying to get going. One spinner is going to be sufficient, and I think a bit of off spin might be the way to go.
Yes, I was just chatting off here to Niall O'Brien, wondering even if Paul Stirling might get a bowl. He's a very reluctant bowler, also a very underrated bowler. But Van Woerkom doesn't look to be offering a great deal of threat at the moment, and on top of that he's not offering a great deal of control either.
No, they're just sitting on him. That's all they're doing at the moment. Just working him.
Very comfortable over indeed there from an Afghanistan perspective. 18 overs gone, 69 for 2. Ireland bowled out on the stroke of tea. Ireland beginning the day at 100 for 4. So they added 163 runs for the loss of their last 6 wickets. First Test half century for Paul Stirling. Did of course score 100 against Sri Lanka in Galle. And the change that you were advocating, Mike, looks as though it's coming to pass. At least half of it anyway, with Craig Young being given the opportunity from that northern end with the breeze. First chance for him to have a bowl in this second innings.
Yeah, I think he did a pretty tidy job in that first innings. As I said, he picked up a couple of wickets and he just kept running in and kept trying the whole time. And what he did do is he bowled a really nice tidy line. He wasn't someone who was going to get it a lot of swing, but he bowled a very tidy line. Every now and then it just went away a fraction. You can see that he's very precise about where that seam is placed in his fingers before he loads up. But I think this is exactly what they should be doing.
Craig Young picked up 2 for 31 in the first innings. Here are his wickets. That was Nasser Jamal. And the important wicket then of Ibrahim Zadran. 2 good catches in the innings, in fact, down the leg side by Lorcan Tucker. That was the second of them.
The strangle that last one, but that first one when he bowled Jamal was a very fine delivery.
Oh, it's ballooned up in the air. Hashmat didn't know where it had gone. And again, we're seeing a seamer operating round the wicket to Hashmat.
But straight away with that little bit of action from Young, now the Ireland fielders are starting to get animated and nice and vocal out there. Whereas a couple of minutes ago, they just seemed to be going through the motions a bit because there was no real threat. And suddenly when something happens, there's going to be far more work.
No real control there from Hashmatullah Shahidi. He'll get away with it and get the single, but there are 2 men out there on the hook, and it was a by no means convincing effort from the batter.
Something he wasn't scared to do in the first innings either. Craig Young, the odd short delivery. So straight away in his first over and the first 3 balls back, we've seen a couple. One just popped up and the second one was a very well directed bouncer.
This is a really crucial stage of this test match. If Afghanistan can get through to close of play tonight, still only 2 wickets down, they'll feel they're back on an even keel and perhaps even bossing the match, given that Ireland will have to bat last. But if Ireland can nip out a couple of wickets this evening, they'll be the ones you would feel that are in the box seat. Again, good aggression from Young. This has been a really positive start to his spell.
If they don't lose any more wickets, what have we got? We've got an hour and 15, 16 by my watch, 15 by yours, hour and 15 by yours. We'll see who's right at the end, Brian. And there will be the deficit will be gone and they'll be in the positive. They won't be out of the woods because they'll have to start again well tomorrow morning. End of the over, 72 for 2.
Two wickets to go down so far for Afghanistan. 24 and 38.
Just looking at that batting lineup to come next. Gavaz didn't get out of the blocks. He's gone for naught in the first innings, caught off the toe end of the bat. And Tucker. Jamal was bowled by Young for naught as well, so the next two are sitting on a pair. Let me correct that. Gabbar's got 5. Yeah, Jamal got naught. Gabbar's got 5. So 1 sitting on a pair.
Big shout for LBW. Not out. This is the change we wanted, though, with McBride switching now to the pavilion end, the southern end of this ground, and Seam from the far end. Are they going to review this island? And they've decided they will. It was a big stride that Noor Ali got in here.
To the umpire director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision's not out. I've checked both feet, fair delivery, front on first, please. Yeah, I'll just check no bat with Ultra Edge, please. Just rock and rolling that. Coming, bring it back a bit, thank you. Yeah, it's going past the bat and onto the pad. No bat involved, we'll go to ball tracking when ready. Okay, original decision's not out. Impact umpire's call. Hitting the wickets, go back on field.
Doesn't get much closer than that. Just fractionally outside off stump. Or close enough to have the benefit of the doubt for the batter. It was a good shout, that, from McBride.
And a good review as well. Had a couple of reviews in the first innings which weren't ideal, but I thought that one was fine. All on umpire's call.
Straight away, McBride, operating from this pavilion end, is looking at a different proposition entirely. That's a couple of balls in succession. He's spun very sharply.
This is really gripping now on this surface. A bit of extra bounce, which is always a spinner's best friend, the bounce.
Batters' techniques these days are very different. The bat and the pad very rarely alongside each other because of DRS and the threat of LBW. Batters, when they play forward, tend to play with the bat in front of the pad now. And what that's meant is that silly point has been almost ruled out of the game. But sometimes I do like to see that fielder in front of the batsman's eye line.
Particularly when the ball's turning in sharply, it just needs a little bit of inside neck onto the inside edge and onto that pad, and it pops up. And if the accuracy is there from the spinner, then there's no reason why he shouldn't be there in this sort of situation when they're still trailing by 36.
It's a really good over that from Andy McBride. A maiden over from the off spinner after a change of ends. And after that, it's time for everyone to have a drink. Afghanistan 72 for 2 and a drinks break. absolutely gorgeous sights in Afghanistan. So natural, so much of it unspoiled. Beautiful greenery. From the green of Afghanistan to the green of Tolerance Oval. And this is how we stand. Final drinks break on day 2 of this Etisalat Cup Test match between Afghanistan and Ireland. .108 the first innings lead for Ireland. That's been whittled down to 36 in terms of a deficit as far as Afghanistan are concerned, and they've got 8 wickets in hand. Time now for battle to be rejoined.
The problem they do have is that there are 2 key players, Ibrahim and Rahmat Shah, the guys that are out. 2 very key batsmen, so other guys have now got to fill that void. No, Ali has done a pretty good job up until now. Hashmatullah on strike now.
And after that previous over, look, there's a fielder now under the helmet. It's PJ Moore at short leg. A little bit of a case of shutting the gate after the horse has bolted, but well, if Young's going to continue to bowl aggressively as he is, there's no reason why that short leg won't come into play.
It's a quarter short leg.
Yeah, you're right, he's quite deep, I suppose, isn't he? Just a single for the skipper to rotate the strike. Harry Tector at backward point fielding.
This is where New Zealand have actually got to make sure they dig really deep, and I presume they would have had that sort of conversation during that drinks interval to make sure that they try and pick up 1. We've still got, after this over, 16 overs to go before we actually won't have, because we've only got an hour and 6 minutes, or hour and 5 minutes by your watch run to go before it is going to be stumps today. But they would love to pick up, I'm sure, 1 more. If they get 1, there's every reason they can pick up a second as well. Got to try and break this stand, which is 35.
Certainly looks as though Young's been given the nod by his skipper just to test the middle of the pitch here. Running in with the wind at his back. Looking to be aggressive. I guess in the way that for much of the Ireland innings Naveed Zadran was.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with a little bit of a short ball barrage from time to time. He's not express pace. And if you can get in the right areas.
It's a good shot. Good stride to the ball. The dive of Tector can't intercept it. Tector's up and about though. And the batters are through for 3.
The whole idea in this sort of situation when you're running in and bowling the odd short delivery is just trying to get the batsman to think too much about it, to try and preempt what's coming up rather than playing each ball on its merit. That was nicely played on its merit in front of square.
Short leg out again for the right-hander. 2 slips and a gully in position. Young wants a change in the field. Gully has moved to 3rd slip and cover has moved to gully. So 3 slips and a gully now. Goodness me. Nur Ali looking to work on the onside leading edge. If he'd missed that, he'd have been absolutely dead in the water.
And that could well be a situation where he's expecting something a little bit shorter. He was just hanging back a fraction, and then at the last minute or so to try and play it nice and square. Ended up at mid-off, somewhat surprisingly.
It's the end of the over from Craig Young. Afghanistan 77 for 2. Still no sign of Curtis Camphor as yet. Bowler who took a couple of wickets in the first innings. Other than that, all the frontline bowlers for Ireland have been utilised in the 21 overs we've seen thus far. Mark Adair once again the star of the show. 5 wickets in the first innings, both wickets to fall in this Afghanistan second innings.
I would think he'll have a little burst before we finish tonight again. Better put his feet up overnight and front up fresh again in the morning. Probably just 3 or 4 overs, maybe 2 or 3 overs just to finish, to put Afghanistan under a little bit of pressure at the end of day 2.
Just before the drinks break, we saw Andy McBride bowler really testing over from this pavilion end. Can he back it up? I'm liking how busy Hashmatullah is here. He's very keen on rotating the strike, and that's good with the left and right hand combination in here. He's not letting the game drift from an Afghanistan perspective. It's good batting.
Brian was annoyed. He wanted to keep bowling to him and work on him during this over, but allowed him to pick up a single the first delivery. And to keep going at the left-hander, which is what off-spinners generally like to do.
Curtis Camphor, the fielder at mid-wicket. Yes, there's nothing a bowler hates more than batters rotating the strike like this, so he can't get into a rhythm against either the left-hander or the right-hander.
Bowling noticeably slower. McBride to the left-hander, just over 81 k's per hour. So it's giving the ball plenty of air, giving it plenty of time to turn and bounce. You can do that when you're spinning the ball away from the left-hander as an off-spinner.
Deep cover for the right-hander has been brought up to save one, and the fielder who was on the offside in that area has been brought over to mid-wicket. That's Mark Adair. Camphor has dropped a little bit deeper as well. He's halfway to the boundary on the onside. He's always been quite a bottom-handed player, Noor Ali, and bottom hand coming into play there by dragging it to mid-on. Good running. Craig Young coming in off the boundary at deep backward square leg, but the batsmen scamper too. This has been an increasingly busy partnership between this pair, Mike.
Yeah, they're doing it nicely. Sharing the pressure out there in the middle, rotating the strike as best they can, not getting trapped down one end. And whittling away at this ascendancy by Ireland, which still sits at 26 at this stage.
Change of line now for McBride to the right-hander. He's coming round the frustrating over from Brian's perspective and from Ireland's perspective. A good one for Afghanistan, 82 for 2. What Ireland want to do here is just build up some pressure, some dot balls. As Mike Haseman mentioned, keep batters down at one particular end, allow bowlers to work them over. But these two batters aren't allowing that to happen at the moment.
The match summary: 155, 263, so a nice little bonus for Ireland after both sides have batted once. Afghanistan now 82 for 2, and they trail by 26. Just under an hour of play left in the day.
Nice lengths. Good lines. It's bowling from the north end into the southern or pavilion end, if you'd like to call it that today, to Hashmat. And yesterday he bowled from the opposite end and caused a few problems for Hashmatullah Shahidi. Craig Young. And that's a delivery that he'll use. And he's got a strong bouncer. What will be going through their minds now, Devendra Kumar?
The deficit is 26 runs. They think about getting through this deficit and posting around 150 plus. There's still a lot of batting to come. Nasir Jamal, Karim Jannat. Two solid batsmen at the center at the moment. Two set batsmen. Two batsmen with the capability of scoring big. Hashmat in particular, getting double century against Zimbabwe at the Abu Dhabi ground, Jayed Cricket Stadium in Abu Dhabi. So there is a lot of potential, not much of sea movement which troubled them in the first innings, and that's where they feel a bit comfortable when it comes to playing the fast bowlers. And Hashmat's role is going to be crucial here. The first double century in Test match cricket for Afghanistan comes from a family of educationists. His father was physics teacher and writer. He wrote 44 books on physics.
And where was Hashmat? In the nets?
Planning about playing for Afghanistan.
Wow, 44 books. Oh, that's a good bouncer again. I think by the time he played it, he was thinking of pulling out of the stroke. Noor Ali got the bottom edge. It ended all well. End of 23, 85 for 2.
.85 for 2. Good response in the second innings from Afghanistan. Losing Ibrahim early, out for 12, but Noor Ali is going strong. 31 of 63. Captain trying to get into groove, get into some kind of form. He's struggling against Sri Lanka in limited overs cricket as well as in Test cricket as well. His form is going to be crucial from Afghanistan's perspective moving forward. Not only in this match, also 3 ODIs to come against Ireland.
Yeah, just some repair work, I think, or loosening up of the muscles. Looks like the lower back maybe could be getting some attention. Nur Ali Zadran has got a huge role to play. He told me what they would be thinking, these two, about how they want to go about this afternoon. How important is it, especially for them and this partnership, to keep going? Because not many people got runs outside of these two in that innings. And you talked about them both being set. We've already seen in this test match 3 or 4 set batsmen getting out at crucial stages and not being able to kick on.
Well, the communication is going to be crucial. How they communicate between the overs whenever they get the opportunity to take the innings forward. A small segment of targets, getting 10 runs and 20 runs together. Playing out time, 20 minutes together. And that's how they can take it forward. And when it comes to the last few overs, then they got the technique, got the temperament to play with.
Now that communication between the two in the middle is so crucial, especially in a test match. You want to bat a long time. If you've got an off spinner, for example, troubling the left-hand batter, then as a right-hand batter, you can take on the responsibility of playing the off spinner, ball turning into you slightly easier. Nice positivity. I like to see this. Nicely to the pitch. Confident stroke down the ground. Now, he hasn't got runs for that, no. Hasn't looked to play a big shot either. But the intent's important. You'll find that the bowler's length probably will change because of that. There you go. That ball slightly quicker. Flatter through the air because he doesn't want him running down at him.
There is sense of purpose in this innings from Hashmat. Solid. Full commitment into strokes.
And that's an example of what we talked about yesterday in a different vein to Curtis Kamfer. But yes, still the positive approach. Talked this morning about using your feet to spin bowlers, getting to the pitch and being a bit more aggressive. Doesn't necessarily mean you have to play a big shot. You're just showing the bowler that you're there and you're looking to move down the crease and be positive. Just gets him thinking himself.
And that's where, writing in his book, Playing It My Way, Sachin Tendulkar wrote, it's about taking the things to the non-striker end. Play the bowler from the non-striker rather than the striker. If you're thinking about your own technique, you are consumed in your own thoughts, that's where you struggle as a batsman. That's what he's trying to do. Play with the mind of the bowler, the opponent. Make him think and do something different. 86 for 2.
Lovely venue, Tolerance Oval in Abu Dhabi. A few meters away is the Zayed International Cricket Stadium. An opportunity here for the baby ground to host an international test match for the first time. Afghanistan now just trailed by 22. Partnership of 48 between the captain and Nur Ali, after losing a couple of early wickets. It's 24 and 38. These two have repaired the innings quite nicely.
Their strike rotation, also ability to put the bad deliveries away. A lot of experience as well. They've been playing together for quite some time. Excellent delivery.
Now that's going over the top of the stumps, surely. Yes, Hashmatullah Shahidi, not the tallest, but I think that was comfortably going over the top of the stumps. Andy Balbirnie decides to go upstairs. Interesting decision.
To the umpire director, we have a review for LBW. Original decisions not out. Check the feet, fair delivery. Front on first, please. Yeah. Well, I'll need Ultra just confirm no bat. Going through. It's a flat line there and hitting the pad. We'll go to ball tracking when ready. Red decision's not out. Impact in line. Missing the wickets. I go back on the field.
Confirmation that that is going just over the top of the stumps, but enough for Hashmatullah Shahidi to survive. Now, seeing that live first time just gave you that impression. And it was going over the top of the stumps. Deep backward square leg. The fine leg very square. And look out for the short ball. Not afraid to use it, Craig Young. There it is. But not a good one. Hasn't got the right line, hasn't got the height that he wanted on the ball. Nicely dispatched. Brings up the 50 partnership too.
Yeah, he's been persistent with that plan of bowling short to Hashmat. There is obvious weakness, that's all right, but not quite rising to the expectation of the bowler. Quite comfortable for Hashmat to dispatch it to the boundary. Just rocking back, creating room for himself and smashing it to mid-wicket boundary for 4. Partnership 52 of 94. Solidly behind. They got 2 slips in position as well.
Oh, that looked nice, didn't it? Perfectly behind the line of the ball. He's definitely looked very different player today, especially to Craig Young around the wicket. And what's helped him, without a doubt, is the fact that the ball hasn't gone around today as it did yesterday morning. I still back the decision he made to bat first, Hashmatullah Shahidi. Pulled away. This time it will go to Curtis Kamfer. Just in front of square. Now I know the bouncer is something that Hashmatullah Shahidi has struggled with in his career, and he's got out to the short ball a few times. I think Craig Young must just be careful of overusing that ball. There's a couple of authoritative pull shots that have been played because Hashmat's expecting it. Remember, you want to still be hitting the good lengths in front of that off-stump area. Use it as a surprise delivery.
Just a run here. A strike rotation after hitting boundary. He's been able to rotate the strike as well. 34 of 54 for Hashmatullah. Talking about Hashmat playing cricket when his father was writing physics books. So after scoring a first-class 100 in the evening, he made a phone call to his father, informing him about his century in first-class cricket. Bouncer to mark the end of the over. 92 for 2.
Emmanuel's outstanding yesterday with the ball, is the man who's got the 2 wickets today. Mark Adair, an opportunity for Van Workum early, Nord for 25 in his 7 overs. Just a couple of overs for McCarthy. Brian and Young, the latest additions into that bowling attack. You'll expect that McBride in particular will bowl the majority of these overs that remain today, 12 of them.
Harry, you got good moving, Harry, good moving.
And the approach from the Afghan batters is going to be crucial in tackling McBride. If they play him defensively, he's going to create something. Nicely bowled. He's allowed to bowl. There's a brushy surface in that landing area, and there's a possibility of getting some purchase of the pitch as well.
Yeah, I like this approach around the wicket. Because when the ball's going across the right-hander like that, it forces him to still play at the ball. Because if it pitches and turns, then it's coming in towards the stumps. But then it can go straight across as well. Get the opportunity of the outside edge. And then I like the field. He's got a big open gap between mid-off and a very square extra cover. And what he'll try and do is toss one up outside that off stump and try and entice him to play through that gap. Good protection on the leg side, backward square, a catching mid-wicket. Mid-wicket behind him. And then a mid-on. It's probably 10 yards back.
Also, Noor has the tendency of playing from the crease, even if he's playing the lofted strokes down the ground as well. I've seen in Kabul against Mujib and Rashid playing it from the crease. He never goes down the track to lift the spinners.
That's what I'm talking about. That's a very good over. Testing over from McBride, 92 for 2. Net deficit just 16 now. 92 for 2. Hashmatullah, Norali, 34 and 32 respectively not out. McCarthy will come back into the attack. Bowled nicely in the first innings. Just didn't look on song the first couple of overs that he bowled. He's pulled out of the attack by Andy Balbirnie, but he comes back in now. Keep the backward square leg to Hashmatullah. Lone slip in and a gully. Well played. That's really nicely played.
Clarity of thought, positive approach from Hashmatullah, and a clear in their head. It's visible with the footwork as well, how mind works.
Yeah, definitely a stark difference today. Now he's played the fast bowlers bowling around the wicket to him. His foot movement's been a lot better. Just getting himself into very good positions right behind the line of the ball.
So what happened? He called his father, informing him about scoring a century. His father told him to score big, and they had guests at their home, so they wanted to treat them. That's Afghan culture. 20, 50 people assembling to watch the cricket match or even have general discussion at night. firmly pushed down the ground, but he never woke up. He never arrived in the morning. No further conversation. Hashmat went on to score big. Was picked for the Afghanistan cricket team as well, and represented his team in the World Cup and played fantastically well against Pakistan. That was their ambition, to see Afghanistan beating Pakistan in a World Cup match.
Yeah, looks like a bit of extra bounce there. Off the glove, I think. Looking to come back for two, Hashmat. And doesn't. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's just spurred him on in his career, hasn't it? Quality plays. Come on in leaps and bounds in the last 2 or 3 seasons. Been given the extra responsibility of the captaincy, and he's done that quite well. Bedrock of the middle order of the Afghanistan side. And many other accolades to go with it. First ever Afghan player to score a double 100 in Test match cricket.
Oh, in the air, gone! What a delivery! That's why he was brought back into the attack, McCarthy, to break this partnership. And he does exactly that.
Brilliant delivery. Extra kick about it. Late in the day, searching for wicket. Looked to break the partnership. They needed some change in the bowling. McBrien was bowling well from the other end, trying to create some pressure on the batsman. All of a sudden, Noor Ali, 32 of 72, receives a brutal delivery. Bit of extra bounce, just trying to withdraw the bat from the line of the ball, edging it, and a simple catch taken. Wicket to celebrate for Ireland. Noor Ali goes for 32. Afghanistan 93 for 3.
Debutant.
Rahmanullah Gurbaz walks out to the middle. Tough going in the first innings. That's his first class career. 13 matches, 946 runs. Good average. 47. He's got 100 to go with 7 half centuries, and this is why he's there. This is an absolute beauty. It's gone off the seam, it's gone back into him, and it's given him no chance to get out the way. And Adair takes a simple catch, and he's a wicket taker, this man. Wow. A good over. An important wicket, 93 for 3. Snorter to get rid of Noor Ali Zadran in the last over. McCarthy registered his first wicket of the second innings. 10 overs remain. Ashbatullah Shahidi will want to ensure he's there at the end of play, and so will Rahmanullah Gurbaz. Couple of slips in. Catching cover on the offside. Smith cut away. Just the single.
And it's going to be interesting how Gurbaz approaches this game, this innings, especially against spin bowlers, because normally he likes to attack, likes to dominate these spin bowling from the opposition. He's taken down high quality spinners as well. Different situation, different demands in this different format.
And his captain's just gone down to say a few words to him. Maybe it's don't take the spinner on yet. Lots of time remaining in the test match.
Well, there are players who like to change their approach. They can adopt, they can play different tempo, different template. There are players who just thrive on the spirit of natural instincts. Curbing natural instincts can be distressing. Sometimes it can be beneficial as well.
Oh, that's a big lead.
Oh, that is a beautiful delivery. Lots of air, bit of turn as well. Gurbaz couldn't curb his natural instinct then.
The angle. And then the turn as well. Looking to heave it down the ground.
He's got to be careful because Harry Tector's at mid-on, but he's at the mid-on who's probably about 10 meters back from where he normally would be. And that's a lot of turn, that delivery.
Oh, Tipper, lovely, man.
It's well watched. 94 for 3. Afghanistan going well. They trail by just 14, but they've lost the important wicket of Nur Ali Zadran a couple of overs ago. McCarthy the man to get the 3rd wicket in the Afghanistan innings, and he's just opened up an end. Gurbaz the man who's walked in. Didn't score in that first innings. They'll be looking to get another one here.
Normally a confident player, Gurbaz. I remember coming to Abu Dhabi last time around to play the ODI against Ireland, getting a century on his debut. Before that, he spoke to radio station back in Afghanistan, saying that I'm confident about getting 100 on my debut. He went on to score a century on his debut in one-day internationals.
Yeah, he announced himself, didn't he? It was an outstanding innings. It was in quick time as well. Thrashed the Irish bowlers to all parts of the ground. Well played. Nice. Very accomplished in his white ball cricket, Ramanullah Gurbaz. Still a lot to learn, of course, in this. He's only played 13 first-class matches. In most countries, people have played 50 plus before they can get an opportunity to represent their country. So he's a good player, and you'll expect that as he gets more opportunities at this level, he'll start to produce the goods. Such a lovely setting here. The sun's out. Enjoy the cricket here at the Tolerance Oval.
interesting fates coming up next as they head towards the stumps on day 2. Afghanistan still trailing by 14 runs. Gets a bounce up, well directed. Coming back to Hashmat's story, his determination, still a determination, also a change in his nature, the way he started to play differently, leading the side in the World Cup, communication with the global media during the World Cup. And also was struggling with his form coming into the World Cup, but galvanized the support really well in the World Cup in big matches. And Afghanistan flourished big time in the World Cup against high quality oppositions, beating England, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, 3 world champions. Created a new wave about Afghanistan cricket, about the opportunities in Afghanistan cricket. That brought some fund as well. That resulted in better infrastructure creation. At the same time, more competitions, more opportunities for the young players to participate, dream about playing for Afghanistan. He's on 36 at the moment of 65. His presence is going to be vital moving ahead in this contest. Still Nasir Jamal to come, Karim Jannat to come as well. Stroking the ball beautifully through the offside. He's going to take his run here. Important passes in play to come. 95 for 3.
Five options used from Andrew McBride, some with good success. Andrew Balberni, I beg your pardon. Into the last half hour though. We're in overtime. He's gone back, should have been forward. Good from Andrew McBride, the off spinner from Donnamana, my former captain. Excellent cricketer, Andrew McBride. Played well with the bat this morning. Be tidy with the ball, just creating a couple of problems here. Andrew Leonard, who just slipped in alongside me for hopefully a very exciting half an hour's cricket.
That's what Irish fans will be thinking of, dreaming of right now. I think maybe for the first time in this second innings, maybe Andrew Balberni has his bowling options right. He's got McBride coming up into the wind. It is blowing a gale out there, gives him the chance for drift and drop. And he's got Barry McCarthy with the wind, who we watched probably in between the overbreak sprint from mid-on with the strut of a WWE wrestler to get there, to get the ball into his hand, and he got the third breakthrough.
Now you're talking. Wrestling, WWE. Earlier you were talking about snooker, which I had no clue what you're talking. WWE. Bit of Hulk Hogan in Barry McCarthy. The Ultimate Warrior in McBride. I like the cut of your jib this afternoon, Lenny.
Or for the more modern viewers, Sheamus, most famous wrestlers in the world, an Irishman. Red hair. Dennis Taylor. How did you not know about Dennis Taylor? The finger wag, iconic.
Down the pitch, lovely, lovely hits all the way. Ramanullah Gurbaz, who missed out in the first innings, was sitting on 0 from 7, said enough. Let's play this like a T20 and donk one down the ground for 6.
Well, this is the flair as the 100 comes up for Afghanistan. They've nearly erased the deficit, just 4 behind now. These are the skills, the power, the ball striking that make him such an asset in leagues all around the world. He's a superstar, Ramanullah Gurbaz. The whites on now, 30 bowled, 104 for 3.
Loving test match cricket here at Tolerance Oval. Game nicely poised. Afghanistan have eaten into this deficit, just 4 behind now, so pretty good session so far from Hashmatullah Shahidi and co. I like the energy McCarthy's bringing here. He's stepping up for his captain, running in hard. Hashmatullah has played well though, 40 from 70. His technique has been really spot on. Very severe on anything short. When in defence, he's been compact, he's left well, so all the trademarks of a good test match batter right now. 40 from 70. Can he be the man to go on and get that big score? Wants 2. It's a long way down there. Should get back for a couple. It's good running, that.
I agree with you. I think McCarthy's bowling with real heart here. Exactly why he's much adored by the Irish fans, just sitting up on the rooftop with them there for 20-30 minutes. So when he came on, he got a huge ovation and then a big roar when he got the wicket. I think for me, Niall, he's been the fastest of the Irish bowlers on display. The last few deliveries, 134, 135 kilometres per hour, but he bowls quite a heavy ball. He can thud it into the pitch, and he just had Hashmatullah Shahidi on the jump there.
Protection in the deep, it's Harry Tector patrolling. Yeah, he's got a bit of gas about him, Barry McCarthy. Hit the pitch kind of bowler. He's never going to threaten that 140 plus mark, but he's always thereabouts, that mid 130s. It's the aggression I like, it's the intent. He's thinking about taking wickets. That's what Andrew Balbirnie needs now. Just needs one. You prize one out now, Andrew Leonard. Ideally, Hashmatullah Shahidi, you get 2 new faces. You stick 2 on this. A little bit similar to Afghanistan last night. They were struggling a little bit and they got 2 right at the death.
I think he's put on a little bit of pace since his comeback from that injury last year. Didn't go to Bangladesh for that multi-format tour in March. And one of the big things he worked on, he had to have a surgery. Surgery on his knee. Look at that one, 90.4 miles an hour. He's got a yard of pace, McCarthy, and he's put it on in recent times. And one of the big focuses he made trying to come back from that injury, remember he wasn't in the squad for all 4 of those tests. After the famine of no tests for 4 years, there was 4 in 4 months. He said, I want to be that bowler for Ireland that can get it up towards 140, 145 kilometres per hour. He did that at times, I felt, in Bulawayo in the Cricket World Cup qualifier. Played that middle overs enforcer role in the ODI game. And now he's got a head of speed up with the wind behind his back.
Well, it's all well and good bowling fast. You're all short and wide, you're going to get absolutely pumped. That is rubbish bowling, and it's a superb shot. Gurbaz. 20 minutes of Gurbaz here could be entertaining.
You're spot on, short and wide, and at a good pace. It's flown. He's almost got carried away, maybe to look up at the big screen, saw the radar. He said, right, I want to get it quicker again. Instead, he goes short, wide, carted away. Balbirnie has tended to captain him a little bit sensitively and often have that man at point. Out at deep point, this time he wasn't.
They're in the lead, Afghanistan, leading by 5. What a lovely timer of the ball Gurbaz is. Good over for Afghanistan. 114 for 3. Leading by 6, Afghanistan, with 7 second innings wickets in hand, so they're in the positive. Absorbing day. Both days have been, truth be told. Just feel the last 20 minutes of play here. We're doing a bit of overtime here. Afghanistan with Gurbaz playing beautifully, 2 sixes already, and there's 13 from 12, and Shahidi looking extremely focused and determined to see out the day.
It's a very different approach in this last half an hour for Afghanistan now than what Ireland showed last night. For Ireland, it was very much survival. For Afghanistan, there's just been flourishes of maybe a counter-attack. You've got a man with the ball striking ability, the IPL star quality of Ramanullah Gurbaz at the crease. You can understand why. It's risk and reward, though.
It's safe to say, judging by the reaction I got from Gurbaz out of stump, Mike, he was disappointed that wasn't hit for a 3rd 6. He saw the length was slightly short early on and tried to pull it away over to the leg side. There was protection. There's a long on and a deep backward square leg, and Camphor was hovering, so he had to make sure he was spot on there. Ramanullah Gurbaz. A chance now for Balbirnie to attack a bit more with the set batter, who's been a lot more reserved. 43 from 72, got 2 slips, catching cover.
Yeah, for Gurbaz in particular, if he gets to stumps at 35 not out off 30 deliveries, well, it sets him up fantastically. If he gets out trying to play one of those big shots, it doesn't quite look so good. Risk, reward.
Yeah, but I don't mind the play. You've got to play your own game. You've got 20 minutes to play. You don't want Gurbaz. You don't want someone like Gurbaz who's so talented playing for time. You want him to play his natural game without being reckless, and so far he's not been reckless. He's pumped one down the ground for 6. He's got a long hop that he's pumped over backward point for 6. He's just looking to show intent. He's actually putting the bowlers under pressure, so I like how he's going about his business, but it does give Ireland a potential opportunity for a breakthrough. Now, 2 catching covers on the offside and 2 slips. Nice from McBride. That's all he has to do. 32 done, 115 for 3.
Just had one message regarding the WWE reference as well, Niall. Finn Balor, another Irish wrestler. Apparently he's a big star too.
Yes, I got a message from somebody. I don't know the number. Whoever you are, thank you. Maybe send me another one with your name, because you're not on my phone. He wasn't expecting a wrestling reference in a test match. Well, you're welcome. Stay tuned for the next few days. Might bring you some more nuggets.
Well, the wrestling chat won't live in my memory, but the Dennis Taylor finger waggle will. That was an iconic Irish sporting moment. These men here are trying to create another one to win their first ever test match.
I'll tell you what, Andrew Leonard, if you keep going on about that finger wagging incident at time, you might get a bit of finger wagging in the commentary box. Give it up.
Might have to ask for that replay again. We'll have a look at it. And this is an interesting call. I thought we'd see more seam, particularly maybe the option of Curtis Camphor, but instead it's going to be spin from both ends. And the big challenge now for Van Workum, Niall, will be he's bowling with the spin at his back. Excuse me, the wind at his back. So to land them at the correct length that he wants to is not going to be easy. Very, very different. Bowling into the wind is probably 20, 25 miles an hour to bowling with the wind.
Well, the reason for this change is Balbirnie's playing on the temperament of Gurbaz, because he knows Gurbaz is going to try and, or want to try and attack and whack the spinner out of the game. So Balbirnie's saying, as we've been alluding to, Andrew Leonard, 15 minutes to go. Go on then, I'll keep mid on and mid off inside the ring. I'm going to bring my slow left armour on, because I know you want to hit him downtown. Give us a chance. That's what Balbirnie's saying right now to Gurbaz. So Gurbaz just has to keep the focus. Mid-on and mid-off, they're up, but they're hovering.
Yeah, it's a really brave piece of captaincy because Gurbaz can clear any boundary. But what Balberni is saying, you're hitting into the wind. Can he just get Gurbaz to skew one, not get it over their heads, create an opportunity? Slight change in the field. Going to get a man in under the helmet, PJ Moore, who took, well, as good a gully catch as I've seen live. Quite sensationally. Now comes into a silly point. 2 slips stay in place. Protection is square of the wicket for Van Workum. Nothing straight.
Oh, what a lovely bit of timing. Oh, what a beautiful shot that is. It was full, it was floaty, there wasn't much on it. Gurbaz pounced and pumped it through extra.
Well, I'll tell you who's not overly pleased right now. It's PJ Moore. Very first delivery, he was called in from cover into silly point. It's a big floaty half volley that Gurbaz just presses forward and pounces upon and drives away with real style, a real flourish to this stroke, and well, PJ Moore as well to get out of the way.
Better finish. 33 bowled, 119 for 3. Minutes left to play. Afghanistan leading this solitary test by 11. The game is nicely poised. Chasing in the second innings is going to be difficult for Ireland with the quality of spin Afghanistan possess and some extra pace. The likes of Naveed. So these runs are very, very crucial at the back end of day 2 here on the 29th of February.
What lead would Afghanistan be comfortable with, Niall, and conversely, what total would Ireland be happy chasing?
Yeah, nice little question. Nice little teaser, that. I think if anything under 175 for Ireland, they'll be absolutely chuffed. I think as soon as you start going over that 175, approaching 200, Afghanistan will be very confident. Better from McBride like that, just slight change of angle. So for Afghanistan, ideally looking to battle T tomorrow. Bat another 60-65 overs at 3 and over. Get them up near that 200 mark. Unrealistic for them to bat any further past T. Then tomorrow, no side has really struggled to, no side so far struggled to bat such a long period. So for Afghanistan, they've got to keep doing what they're doing. This is the big moment. Hashmatullah and Gurbaz, 2 contrasting players with 2 talented cricketers. Well, that's a beauty. This is a good over. It's testing. McBride's putting plenty of venom on this.
It's the bounce here, isn't it? And it's caused a problem for Shahidi. Sterling has his hands on his head at first slip. He thought it was going to skew off the shoulder of the bat. Create an opportunity for one of the 2 catchers in there. Captain and vice captain. 2 slippers, but it just falls safely. Just keeps probing away, McBride.
Yeah, it's a lovely over this. It's a really well constructed over this from Andrew McBride. He's just bowling a little bit wide. He's just taking the ball out of the width of Shahidi because he's got those 2 catching cover men. Milked. Single to finish. Hashmatullah moves to the 46, 122 for 3.
Just to build a little bit on your point, Niall, about What total may Ireland be comfortable chasing? They needed 181. Might have been 182 to win actually against England at Lord's, and they were rolled out for 38. All their other defeats have either come by an innings or come by wickets in terms of the opposition chasing their total in the fourth and final innings of the match. So for Ireland, they don't have a pedigree of chasing in a fourth innings, beaten by 143 runs at Lord's, needing that 182 to win. They have got a couple of good totals batting second, but one of those was in a test match that you played in. Your brother made the famous century, the maestro of Malahide, as Ireland made 339, but that was following on. And then Pakistan went on to chase that 160, winning with 5 wickets to spare. They also made over 300 in their second innings against England at Lord's last year. That was predominantly thanks to Andy McBride and Mark Adair. 292 also against Bangladesh in Mirpur, but that was the third innings, not the fourth. Makes such a difference, particularly when you have the quality of spin bowling that Afghanistan have in their armoury. Even if it might not necessarily be on the fourth or the fifth day, even late on the third day on, it will start to turn more. It's a lovely drive through the offside again, floated up again, over pitched. All too easy, and that's going to be 50 for Hashmatullah Shahidi. What a knock from Afghanistan skipper.
Yeah, lovely knock. Well played. Hashmatullah, good cricketer. He leads this side really well. He's a very level-headed, composed batter and captain. I think this is exactly what this side need. This leader. It's a lovely, lovely half century. Timely too. When you're behind the 8 ball in a test match, if you're under pressure in a game that many people expect you to win and dominate, he's answered his country's call nicely. I must say, it's been a poor short spell this from the debutant Theo van Workum. Don't like to be hypercritical. It's his debut and he's under a bit of pressure, but hasn't got it right. That's good from Shahidi. Strike rate good, 61, 5 boundaries. He's had a couple of uncomfortable moments, but generally he's been fairly well composed.
He looked particularly good against spin and incredibly comfortable. Just been so surprised Ireland haven't bowled more seam in the second innings, given how successful they were with it in the first. In fact, as of right now, all 13 wickets they've taken in the test have gone to seam. But great credit to Shahidi. It's his second test match, 50 for him. The first one came against Ireland in Dehradun to go alongside that double 100 he made on the main ground out behind us against Zimbabwe.
Lovely shots, beautiful shot, Ramanullah Gurbaz. The footwork makes this shot so easy. Placement is spot on, but you'll just watch how he opens up his body to manipulate his hands and bat into a lovely position here.
Again, too full. And look at the precision, lovely footwork, swift footwork. Silly pointers in for the second time. Moore has to take more evasive action. And this time the boundary's only saved by the foot of Moore. It's far too full. The disparity in bowling between the two ends here is killing Van Workum. He's been far too full.
38 runs from his 8.5 on a pitch that is giving assistance. It's better. Love the energy, love the reaction. Gurbaz looks good. 131 for 3.
Tipper, third ball here. Two
2 overs remaining on day 2 here at Tolerance Oval, Abu Dhabi, And now Afghanistan are in a really good position, leading by 23. McBride to once again twirl away. Got to give the credit where it's due, Andrew Leonard. Afghanistan were up against it on first innings, but they have showed some real spirit, character, but most importantly, some high skill level. To negotiate. Now then, where's the pitch? Just outside leg. Did it turn? Nothing doing.
Didn't turn enough. Got that to really rag. He might have been in the game, because my first instinct was it just pitched in line. It hasn't turned enough, so going to skid on and comfortably enough miss the leg stump. Now this one turns. 9 deliveries left. What Ireland would give for one more. This is 2 balls ago. May well have pitched on leg stump. Could have just pitched outside.
And this is the follow-up. Oh, what's the beauty of that? That's an absolute cracker. Now Ashton, just keep an eye on the footwork. He's right across the stumps there. That ball there, because of the previous one that turned and bounced. McBride just dragging him across the stumps. It brings that LBW into play. I tell you, it's excellent footwork, because the previous ball, as I mentioned, Shahidi had gone across the stumps. That ball stayed leg side of the ball, so he's just playing with Andrew McBride's line a little bit. Lovely footwork.
Yeah, Shahidi's got the highest average in Test cricket. I know it's a short history for both these countries for a reason. And what a great selection of Ramanullah Gurbaz too. No, it's again only a short innings thus far, but a big impact on the contest. And if he's still there at stumps, what could he do tomorrow morning? Afghanistan's lead is 24. It's 132 for 3.
Body change coming around the wicket.
One over remaining. Absorbing day's play, Afghanistan in the ascendancy. Harry Tector. He's going to have a twirl. 15 first-class wickets to his name. Picked up a few poles in Bangladesh Premier League recently. Actually, was quite a handy off-spinner a number of years ago. Played against him numerous times in List A cricket, and he was more than useful part-timer. His bowling took a bit of a back seat for a while as he had some wonderful success with the bat. But it's good to see him get some overs recently in Bangladesh, because he is a handy option to have, Lenny. Oh, the red ball, white ball. Tall man, should get a bit of bounce. He does give it a rip, so let's see if Harry Tector can have that bit of golden arm love that he generally has with the bat in hand. Short leg, leg slip, and slip in play. Oh, not bad in the game.
I'll tell you what he has as well. In addition to his height, he's got very long levers. Some of the longest arms and wingspan you'll see. And as a consequence, he tends to get a very high release point. And that's where he caused problems from. Was watching some of the BPL bowling he did. Got a good bit of turn and some overspin as well.
Now then, that turn you mentioned and a bit of bounce, Andrew Leonard, coming from that high action, that high release point. Keep an eye on the umpire, yeah, runs in the game straight away here. Let's have a look at this. Gurbaz is not happy because he knows he put himself in a position to potentially give that bat pad a chance. Well, I don't know. I don't think there was any bat on that. Got a run though. Gurbaz will take the run. He wouldn't have been happy if it had been snaffled and given out.
I think he might have been straight in with the review if it had gone to hand. Extra run to his total, but I do think Tector, in some ways with that extra height will just maybe pose a few more problems. What Ireland would give for one more here would make a world of difference to the entire contest. 2 more balls to get it.
Yeah, the chap behind the stump is lovely harm. That is lovely. That is very respectable off spin. Gurbaz at the non-strikers end, just undoing his gloves and realising he has no more work to do tonight. Excellent knock so far for Hashmatullah. Deserves to get through to the close. Disappointment for Tector, doesn't make Hashmatullah Shahidi play, but that is an excellent evening's work for Afghanistan. They were trailing big time on first innings. They walk off here at Tolerance Oval at 5:30 on day 2 with a very, very useful lead of 26. Captain Hashmatullah Shahidi not out 53. The wonderfully talented Ramanullah Gurbaz 23 from just 28 balls with 2 4s and 2 6s. He has found some lovely touch. Absorbing day's cricket. Afghanistan fighting back beautifully with ball in hand today. Ireland played well with the bat. Both sets of fans will go home relatively happy. Plenty of runs, plenty of wickets. Nice bit of entertainment. And your thoughts, Andrew Leonard?
I think the Afghan fans are going to go home happier. I think they've got themselves in a position now where they can get a winning total to defend in the 4th and final innings of the test match. But this is test match cricket right here. We have seen those 9 wickets fall throughout the day, but 6 of them were Irish wickets. You almost saw the Irish body language trying, Curtis Camphor in particular, trying to reassure his teammates that Ireland are still in the game. I think the day belongs to that man, to Hashmatullah Shahidi, the Afghan captain, maybe the happier of the two going to bed this evening.
Yeah, fine work from Hashmatullah Shahidi and all the Afghanistan players. Okay, let's hear from the man of the moment, who's with Devender.
Hashmatullah Shahidi, the captain of the Afghanistan side, coming with a strong response in the batting department, himself also scoring a half-century. Well played, Hashmat. What was crucial to bat, because 2 wickets down, also conceding the deficit of 108 runs?
Bismillah Rahman Rahim. When I was going, our main guys fall down. They lost their wicket, so it was pressure, but I keep it calm and simple. I try to carry on, because as a captain you have to lead, and you have to lead from the front.
Gurbaz on his debut, normally attacking batsman, coming at the crease, started playing short straight away. What was your talk between the overs? Man on debut, playing test match cricket?
Gurbaz is a class player and he have a lot of shots. I just told him keep it simple, and you have a good defense, and also if you play that defensive balls good, they will give some loose balls to you, and you will take advantage of that. That's what he did.
Few low scores coming into this test match for yourself as well, but today you look determined.
Yeah, last 2 tests my performance was not good, but today I feel good, and I am trying to maintain this tomorrow, because tomorrow is big day for us. We have to try to win the first session to be in the match, so that's what our plan will be, and I will try my best to do something for the team.
You spent the whole day today first captaining the side and rotating your bowlers, and then batting, making contribution. How do you read the conditions, overall conditions, especially the wind?
Yeah, it is windy, and the condition is not easy for the batting. So if we have some runs on the board, and tomorrow we win the first session, so inshallah the game will be on, and we will try our best to score more runs on the board and put them under pressure while chasing.
Still quality players to come to bat for your side?
Yeah, we have some guys who can bat, and main batsmen like Nasser is still waiting for his turn, and also Karim Jannat, Zia Akbar, they all can bat, and the important thing is how we start tomorrow, me and Gurbaz. That will be important part of the game.
Well played, Hashmat. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Very, very well played. Hashmatullah Shahidi, the captain, not out 53. Very, very good innings so far from Ramanullah Gurbaz. Fluent 23. Noor Ali did a good job up top, blunted the new ball for his 32 from 72. So Afghanistan 134 for 3 off 37 overs. So far, so good. 6 bowlers used in all. Barry McCarthy bowled with some good pace and good aggression for his 1 for 25. McBride toiled 0 for 24. Pick of the bowlers, once again, Mark Adair 2 for 23 from his 7. Well, the game has been packed with highlights, and Andrew Leonard's going to talk you through the session highlights.
Yeah, Barry McCarthy just didn't get it right in his first over. First 3 balls all could have gone to the boundary. Then Mark Adair started to cause some problems. Firstly, one that was edged through the gully, and then as brilliant a catch as you can imagine from PJ Moore, just inches off the turf, scooping it up. And Rama Chan early trouble. Then the big call of Theo van Workum coming on to bowl surprised many of us, but Adair got the 2nd wicket. And a great celebration to boot. And he's got 7 in the match. Van Workum was just punished. He was far too full. Maybe the big surprise, Ireland bowling 21 overs of spin from the 37 that they delivered this evening. Given all the wickets have fallen to pace, including that one from Barry McCarthy, who got one to rush Noor Ali Zadran. Mark Adair holding on to the catch at gully gave Ireland a foothold into the game at 93 for 3, but the last 40 minutes or so, they all belong to Afghanistan. Hashmatullah Shahidi, the captain, feasted on some full deliveries, was very good through the covers, and then Gurbaz played with good aggression. Shows it's going to be incredibly entertaining come tomorrow morning.
Well, the end of day 2, and Afghanistan, who were bundled out for 155 after winning the toss yesterday afternoon. Ireland responded well with a well-compiled 263. Paul Sterling top scoring with 52. Ziaur Rahman 5 for 64 in just the 2nd test match. But the all-important 3rd innings of the game, Afghanistan going well, 134 for 3. Captain 53 not out in a good partnership with Gurbaz. Leading by 26 runs, Afghanistan leading into day 3. We're going to have a quick break. We'll come back with the post-match show.
Oh, so 14 wickets fell on day one and just 9 wickets today. So it's a little bit slower for the wicket department, but certainly another fascinating day of day 2 of this test match, the only test match between Afghanistan and Ireland. Of course, we're looking forward to see what happens for the next couple of days. Now, I've got a couple of guys alongside me, Brian and also Tino, going to have a bit of a chat about day 2. Brian, what were your reflections on day 2?
Well, I think it's advantage Afghanistan at the moment, Mike, purely and simply because I don't think Ireland got quite enough runs, particularly Tucker and Sterling. They got in and weren't able to get a big total. A lead of 108 was a good one, but then well batted Afghanistan, particularly Hashmatullah and Ramanullah Gurbas at the back end there. And given that Ireland will have to bat last and we're seeing the ball turn, I think they're in a strong position now.
And Tino, your thoughts on day 2?
Yeah, I'll have to echo Brian here. I think coming in the morning here with Paul Sterling still intact as well as Lorcan Tucker, they would have really wanted to get a well past 108 lead. 55 was what they were behind this morning. So I think they'll be disappointed in that point. But I think they would have been happy when they came out, got a couple of early wickets. But I think you've got to take your hat off to Hashmat, especially after the way he struggled batting there yesterday, to come out and be as composite as he was today.
Yeah, well, let's just start with Hashmatullah. I mean, he has played very nicely. I mean, his knock was terrific. He's got his second 50 now in Test cricket, but he does have a double 100 as well, which might just concern Ireland a little bit. But he played nicely, Brian.
Didn't he? What impressed me, yes, he was excellent against spin, but also he had that really difficult period after tea when the quick bowlers tried to rough him up. They dropped short, but he came through that and he showed real temperament, didn't he, to battle through, and he was helped at the end there as well by Ramanullah Gurbas. That was a really important partnership. They'd lost that 1 wicket of Nur Ali in the last hour, and Gurbas, well, he had a few bits of fortune at the back end, but that pair being together at the start of day 3 for Afghanistan is a really big thing, I think.
And Gurbaz played nicely, 23 off 28, which is nice. Yes, he's right. He had a little bit of an issue or two, but nice to see him play as aggressively as he could in this situation.
Yeah, I think so. And I think you've always got to go back to what you know best. And he knows how to play his strokes. Yep. Yes, he's in a position where he's a little bit lower down the order than what he is in white ball cricket. But you could see that he was a lot more comfortable when he was playing this afternoon. Struggled a little bit in the beginning, yes, but I think he realised which were the right balls to hit on the surface. And I think he did well to finish off the day like he did today. And we look forward to his innings flourishing tomorrow.
And Tino, let me stay with you. I mean, Zia-ur-Rahman was terrific in his second Test match, a 5-wicket haul. It was a long vigil from him, and he bowled superbly.
Yeah, he did. I think the first thing, to pick himself up the way he did coming into this Test match from a month ago in Sri Lanka, was brilliant. These were the 2 wickets last night. He came in today, you would have expected that he was going to bowl a lot. As you say, it was a long spell for him, but he kept at it. It was nice to see him using his variations, gave the ball some air. Some balls he tweaked and really got to turn, so he made it difficult for the batters out in the middle, and some wonderful lessons from him in only his second Test match.
And I guess one of the things about his performance, he would have been expecting that sort of turn and bounce and maybe the little disturbing the surface that he got late last night to happen again today, but not the case.
Well, he was just consistent, wasn't he? That was the key. He got the ball in the right area more often than not. He turned the odd ball very sharply as well. And I'm pretty sure that the Irish players will have been watching what happened there, and they'll be thinking, well, we don't want to be chasing too many in the 4th innings with Zia-ur-Rahman bowling in the way that he has done so far in this Test match.
Before we look at some VTs of the Ireland bowling, I mean, one thing we didn't see in the second innings was the fact that there wasn't too much swing around the place today. We're just looking at Adair picking up a couple of wickets, but there wasn't a great deal of swing today.
No, there wasn't, and I think we expected, we talked about this morning, that the surface a little bit drier than it was yesterday. The little bit of live grass there was dry today, but he was outstanding, wasn't he? And you wouldn't think he's a bowler who's, if you look at his last couple of days with the performance with the ball, has only played a handful of Test matches. Great maturity. He's led a young bowling attack very well, and I think it's kudos to Ireland cricket, because right now they can say, well, we've got somebody who can take wickets for us early in a Test match.
And he's got 7 so far, and there's still plenty more on offer.
Yeah, and I don't think we should underestimate, Mike, the conditions out here and how difficult they've been for the fielding side. We're out here this evening, and it's blowing half a gale. It really is very unpleasant, and we don't know to what extent that's affected the bowlers in terms of their approach to the wicket, and indeed their ability to swing and seam the ball as well. Not easy conditions to bowl in these.
It would have affected them quite a bit, can blow them off course can obviously make them overstep if they've got the wind at their back as well, and give them more momentum. But he was good, but I mean, he was assisted by one outstanding catch in the gully. Tino?
Wow, outstanding, I don't think is quite the word to use this. This was brilliant from PJ Moore. The technique was wonderful. Yes, he did well to get the hand under the ball, but what he did also do was make sure he turned the body there to make sure that the left elbow where the ball is in hand doesn't hit the ground. Otherwise, there's an opportunity for it to pop out. So fantastic from PJ Moore, some great reactions.
And more about the batting from Ireland. I mean, Paul Stirling is such an important player. The white ball game, of course, when he's captain and he's right at the top. But an important knock today with that 50. He would have loved to kick on, but 52, and he played nicely.
Yeah, it was a terrific innings from Paul Stirling, and it had to be as well because Harry Tector fell at the beginning of day 2, so there was a lot of responsibility on Paul Stirling. He played with a lot of maturity, he waited for the bad ball, and well, perhaps at the end of the test match we'll look back as well and just reflect on that dismissal right in the last over before lunch, because that was quite crucial, I think, because had Stirling stayed in, Ireland could have got that lead of 150 or even more, but the fact that he was out there right at the end of that session, that was a real hammer blow as far as they were concerned, I think.
Yeah, agreed, and he would have been very annoyed with himself, I'm sure, as well. But what a delivery that was to get rid of him. But Tucker as well, 46. I mean, one of the stories of this test match is a lot of guys got starts and a couple of 50s, but didn't go on to get decisive innings in the test.
Absolutely, and that's why I think we're at a stage where this test match really is only probably just in Afghanistan's corner, but he was outstanding. I've liked the way he started to be a lot more mature about how he approaches his innings in test match cricket. You know, he's a guy who likes to play his strokes, but today he played the situation, he realized the importance of his innings, and he really did try and push through as much as he can. Unfortunate that he didn't get those other 4 runs to get over the line, but I was very impressed today by the way he went about his innings. But you're right, Hazy, we've seen a few batsmen who've got themselves in on the surface and got themselves out, so I'm looking forward to Hashmat tomorrow maybe showing people the way to go.
So Afghanistan have got themselves a lead of some 26 runs, which isn't many, but you know, it's a lead, and it's a pretty good fight back at this stage. What are your thoughts about day 3?
Well, I really do believe that it's advantage Afghanistan. I think in this position they're going to be able to press on to a lead of 150, 200, and from what we've seen with the way the ball's turned, I really do believe that Zia-ur-Rahman will come into his own once again, and maybe even Zahir Khan as well. We've mentioned that ball that he bowled to Paul Stirling. If he can show a little bit more consistency on a pitch which is going to wear a little bit more, Ireland are going to have a very tough job. And I think we heard from Hashmatullah Shahidi just at the back end of the day talking about the fact that the first hour and the first session is going to be absolutely crucial. If he and Ramanullah can stay together for a while, particularly given the way that Ramanullah scores so quickly, Ireland could find themselves in a fair degree of trouble.
And I guess it's pretty simple for Ireland to get back into this test match and to get some ascendancy going here. They got to strike really early.
Yeah, they got to strike really early, and I think the concern from what we've seen today is that this morning the wicket didn't assist the seamers as much as it did yesterday, and not so much turn going into this afternoon as well. But tomorrow's a fresh day, it's a new day, so they'll definitely need to come out here and make sure they open up. The concern is, as you say, Ramanullah Gurbaz. The way he played this evening, he'll be told you can come out and you can start the same way tomorrow. So if he can get a start and they don't get Hashmat, then they could be in a bit of trouble. But I think the test match is really nicely set up.
And just quickly, do you think the track will have a little bit more in it for the spin tomorrow? Do you expect that with the breeze we've had today?
Yeah, I think it might. I think today we didn't see so much from it because we had a little bit of cloud cover. There was really no chance for it to dry out a little bit more. But I think going into day 3 tomorrow, especially if the sun is out a little bit earlier, I think we'll definitely be able to get a little bit more purchase from the turners.
Right, Tino. Thank you, Brian. Thanks for your views at the end of day 2. Now, just a reminder, of course, about the action tomorrow. Here we go. We're going to have day 3 live from the Tolerance Oval in Abu Dhabi. Afghanistan versus Ireland is the only test they're playing, and our coverage is going to be starting at 9:40 a.m. Make sure you join us then. And from all of us now, it's good night.